A Pine Creek Homecoming, a sweet cowboy romance. The Cowboys of Pine Creek, Book 1. Written by Christina Butrum. Narrated by Megan Hudgins. Chapter 1. It was the end of his career as he knew it. Hunter Carlson had spent the last few weeks waiting for the doctor to release him back into the rodeo circuit. Unfortunately, the doctor had other plans. 2 weeks after a career-shattering 6.8-second ride on Bull Dixon, Hunter was throwing in the towel and heading for home. Home. 3 years into his career as a champion bull rider, and it was over. He was returning to the small town he'd left behind to chase his wildest dreams of fortune and fame. Those dreams turned to the dust he'd kicked up the second he slipped from that bull. If only he'd held on for another second. If only he'd been prepared for the bull's next move. Hunter shook away the regrets as he guided his truck along the highway that led from Texas to North Dakota. Gripping the steering wheel, he imagined how his arrival home would go down. He could guarantee that his parents would be over the moon with his homecoming, but he still couldn't accept the fate bull riding had brought him. He'd been blindsided and taken for a ride that would haunt him for years to come. He would be home within 3 hours and wanted to surprise his family. At least, he could only hope they would be surprised and not worried about what all of this meant as far as his health was concerned. He shot a quick message to his older brother, William, warning him to keep his mouth shut about his return as he headed north toward the country road he knew like the back of his hand. Of course, William was the one and only brother Hunter had told about his career ending as a bull riding champion the night after the doctor medically removed him from the circuit. William's initial response had been, "I told you so," and "What now?" But without a doubt, he was excited to hear that Hunter was coming back to the ranch. No sooner had the message been sent than Hunter's phone lit up and its ringtone ricocheted through the silence in the cab of his truck. He made a mental note to turn the volume down as he swiped his thumb across the screen before holding it up to his ear. "What's your ETA?" His brother wasted no time with pleasantries as frustration edged in his voice. It was typical for William to cut straight to the point and get things over with. The commotion of something banging around echoed in the background as his brother let out a curse under his breath. "What's going on over there?" Hunter pressed the phone closer to his ear. It was hard to hear over what sounded like metal buckets clanging together, followed by a breathless curse from William. "Hey, are you all right, bro?" "Yeah, just fine. Give me a second." Hunter held tightly to the phone as he focused on the road. However, whatever was going on with William had his immediate attention. Scuffling, followed by a few more choice words, filled the void of conversation. "Easy, boy." William's words were distant now, as Hunter continued to listen for clues as to what on earth was going on. "Whoa, easy now." The banging of metal continued as William tried to calm whatever chaos ensued on the other end of the line. Hunter kept a hold of the steering wheel as he connected his phone to Bluetooth in his truck. Turning the volume up with a few short taps of his thumb, he heard the whinnying of a horse and the rattle of a closing gate. A rustling noise filled the truck's speakers as his brother grabbed hold of the phone. There." William's winded voice blared through the speaker. Hunter tapped the volume down a few notches as he studied the road in front of him. "I should have known better than to take on that horse." Hunter's brow furrowed. "Horse? Which horse?" His brother let out a frustrated sigh. "I've been thinking about taking on a few extra horses over the last few months and finally bit the bullet. It's not as easy as I thought it would be. I have my work cut out with this one." He could sense William's frustration over the phone and held back a laugh as he listened to his brother carry on about training a rambunctious horse who didn't know up from down. "What made you think that was a good idea to begin with?" William was the oldest out of the bunch, but that didn't make him wiser. Hunter could have told him all about training horses and what it takes. No two horses were the same, and once someone decided they started off on the wrong foot. "To be honest, I just thought it wouldn't be all that bad," William admitted. "Besides, it gets me out of the office and away from crunching numbers all day." Hunter shook his head and held back a laugh. Leave it to William to look for another source of revenue for the ranch. The laughter died in his throat, and a knot of guilt formed in his stomach at the thought of losing his own source of income crossed his mind. "Training a horse takes a lot of patience," Hunter advised with a slight grin as his brother mumbled something inaudible under his breath. "How many horses do you have lined up?" He'd been out of the rodeo circuit less than a month and still had to figure out a way to earn some cash. Though he felt guilty for having lost one of the ranch's sources of income, Hunter had a good feeling about making it right with his family. "Just this one," William finally answered. "But I'm thinking about calling his owner and telling him to come pick him up. I don't have the time or the patience for this one. I've got their number around here Nah, don't do that," Hunter calmly interrupted. "I'll be there in less than a few hours. I'll take a look at him, and then we can decide if a phone call needs to be made after that. Sound good?" William's hesitation told Hunter that he was thinking about it. Hunter had already put the pieces together in his mind, connecting the dots to fill the gap in his income before mentioning it to William. When his brother didn't respond, Hunter quickly added, "I'll be there before you know it. Just head back to the office and give both you and the horse a break." "All right." William's acceptance silently admitted his defeat and disappointment. Hunter felt bad for the guy, but not everyone was cut out to train horses, especially not William. "I think I'll head inside and grab a bite to eat, if it isn't already too late." "Sounds good," Hunter said with a smile. Before William had a chance to hang up, he quickly added, "Just don't say a word to anyone about me coming home." "I haven't said a word, and I don't plan to," William grunted on the other end of the line, before saying, "Besides, you're in for one heck of a surprise yourself." With that, William didn't give Hunter a chance to ask questions before ending the conversation. Calling him back crossed Hunter's mind, but he thought twice about it, knowing his brother was at his wits' end and needed a chance to cool down after going head-to-head with a hard-headed horse with no brains, as William had called it. Hunter tapped the button on his steering wheel a few times, searching for a station to listen to, before settling on country music. Country music was his go-to, and it only made sense to listen to a few good songs he could relate to while thinking about the life he'd left behind in Texas and the one he was going home to in Pine Creek, North Dakota. He couldn't help but wonder what all had changed at the ranch over the last 3 years, aside from what he already knew from the few short visits home he'd made between traveling from one rodeo to the next. To be honest, he didn't care so much about the what as much as he did about the who. Chapter 2. Alyssa Morgan wrapped tinfoil over a plate of food before scribbling William's name across the top with permanent marker and slid the plate onto the top shelf in the fridge. She had been working at Pine Creek Ranch for the last 10 years, but just recently started helping Diane with meals and cleaning up after the Carlson brothers. "He'll just have to warm it up whenever he decides to quit messing around with that horse," Diane said, as she swept breadcrumbs from the counter into the palm of her hand. "One of these days, the boys will learn to come inside before their food gets cold." The back door opened and slammed shut. Then footsteps echoed across the hardwood floor toward the kitchen where both Alyssa and Diane were busy cleaning up after a late afternoon lunch. Alyssa's gaze landed on William first, and she couldn't hold back a laugh as he overheard his mother carrying on about being late to lunch. Diane turned from the kitchen sink and shook her head as William walked over to the fridge. It didn't take him long to grab the plate of food and approach the microwave, tossing the foil into the garbage as he went. Diane studied him from across the room. Alyssa waited for William to acknowledge his mother's frustration with an apology, while knowing it wasn't the first time Diane had ranted about one of her boys. "Thank goodness for microwaves, huh, son?" Alyssa held back a laugh as Diane gave praise for the man-made appliance. William, on the other hand, acted like he didn't have time for his mother's antics. Only when Diane didn't let up, William stopped what he was doing and turned to face her with an apologetic look. He glanced Alyssa's way, and the two of them exchanged a quick shoulder shrug, both knowing it wasn't the first time, nor would it be the last, any of them would have to apologize for being late. "One of these days I'll have all 6 of my boys under one roof at the same time for a meal," Diane carried on. "And I won't have to worry about whether or not the food's hot enough." "Even if that day comes tomorrow, I don't think you'll ever stop worrying about us, Ma." William slid a chair back from the table and sat down with his warmed-up plate of food. Alyssa shot a glance at Diane, as if to tell her that William had a point. She had known the Carlson family since she was 13. And in the last 10 years, Alyssa couldn't recall a single time Mama Carlson hadn't expressed worry or concern over any of her boys. Diane released an exaggerated breath, one filled with a sense of teasing, and shook her head. "Lucky for me that day will never come, especially with your brother out on his own, chasing after his next 8-second ride. It's a mother's job to worry after her children." Alyssa followed Diane out of the kitchen and into the dining room. Diane playfully swatted William on the shoulder as they passed him and said, "No matter how old you are, you'll always be my babies." William accepted what his mother said with a curt nod and slid a forkful of food into his mouth. The conversation ended with that, and Alyssa followed Diane into the living room. She could have easily gone back home after wrapping up leftovers, but had decided to stay. She enjoyed being at the ranch as much as she'd once enjoyed being at her own home. At least, until that home no longer held the same warmth and love it did when her grandfather was alive. Thoughts of what used to be still hung in the back of Alyssa's mind, and no matter how much time passed, losing her grandfather still hurt. "Do you have any plans for this afternoon?" Diane asked, pulling Alyssa out of her thoughts and back to the present. Alyssa glanced over at her and shook her head. "Would you make a trip to the grocery store for me? We're running a little short on milk and bread, things I like to keep stock of. Otherwise, I can see if Porter can swing by on his way home from the feed store." "No worries, I can do that. I'm sure there are a few things I need at home anyway." Alyssa offered a warm smile. "I'll go after I start a load of laundry." Diane returned Alyssa's smile and patted her hand. "Have I told you how much of a blessing you are to this family and the ranch?" Alyssa's heart melted from the warmth of Diane's words. She sure knew how to make someone feel right at home. Given the fact that Alyssa moved in with her grandfather at the age of 13 after losing her mother to breast cancer, Diane Carlson was the closest person in Alyssa's life that had taken on a motherly role. "Maybe grab some carrot sticks while you're there." William stood in the entrance to the living room. "I'm going to try one more time to get that horse to act right before Hunt—" Alyssa caught it before William cut himself off. He was about to say Hunter's name when a look of panic creased his hardened features. She arched a brow of curiosity, willing him to finish his sentence, but he silently refused while pretending he hadn't let anything slip. Even though he pretended he'd never mentioned his brother's name, Alyssa couldn't pretend she hadn't heard it. Her heart raced at the thought of Hunter coming home. What would it be like to see him after all these years? 3 years later, and it still bothered her. William pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. Alyssa shot a look at Diane, who was now sitting on the edge of her seat in anticipation of hearing what William was about to say as well. "That darn horse just had me wishing Hunter was here, is all." William ran a hand through his hair. "He's got my mind all sorts of jumbled. I've been waiting for Hunter to call me back and lend me a bit of advice." Alyssa studied him for a second time, wondering if there was more to it than what he was saying. But judging by the look on his face and his attitude toward the horse he was training, Alyssa figured he was telling the truth. Suddenly, she found herself wondering about Hunter and what he was up to. Not that she cared. He'd left to chase dreams bigger than their small town, and those dreams hadn't included her. "I think I'm going to head to the grocery store now, before it gets too late," Alyssa said as she stood from the couch. She excused herself as she walked past William. "That way you'll have carrots to work with when Hunter calls you back." She grabbed her car keys from the counter and made her way out the door. Sliding into the driver's seat, she willed herself to focus on the task at hand and forget about everything that slip of a name had brought to the forefront of her mind. After taking the short drive into town and spending more time at the grocery store than she had planned, Alyssa thanked the bagger who carried the groceries to her car. "I'm sorry to hear about your Grandpa Dale," the young kid said. "I sure miss seeing him in the store." Alyssa politely thanked him for his condolences and closed the trunk. Her grandfather had never had a lot of money from working as a ranch hand at Pine Creek Ranch, but that never stopped him from making sure the two of them had food in the house. It was the little things Alyssa had taken for granted, and the empty fridge back at home was proof of that. "I don't recall a day that went by that he didn't stop in to grab cinnamon rolls for breakfast," the kid continued without missing a beat, "or his favorite ice cream." Alyssa smiled at the memory. The two of them loved sharing ice cream after a hard day's work at the ranch. Her grandfather insisted on eating ice cream every night after supper with the Carlson family, when it was just the two of them alone in the living room at home with reruns of I Love Lucy on TV. The kid paused for a minute and offered a sympathetic smile. "I'm sorry. He was just one of my favorite customers here." An awkwardness hung between them as Alyssa accepted his apology with a half-hearted smile. "Thank you. I've never met anyone who didn't like my grandpa." The kid nodded before turning the cart in the opposite direction. "Have a good night." "You too." Alyssa climbed into the driver's seat and sat there for a minute before starting the car. Memories of losing her mother and moving in with her grandfather came to mind. Even at 13, she'd taken things for granted. She had always thought people lived forever, that love never ended, and that it was almost impossible to feel all alone in a world filled with so many people. And now, 10 years later, after losing the two people who meant the world to her and being left behind by the one she thought she'd marry someday, she finally realized just how wrong and naive she had been. Instead of being angry, Alyssa thanked God she still had the Carlsons in her life. They were the closest thing to family she had left, and it didn't matter to them that she and Hunter were no longer dating, thankfully, because with everyone she'd lost in her life, she certainly couldn't stand to lose anyone else she loved. Chapter 3. Hunter sent a quick message to William to let him know he was less than 5 minutes out. He was dog-tired after driving for the last 6 hours, but he wanted to see what kind of predicament his older brother had gotten himself into. He turned off the highway and guided his truck toward the horse stables. From the look of things, his father and brothers were busy adding onto the back half of the barn, which meant Hunter would have plenty of wiggle room to bring in new clients without worrying about running out of stalls for the horses in training. Hunter shifted the truck into park and killed the engine. He reached over and grabbed his cowboy hat from the passenger seat headrest and slipped it on his head before stepping out onto familiar ground. The gravel crunched under his boots as he made his way to the entrance of the barn. William had replied to his message to let him know where to find him. Before stepping into the barn, he looked around for movement at the main house. All was calm and quiet on the home front, so William had kept his word about not mentioning Hunter's return. He made sure to park his truck out of sight, just in case someone happened to look out from the back porch located on the west side of the house. "Are you sure you don't want to head inside first?" William called out to him as he entered the barn. His brother leaned against a makeshift desk just inside the entrance. "I'm sure the horse won't mind waiting until tomorrow. He's had a long day, and I'm sure you've had one too." Hunter waved off his brother's suggestion while thinking about how great a hot shower and a soft bed sounded right about now. William pushed off the wooden slat and made his way over to Hunter. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed Hunter's hand and pulled him in for a bear hug. "I've missed you, little bro." William offered him a quick slap on his back and bumped Hunter's hat as he took a step backward. Hunter repositioned his hat and said, "I've missed you guys too." He hated to think about the time he'd spent away from the ranch, but at the end of the day, he had only done what his father always told them to do: chase their dreams and never settle for something that doesn't feel right. "Does anyone know I'm here?" Hunter trusted that William hadn't said anything, and even though he could hear the crickets plain as day, he knew how hard it would have been for his brother to keep it on the down low. Aside from that, he didn't want his parents to find out he'd arrived without seeing them first. William offered a grunt in response, which told Hunter that he should already know the answer to his question. "I almost let it slip." William held a hand up and said, "But I corrected myself before it got out." Hunter accepted it for what it was, before walking down the middle aisle with his brother. If anyone had suspected anything from William's slip, they would have been out of the house and in the barn by now. "So, tell me about this horse," Hunter said, as he checked each stall on their way through the barn. "How'd you end up taking on a horse out of your league?" His brother shot him the side eye, and Hunter laughed it off. "Well, everyone in town knows that you were the best trainer Pine Creek ever had, but I don't think everyone got the memo that you left the ranch a while ago." Hunter heard the edge in his brother's tone. He wouldn't doubt if his brothers held on to a bit of resentment toward him for leaving. He only hoped it would soon be water under the bridge when they realized that his dreams were shot to heck, which meant he was stuck on the ranch for however long God kept him on this earth. A moment of silence was a bit too long for his brother. No sooner had he said the words and realized they hit Hunter the wrong way than he changed direction in conversation and his tone. "A guy called looking for you. Said he had a horse he wanted to tame for his granddaughter. You already know how that story goes." William paused for a minute and shook his head. Hunter stopped and waited for his brother to tell him the rest of the story. William waved a hand and said, "Anyway, the horse arrived a few days ago, and you would have thought the trailer was on fire the way he was kicking and stomping around in there." "What's the deal with his granddaughter? How old is she, and what does she need the horse for?" Hunter wanted details about the horse's situation. There was a lot to learn about a horse before taking on the training job. He could almost bet that this man decided his granddaughter wanted a horse and was more than willing to get her one without doing his research first. "I didn't ask too many questions about all that," William admitted. He offered Hunter a quick shrug and apologized before hooking a thumb over his shoulder. "But I'm sure none of that will matter once you meet him." "Well, let's find out." Hunter walked to the other end of the barn with William until they reached the last stall on the left. Right away, he could tell the horse was out of his element and had no idea what was going on. "Hey, boy, easy now." Hunter took a slow step forward and stopped when the horse's eyes filled with panic. It took less than a second for everything he'd heard earlier over the phone to make sense. The horse reared and twisted against the rope before kicking the wooden gate. The metal pail hanging on the inside of the stall flipped as the horse swung its head from side to side. "Easy, boy." Hunter held a hand out in front of him, taking it nice and slow, not wanting to instill more fear in the horse. Several questions came to mind as he took in the sight before him, but right now, all that mattered was getting the horse settled in the stall so he could get a better look. "Careful, bro," William warned from Hunter's left side. "Trust me when I say that horse has a mouthful of teeth and isn't afraid to use them." William lifted the sleeve of his t-shirt and pointed out the bruise he'd acquired in his mid-afternoon fiasco with the horse while on the phone with Hunter. Hunter turned his attention back to the horse and tried his best to talk him down from the edge of panic-stricken fear. He had no idea of the horse's past, but he could only imagine it wasn't the best. "Did he say where he got the horse from?" William shook his head. "There wasn't time to ask questions. He headed out no sooner than I had a hold of the rope." Hunter gritted his teeth in frustration. "You have the guy's number, right?" "Yeah. Just say the word and I'll give him a call. I'll tell him to come get— No, he doesn't need to come get him." William tossed Hunter a look that told him he was crazy. But Hunter had his reasons for wanting the guy's number. He'd call him first thing in the morning and get the background information he needed. He had a feeling the guy was having second thoughts about the horse. Hunter's instinct told him they were looking at a case of abandonment, a drop and run without any intention of coming back for him. Hunter released the breath he'd been holding and grabbed the carrot sticks from William's hand. "It's worth a shot." He took a step closer, lining himself up along the edge of the stall. This time, he not only used his words, but the carrots to convince the horse he had nothing to fear. The horse's eyes focused on Hunter's hand, and he stepped back away from the gate. He jerked angrily against the taut rope as Hunter continued talking to him in a soothing whisper. "This isn't working, bro," William said from a few feet away, clearly misunderstanding the purpose of Hunter's approach. Hunter shot him a quick look that told him to give it just a minute. William glanced at the watch on his arm, but Hunter ignored him. 9 times out of 10, time was on Hunter's side. This horse just needed a few more minutes with Hunter to realize he wasn't in danger. The horse reared and kicked the stall door in a mad attempt to get Hunter away. Hunter stood his ground and kept his voice calm as he reassured the animal. "It's all right. Take it easy." Footfalls sounded outside the barn, gravel crunching as they made their way up to the barn's entrance. The horse spooked once again and pulled taut against the rope. He was so close to breaking through the barrier between him and the horse. He couldn't give up now. Hunter tried to avoid the person walking into the barn and tried even harder to keep his focus on the horse. But when he caught a glimpse of someone familiar from the corner of his eye, it was a done deal. He took a step back from the horse's stall and looked her way. The look of shock on her face resonated deep within him as he stared at her. His gaze met hers before her name left his lips. "Alyssa." Chapter 4. Alyssa had carried the groceries into the house when she got back to the ranch. William and his mother were in the living room, talking about the horse in the barn, when Alyssa handed him the bag of carrots. He'd thanked her for them at the same time his cell phone dinged with an incoming message. He had silently read the message right there in front of her before telling both Alyssa and Diane that he needed to check on the horse. He had thanked her once again for grabbing the carrots at the store as he made his way out the door. If Alyssa's curiosity hadn't gotten the best of her, she would have never ventured down to the barn. She would have never questioned if there was something she could do to help with the horse, and, to top it off, she wouldn't be standing face to face with Hunter Carlson, the man who left 3 years ago without so much as a goodbye, breaking her heart and taking it with him all at the same time. Hunter? His name came out more like a surprised question than a greeting. He was the last person she'd expected to find in the barn with William. She looked from Hunter to William, who was now leaning against a vacant stall and looking like he'd just been caught red-handed. "I should probably get back to the office and wrap things up before calling it a night," William said as he pushed off the stall door. He tossed Hunter a look and excused himself as he stepped by Alyssa. Alyssa's heart beat wildly as her mind raced. She was in fight-or-flight mode, and she would give anything to turn around and walk right out of the barn while pretending she hadn't seen a thing. But it was too late. "Alyssa, She raised a hand to cut him off. She didn't care to hear another word from him. The past was in the past, and he'd left her with no choice but to pick herself up and move forward the only way she knew how. "You should probably go in and see your parents." Porter and Diane lived for their children. It didn't matter how old their sons were, their world revolved around them. "I'll stay out here with the horse and head home after a bit." Hunter shook his head and stepped away from the stall. "I don't want you anywhere near this horse." She arched a brow at him, wondering who he thought he was to tell her what to do. She had spent most of her teenage years around horses, and if memory served her right, she'd trained horses right beside him. "Will isn't too sure what has happened with this horse," Hunter said. He removed his hat and ran a hand through his hair as he made his way toward her. "I just don't want anyone to get hurt until I have a better idea of what's going on with him." Alyssa's heart quickened as Hunter closed the distance between them. She had forced herself to forget him, to forget the way his blue eyes shined in the sunlight and the way his lips made her want to kiss him 1,000 times over again. "I can handle my own." She took a step back and crossed her arms in front of her. "I've been hurt before." Hunter stopped in his tracks and focused his gaze on her. He stood speechless for a moment, as though she had slapped him. "I know, and I'm sorry." The sincerity in his voice ricocheted through the silence between them as she did a double take. She willed herself not to allow his words to resonate with her. She had spent the last 3 years picking up the pieces of her broken heart, all while seeing subtle reminders of Hunter everywhere she went. A part of her felt foolish for sticking around once he left Pine Creek, but she couldn't just up and leave. Not like Hunter did. She was about to tell him a thing or two when footsteps broke the awkward silence hanging between them. "You know, I didn't believe William when he said you were here." Alyssa ripped her attention away from Hunter, leaving him standing there in the middle of the barn waiting for her to forgive him. It wouldn't be that easy. Alyssa turned to face the man who had become much like a father figure over the last 10 years. She bit back the emotion that was on the verge of spilling out of her and offered a soft smile. "I wouldn't have believed it either if I hadn't seen him for myself." With that, she offered Porter a quick side hug and a peck on the cheek before excusing herself out of the barn. She needed to get back inside and help Mama Carlson with supper. 1 more minute inside that barn would have caused her to do something foolish, like kiss and forgive the man she'd vowed to marry one day. 4-wheelers zoomed past her as the rest of the Carlson clan raced one another to the barn. The smiles and laughter each one shared expressed their excitement at seeing Hunter loud and clear. One of the twin brothers, Beckett, stopped next to her in the middle of the driveway leading to the main house. "Hop on, I'll give you a ride." His offer was genuine, much like she'd come to expect from the Carlson man. Each of the 6 brothers had their own way of being polite and a true gentleman, even Hunter. Or at least, she'd thought that at one time. "I'm fine," she said, politely declining his offer. "It's a nice evening for a short walk." She continued her walk to the main house as Beckett peeled off down the driveway toward the barn. Alyssa hoped that Diane wouldn't ask questions once she arrived inside. She didn't want to ruin Diane's surprise regarding Hunter's homecoming. As Alyssa walked up the front porch steps, she inhaled a deep breath and released it slowly. She needed to shake off the emotions seeing Hunter had unraveled before she stepped inside. "Ah, there you are," Diane called out from the kitchen counter. "I was beginning to wonder if I should send Porter down to the barn to check on you." Alyssa offered a half-smile as she kicked off her boots and shoved them to the side. "Actually, I just saw Porter a few minutes ago. He came to the barn to see the horse." Diane slipped an apron over her head and tisked, "Well, hopefully he doesn't forget that he's no longer a young man." Alyssa rounded the corner with a light chuckle as she stepped up behind Diane and helped her tie her strings. "I'm sure his boys will remind him before he tries something he'll regret." "One can only hope." Diane thanked her for tying the strings and got busy gathering ingredients for tonight's supper. "I've already made the apple pies for dessert, and I've started on the lasagna. I figured I'd go ahead and brown the meat while waiting for the noodles to boil. It's probably ready to drain the grease." Alyssa found her spot next to Diane and drained the hamburger in the strainer. She kept the hot water running to clear the drain as she poured the meat back into the pan and mixed it with sauce. "I've always enjoyed lasagna. It was one of my mother's favorite dishes." Diane offered her a sympathetic smile and nodded. "Mine, too. Aside from tacos, it's next in line as my all-time favorite comfort food." Diane pulled a glass pan from the cabinet and placed it on the counter next to them. "Well, I mean, ice cream still tops the list, of course." "Oh, for you and me both." Alyssa's mouth watered, thinking about adding a scoop of vanilla ice cream on top of a warm slice of apple pie. She walked over to the freezer and peeked inside. Sure enough, there was a gallon of vanilla ice cream waiting to be dished up. "You didn't think I'd forget the ice cream, did you?" Diane sauntered over to Alyssa's left side and wrapped an arm around her waist. "I know just what my kids like to eat around here." Nothing could ever compete with a mother's love. Even so, Alyssa was more than thankful God had led her to Pine Creek and into her grandfather's and the Carlsons' lives. The door swung open, and the stampede of Carlson brothers followed their father inside. Alyssa watched as each of them hung their cowboy hats on spare hooks and kicked their boots off onto the welcome mat. The amount of respect each of the Carlson men had for their home was admirable. Hunter was the last one inside. His intense gaze found Alyssa's. Her heart skipped a beat. For whatever reason, her heart was betraying her, while forgetting the amount of pain it had once endured. "Hey, Ma, you won't believe what the cat dragged in," one of the Carlson brothers called out from the other room. Diane tossed her head back and blew out a ragged breath. "Ah, if that cat brought another mouse in from the barn, I'm going to beat him into next week." The men shared a laugh as Hunter rounded the corner of the kitchen and met his mother halfway. Diane nearly fainted when she realized what her boys were talking about. Alyssa watched the look of relief turn quickly to emotional shock and disbelief on Diane's face. "Hunter James," Diane scolded. "What on heaven's earth are you—" Her words trailed off as she spun around to face Alyssa and the rest of the clan. Alyssa gently shook her head, not wanting to take blame for not telling Diane. That was all on Hunter. He was the one who'd chosen to stop at the barn before coming inside to see his parents first. "Oh, you all knew and didn't tell me." Diane held a trembling hand to her mouth as tears flooded her eyes. She reached out and placed her other hand on the side of Hunter's face in a motherly kind of way. What are you doing home? You didn't tell me that you were coming. Is everything all right?" Alyssa excused herself before stepping back into the kitchen. She didn't care to hear whether everything was okay with Hunter. It was no longer her business to care about him. No sooner had he left Pine Creek than she'd accepted the fact that he no longer cared about her. Chapter 5. Hunter accepted his mother's warm welcome home and promised her that everything was all right. He wouldn't go into too much detail tonight. He was eager to grab a bite to eat before taking a hot shower and heading off to bed. "This lasagna smells amazing, Ma." His mother swatted at him with oven mitts as he quickly scooped a large square onto his plate and shuffled out of the kitchen, swiping a piece of cheesy bread on his way to the table. "You can thank the both of us for that." His mother nodded toward Alyssa as she carried the pan of lasagna to the table. "If it weren't for Alyssa, I'm certain you boys would tire of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches." Hunter set his plate down and grabbed the lasagna from his mother. Then he put it in the center of the table. It wasn't his place to call his mother's bluff, and he certainly wasn't going to doubt Alyssa's cooking abilities either. He was already on Alyssa's bad side, not that he blamed her. But if she let him, he was willing to make up for what he'd done in the past. He picked up his plate as he scoured the dining room table for a vacant spot. He'd lost his original spot when he stood to help his mother place the lasagna on the table. Mark, one of the ranch hands, chuckled behind him. Hunter ignored the chair thief as he decided to take another spot. He stepped toward the last vacant chair and, as soon as he set his plate down on the table, realized who was sitting next to him. Alyssa's cheeks flushed pink as he scooted in next to her. "Is it okay if I sit here?" He might have broken her heart, but he still liked to think of himself as a gentleman. She offered him a mindless shrug, her eyes not once looking his way. Mark jabbed him in the side with an elbow and leaned in close. "You want to switch seats with me?" Hunter gritted his teeth as he stabbed his fork into his lasagna. He would rather deal with the awkwardness of his past mistakes than allow another man to sit next to Alyssa. It wouldn't take him long to eat anyway. He hoped to finish off at least a second helping of lasagna before heading to take a shower. "So, what brought you back home?" Hunter chewed his food slowly as he eyed his brother, Devin. They'd all had the chance to ask questions in the barn, but they didn't. Now they were gathered around the table in front of their parents and Alyssa, and they figured it was better now than later. He could make up something random, but he wasn't one to lie, especially not with his parents sitting right there with him. Thankfully, William piped up and spoke for him, completely changing the direction of conversation. "I don't care about why he's here. I'm just glad that he is. Have you seen that horse out there?" He hooked a thumb over his shoulder and shook his head. Hunter let out a light chuckle before taking another bite. His brothers discussed the horse's demeanor with the ranch hands and their father, while Hunter stayed quiet. He didn't feel like talking much tonight, and especially not when he was sitting so close to Alyssa. He couldn't even think straight. It took everything he had to calm his nerves and focus on eating instead of how mad she was at him. He could almost feel the heat radiating off her skin as he rested his arm down next to hers. "He'll come around," his father said from the head of the table. "I've seen horses like him before. It just takes a little time and quite a bit of patience." "Yeah, but who has time to train him?" Owen chimed in. Hunter looked over at his brother, Owen. "Me." Devin tossed his head back with a sarcastic laugh. "Yeah, right." Hunter narrowed his eyes at his brother, shooting him a warning look. "Who's to say you're sticking around this time?" Hunter dropped his fork on the plate and scrubbed his hands clean on a napkin before pushing his chair back from the table. Owen's eyes widened as Hunter stood. His brother more than likely thought he was going to wrestle him. Hunter would, if he had time, but after driving more than 15 hours in 2 days, he was spent. He wasn't going to waste what little energy he had left on fighting his brothers. "I'm going to head out to my truck and grab my stuff. Then I'm heading to my cabin for the night," he announced to everyone. "I'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a good night." He glanced at Alyssa when he said it, and a part of him regretted looking her way when she didn't meet his gaze with hers. Instead, she picked at her food with the tip of her fork while pretending he wasn't even there. "If you're still here in the morning," Owen called out behind Hunter as he made his way to the back door. He ignored his brother's last remark as he pushed open the screen door and stepped onto the back porch. Hunter inhaled a deep breath and slowly released it, allowing the tension to roll off his shoulders as he looked over the property. His presence over the last few years had been caught somewhere between hit and miss, but he'd done his best to visit when he could. That still didn't make up for all the time he'd missed with his family, and it certainly didn't count for anything when it came to making amends with Alyssa. He could count on one hand the number of times he'd been home since he left 3 years ago, and out of the times he'd visited, only one of those times had involved Alyssa. He'd be lying if he said he hadn't avoided her like the plague. If he were to be honest, he hadn't expected to see her when he arrived at the ranch tonight. For what it was worth, he'd thought she would have up and moved on with her own life by now. Grunting, he put on his cowboy hat and headed toward his truck. The barn was eerily quiet as he walked by. He hated to think about leaving that horse all alone for the night, but he disliked the thought of not showering and relaxing even more. Hunter opened the driver's side door and hesitated a moment before climbing into the truck. Glancing over his shoulder, he listened to the sounds of an evening winding down around him. Horses whinnied in stalls, and the cattle bellowed from surrounding pastures, while the family's dog, Blue, sprawled out in the cool breeze underneath the shade tree. He could very well check on the horse before calling it a night. It would only take a minute. There was no way the horse had changed his mind about Hunter in the time he'd been gone, so a quick check would be just fine. Blue's ears perked up as gravel crunched under Hunter's boots. He shifted under the shade tree, readying himself to follow Hunter. Hunter held up a hand and said, "Stay, Blue." The dog minded the command and rested his head against his front paws, keeping a watchful eye on Hunter as he made his way to the barn. The Blue heeler had aged quite a bit in the years Hunter had been gone, but that didn't stop him from wanting to ruffle up a few feathers and horses' tails. Hunter pushed past the barn door, careful not to make too sudden of a move. He didn't want to startle the horse in his attempt to check on him. He walked down the middle of the barn, thankful William had separated the other horses from the one they'd taken in. He'd call the owner first thing in the morning, and then follow up with a phone call to the vet. Hunter wanted to get his opinion on the horse, and if he thought it was, in fact, a true case of abandonment. He reached the horse's stall as the sound of footsteps and gravel crunching echoed through the barn. Turning his attention from the horse, who seemed undisturbed by his presence, Hunter greeted his brother. "Hey, William. I thought you were heading to your cabin for the night. I thought so too, but then I decided to check on him first." William made his way over to the stall and stood next to Hunter, but he still managed to keep his distance from the horse. Hunter glanced over his shoulder and back to William. "He doesn't seem to mind that I'm standing here. For now." William gave a light chuckle, but Hunter heard the worry in his brother's voice. "But hey, I didn't follow you out here to talk about the horse." Hunter gave his brother his full attention. Allowing the horse to get used to his presence without much force was a good place to start anyway. "Yeah? What's up?" William hooked a thumb over his shoulder and said, "You know they'll come around, right? They're just blowing off steam." Hunter thought about his other 4 brothers back at the house. "Yeah, I'm not too worried about them. I've got bigger fish to fry." That might be true, but they're still your brothers. We're still family, William noted. They might be a little defensive and a bit resentful of you for leaving like you did, but they still care about you. William was the oldest of the Carlson brothers, and because of that, he seemed to take on a second-in-charge mentality, but with a softer, more careful approach. He was the peacemaker of the bunch, and right now, Hunter would give anything to find a little peace from the uneasiness he felt. Just because I left doesn't mean I never cared about the ranch or my family, Hunter said, fighting the urge to include Alyssa as he rattled on. They see me as less than them for not sticking around. That's fine, that's on them. I didn't want to be stuck in this small town with nothing to show for it. Hunter caught his words a minute too late as he watched his brother wince. He didn't speak ill of anyone. That wasn't in his nature, but he wasn't going to stand around and allow his brothers to resent him for chasing his dreams. Well, I wouldn't go that far with it, William said a few beats later. Hunter would have taken the words back if he could, but much like the tube of toothpaste experiment his third-grade teacher acted out, once words were said, there was no way to get them back. We have a lot to show for, if you ask me, but that's neither here nor there. There's more to life than beating the clock and wearing gold buckles, Hunt. Hunter wanted to explain what he meant, but before he had a chance to say anything, William quickly added, I suppose I should get some things done before calling it a night. See you in the morning. Hunter wished the entire conversation would have gone any other way than it had. He hadn't meant for his words to come out like they did. He certainly hadn't meant to offend his brother. Hunter leaned against the stall door, surprised to feel a slight, warm nudge on his shoulder. He turned slowly and looked up at the horse, who'd wanted nothing to do with him a few hours ago. Well, would you look at that? Chapter 6. Alyssa focused on eating what remained on her plate, while the Carlson brothers carried on a heated conversation about Hunter's return. She did her best to stay out of it, knowing it wouldn't do any good to get involved in the family dynamics. Whether she felt they had a right to be upset with Hunter didn't matter, because at the end of the day, they each had their own opinion on their brother's homecoming. She could empathize with the brothers, while she kept up with her own facade. It's almost like he thinks we should all welcome him home with open arms, Owen said in between bites. His statement garnered a few nods from the others as Alyssa sat awkwardly quiet, waiting for everyone to finish eating so she could start helping Diane clean up and do the dishes. I just don't get it. You don't think he would have come back home if he hadn't been injured by that bull? Beckett's question was an honest one, but judging by the look on everyone's face, they hadn't expected it. Nope. Owen seemed dead set on holding a grudge against Hunter. He would have carried on just the same as the last 3 years. Silence fell around the table as everyone mulled over the thought of what might have been. Alyssa knew they were right, but that didn't leave her questioning how things might have been different. She'd spent days, if not months, wondering if Hunter would have a change of heart and come back home. Since the day he left, she had been torn between never wanting to see him again and hoping he'd change his mind. Now that he was here, she found the jury of how she truly felt was still out. Who's to say he won't just up and leave again? Devon shrugged, almost dismissing the question once he asked it. The others seemed to have already thought about it. I mean, he said it himself, didn't he? He wouldn't be tied down to this small town with nothing to show for it. I don't think we should hold that against him, Porter said, coming into the conversation a few minutes too late. Alyssa admired Porter's ability to sit back and analyze the situation before assuming. He was the prime example of what a father should be. He had every right to chase after his dreams. Before his sons could protest, Porter held up a hand and said, And that goes for each one of you as well. Don't think for 1 minute you're tied to this ranch for the rest of your lives. Your mother and I would be just fine on our own. We'd make ends meet one way or another." "That's beside the point," Owen said. He set his fork down and scrubbed his face with a napkin. "How so?" Porter's expression changed to something more concerning as Alyssa finished the last 2 bites of lasagna. She wanted so badly to excuse herself from the table and carry on with the evening chores, rounding up leftovers and clearing the table. A part of her felt guilty for having heard the conversation thus far, but at the same time, she almost wanted to defend Hunter in his absence. He might have left to chase after his dreams, leaving everyone behind, but that didn't give them a reason to resent him. From the look on Diane's face, she was over the conversation. It didn't take long before she pushed her chair back from the table and stood. "How about we save this conversation for another time, when he can defend himself? I'm going to start cleaning up the kitchen, if everyone's done eating now." Without argument, the brothers finished eating in disgruntled silence and helped clear the table when they were done. Alyssa glanced over at Porter, who seemed to be lost in thought. He focused on her and offered a soft smile. She excused herself from the table and followed Diane to the kitchen. With an end to the bickering, the dining room's tension should have dissipated, but unfortunately the brothers were still stewing over words unspoken. "Would you mind making a plate for Hunter, Liz?" Diane handed her a plate from the dish strainer. "He didn't eat much before taking off. I want to make sure he doesn't go to bed on an empty stomach." Diane's unconditional love for her boys was admirable. Alyssa smiled with a nod as she accepted the plate and made her way back to the table, where a half-eaten pan of lasagna sat untouched. She scooped 2 slices onto the plate and smiled when Diane thanked her from the kitchen. "Even after all these years and leaving us behind, he still gets babied." Devon's snippy remark hadn't fallen on deaf ears. Porter acknowledged it with a stern look, warning his son to pipe down. "If I didn't know any better, Dev, I'd think you're a little jealous." Beckett tossed a dirty napkin across the table at his brother. Alyssa took the plate of food back to the kitchen, dodging the crossfire as she clung tightly to the plate. "Far from it." If Alyssa wasn't mistaken, it almost sounded as though Devon puffed in response to Beckett calling him out. She walked into the kitchen and set the plate on the counter. Exchanging a look with Diane, she reached for the tinfoil and shook her head. "I suppose boys will be boys. There's always been a fair amount of competition between the 6 of them." Diane shifted gears from paying attention to her sons and asked, "Have you met the horse Hunter will be working with?" "I caught a quick look at him when I was in the barn," she admitted. Thanks to Hunter, she couldn't get a better look like she wanted. "I think Hunter will have his hands full with that one," Diane stated matter-of-factly. "If what William says is true, that horse is going to take a lot of work and patience." Alyssa couldn't agree more. She'd spent time training horses alongside Hunter before he left for the rodeo, but she had yet to see a horse react the way this one had. "What do you think about helping him out?" Diane's question pulled Alyssa from her thoughts of when things had been simpler. "Help him?" She nearly stammered over the words, trying her best not to give Diane any more ideas. "I don't think he'll need my help." Diane raised a brow. "What makes you think that?" Diane patted her arm and smiled, then said, "How about tomorrow you take a day off from helping me around the house and see if there's anything Hunter needs help with?" Alyssa wanted to tell Diane that it wasn't like the old days. Things weren't the same as they were before Hunter left. She swallowed hard at the thought of confronting Hunter again. He'd already told her to stay clear of the horse. What would he say if she offered to help? Even if he did need her help with the horse, like Diane suggested he might, who was to say he would want it? Chapter 7 Leaving the horse for the night, Hunter walked out of the barn and closed the door behind him. He'd spent the last hour leaning against the stall door, letting the horse get used to his presence. He knew better than to rush things, and he wasn't going to take the horse's change of heart for granted. The horse was, if anything, unpredictable. The progress they made tonight could very well change by morning. "Hunter, wait!" A familiar voice called out to him from somewhere in the distance. He stopped short of his truck and turned around. Alyssa jogged toward him with a foil-wrapped plate in her hands. "Diane thought you might be hungry, since you skipped out on supper." She came to a stop next to him, breathing heavily as she extended the plate out in front of her. "Here you go." The thought of politely turning it down crossed his mind, but his stomach grumbled in protest. "Thanks." An awkward silence fell around them as he peeled back the foil and peeked inside. His mother's lasagna had always been his favorite. It was just too bad that he hadn't been able to thoroughly enjoy it right out of the oven. He could thank his brothers for that. "I suppose I should get home." Alyssa clapped her hands against her outer thighs. "Diane asked me to bring you food, so I should probably let you be so you can eat it." Did things have to be so strained between them? He mentally kicked himself. He only had himself to blame. And the standoff in the barn earlier hadn't helped matters either. Alyssa turned and headed back in the direction she'd come from. "Did you eat?" he called after her, silently willing her to stick around for another minute or two. She stopped and turned back to face him. "Yeah." Of course. What had he expected her to do? To not eat just because he chose not to stick around? A familiar look crossed her face. He'd know that expression from anywhere. Something was bothering her. "What's wrong?" Alyssa brushed it off with a wave of her hand. "Nothing. It's been a long day. I should really get going." She turned on the heel of her cowgirl boots, but he couldn't let her walk away without finding out what was bothering her. "Liz," he called out. He took a step toward her and carefully grabbed her arm. A shot of electricity zapped his fingers as she jerked back, freeing herself from his grasp. He righted himself and quickly apologized. Things weren't how they used to be. He had no right to reach for her, or to make her stay and talk to him. "Sorry. You just look upset about something, that's all. And I want to know why." She glanced up at him, meeting his gaze with her own. He searched for an answer, praying she would open up to him. She didn't owe him anything, he knew that. But if something happened at the dinner table tonight, he wanted to know. She let out a heavy sigh and nervously brushed back a strand of loose brown hair from the side of her face. "I really don't want to get caught in the middle of you and your family." "What are you talking about?" Curiosity killed the cat, or so the saying went, but right then, Hunter didn't care about all of that. He wanted to know what happened at that table when he left. "I'd never ask you to do something like that." Alyssa fiddled with her flannel shirt. "It's just—" She paused, giving herself a chance to measure her words carefully. "It's really no big deal. I know they're just blowing off steam, but I can't help but feel like I should have said something." "You don't owe me that kind of grace, Liz." He meant it. He'd hurt her, as well as the rest of the family, by leaving. He didn't want anyone making excuses for him, especially not Alyssa. God knows they've got big mouths, but they've got a right to say whatever it is they said. Alyssa's gaze met his again. He wanted nothing more than to make everything right between them. He never wanted to hurt her when he left. If he had known that he would be carried away by his dreams and an abundance of selfishness, he would have tried his best to keep his distance from her, for both of their sakes. Hunter waited for her to say something, anything, as his stomach grumbled once more. "You're hungry," Alyssa said. "You should go eat. I'll see you tomorrow." He couldn't say anything to make her stay this time as she turned and walked off. She'd made it a point that she wasn't comfortable with talking about what happened in Hunter's absence at supper time. He knew it had everything to do with how upset his brothers were with him and his return home, which made sense as to why William had ventured into the barn and said what he did. Instead of worrying about something out of his control, like his brothers' opinions of him, he should have spent the last few minutes making amends. He shouldn't have wasted that time being more concerned with what she'd witnessed at the table. Hunter climbed into his truck and hesitated a moment before turning the key in the ignition. Coming home hadn't been his first choice, and judging by the way the others acted, they knew it. What they failed to realize was the fact that he settled on returning to the ranch in search of comfort and security, something he missed while on the road, instead of carrying on in his selfish ways. Shifting the truck into drive, Hunter guided it down the driveway until he spotted Alyssa. He thought about leaving well enough alone and leaving her be, but he couldn't drive past without offering her a ride home. He might have been a jerk at one time, unintentionally breaking her heart to be set free of responsibility and commitment at the ranch, but he still liked to think of himself as a gentleman. Hunter rolled down the window and slowed the truck to match Alyssa's pace. "Would you like a ride?" Without missing a step, Alyssa politely refused his offer and kept her eyes focused on the path in front of her. "Look, I'm heading that way anyway. I can drop you off at your place before taking a left to mine." She paused, and he gave her a moment to consider it. Her place wasn't too far from the back end of the property. Technically, it sat right on the property line, surrounded by evergreen trees and the rest of the cabins, one of which belonged to Hunter. She tossed him a side eye. He shifted the truck into park and cleared the front seat, tossing his belongings to the back and making room for her to climb in next to him. When she didn't budge, he stepped out of the truck and showcased the space they'd have between them if she took him up on his offer. "You're not going to take no for an answer, are you?" Alyssa rolled her eyes, but there was no sign of malice in her reaction. "I suppose I could, but what's so wrong with me being nice?" Hunter grinned as she shook her head. This was something she wasn't going to win. "I'd hate for you to twist an ankle in one of these potholes or something." Alyssa placed her hands over her heart and feigned a swoon. "Ah, how sweet of you." Hunter matched her step for step around the truck. He opened the door for her and offered a hand. "I can be sweet every now and then." Alyssa stepped onto the running board and slid into the passenger seat before Hunter closed the door. He'd expected a sarcastic response about him being sweet, but then again, the silence was its own response. Alyssa's silence told him everything he needed to know. He had his work cut out for him if he ever wanted her to think of him as sweet again. Chapter 8. What made you come home? She couldn't not ask the question that so desperately begged for an answer. She'd heard Beckett mention an injury at the dinner table, and maybe that's all there was to Hunter returning home. She hated to think that getting hurt had been his only reason. Maybe she was foolish for thinking there was a possibility Hunter got homesick, and maybe he finally realized home was right where he needed to be. Hunter took a quick look at her, more focused on driving than answering her question. She fidgeted with the string on her flannel. Maybe she shouldn't have asked. Maybe she should have sat quietly in the passenger seat of his fancy truck without expecting anything but a ride home. It was obvious that he wasn't willing to talk much once there was a deafening silence that managed to press its way between them shortly after she decided to accept his offer. Why did it have to be so awkward between them? Did it really have to be this way? Her mind said yes, but her heart told her the complete opposite. I failed. Those 2 words dripped heavily in defeat. Alyssa's heart sank. I'm sorry. Don't be. He glanced over at her and shrugged. It's my own fault. Alyssa released the frayed string and placed her hand on his arm, but quickly pulled it back, not wanting to make things more awkward than they already were between them. She needed to keep her feelings and emotions out of it. I'm sure whatever happened wasn't your fault. She wasn't quite sure how to comfort a man who'd broken her heart, but she had to at least try. She'd grown over the last 3 years in his absence. She had slowly learned to let go of things she couldn't control, and one of those things included whether or not people decided to stay in her life. I could blame the bull, but that's not what I'm going to do. Hunter shrugged. None of this would have happened if I hadn't been so set on proving everyone wrong. Alyssa bit her lip. She didn't know what Hunter had gone through while away from the ranch, though she had a pretty good idea when it involved being injured. She cringed at the thought of a 2,000-pound bull stomping wildly around the arena and successfully bucking Hunter off its back. Hunter pulled the truck into the driveway nestled beside her house and shifted into park. She could either thank him for the ride and go inside, or she could try to get him to open up. Of course, there was a battle between her heart and her mind. Neither could ever want the same thing. The ranch-style house was dark, void of any movement, reminding her that she was alone for the night once she climbed out of Hunter's truck and headed inside. Things would have been a lot different if I had put more thought into what I was doing. Hunter swiped off his cowboy hat and set it on the seat between them. He combed a hand through his blonde hair and grunted. But I'm sure you've heard plenty about that. Alyssa straightened in the seat. If he was referring to the way his brothers talked in his absence, then he wasn't wrong in the assumption. They had talked loudly amongst themselves when Hunter first left the ranch, but the talking had slowly faded into hushed whispers as more time had passed. I know I hurt a lot of people when I left. Hunter shifted in his seat and reached for his cowboy hat. Alyssa tensed as his hand brushed hers, causing a tingling sensation to flow through her. She released a slow, steady breath when he grabbed his hat and positioned it in his lap. But I never thought my family would turn against me. His words hit her like a ton of bricks. Is that really what he thought they did? Did he think his family turned against him? Sure, they were upset with the choices he'd made, but she wouldn't go so far as saying they turned against him. I suppose I'll quit rambling on about nonsense and let you get inside. I have a few things to finish up around the cabin before I call it a night anyway. He cleared his throat and reached for the door handle. Alyssa shifted in her seat, knowing this was the end of their conversation. He was already out of the truck and making his way around to her before she had a chance to tell him that she wasn't in a rush to go inside. The house was empty without her grandfather. That was one thing she couldn't quite get used to, and she wasn't sure if she ever would. The empty house resembled the hole in her heart, while serving as a reminder that she was alone in this big world. Her door opened, and Hunter held out a hand. Watch your step. Looks are a bit deceiving when it comes to how close the ground is. She placed her hand in his, thankful to have something to steady her. The last thing she wanted was to fall flat on her face. It was bad enough that her heart seemed not to get the memo about not falling as it skipped beats at the mere realization of his hand touching hers. Thank you. She brushed a hand over her flannel shirt, straightening an invisible wrinkle or two to distract herself from getting lost in the familiar scent of his cologne. He was standing close enough. She could almost guarantee that he could hear her heart beating wildly in her chest. When he didn't say anything, she looked up and met his gaze. His soft blue eyes filled with something she couldn't quite define. Regret? concern. Something she wasn't familiar with when it came to Hunter. Unsure if she should step away and break whatever seemed about to transpire between them in that moment, Alyssa froze. She waited for him to say or do something, and that alone should have scared her, but it didn't. There was nothing about Hunter Carlson that scared her, not even the fact that he could break her heart all over again if she let him. Chapter 9. The next morning, Hunter was up before the crack of dawn. He hadn't slept more than a blink or two throughout the night. Thoughts of regret and what he was going to do next kept him tossing and turning into the early morning hours. There was so much he wanted to tell her last night, starting with how much he regretted leaving the ranch. Not only that, but the fact that leaving her was his biggest regret. Never in the 3 years he was gone had he once thought about how his impulsive decisions would impact those who meant the most to him. Until now. He grabbed his clothes from the floor and stumbled his way to the bathroom. He hopped into the shower, but quickly realized it wasn't going to wake him up. He would need to drink an entire pot of coffee if he wanted to get anything accomplished today. After climbing into his jeans, Hunter tightened his belt. He studied the golden buckle, outlining the success he'd achieved in his short career as a bull rider. It was something he thought he'd do until the day he died. Boy, had he been wrong about that. He threw on his shirt, fastening the buttons on his way to the kitchen. He had a good hour or so on everyone else at the ranch. He could manage a pot of coffee and maybe a bite to eat before heading out to the stables. Hunter rummaged through the cupboards in search of coffee. Surely they had to keep it stocked for overnight guests, right? Who wouldn't need coffee in the morning? Not him. He looked forward to his morning cup of sanity before he was confident enough to tackle the day's tasks. Come on, he groaned, realizing he'd been wrong for wishful thinking. A slight knock, followed by heavy footsteps, echoed in the entryway behind him. He turned to face the intruder head-on, grabbing the only thing in reach to defend himself. Easy, killer. William held up his hands. Hunter blew out a heavy breath and shook his head. With the threat diminished, he set the empty coffee mug back on the counter and combed a hand through his hair. Late night? Hunter leaned against the counter, crossing his arms in front of him. Do you always just walk into people's houses without knocking? I knocked, William said, then quickly added, You just didn't hear me. Hunter blew out a frustrated breath. He held up the mug he'd planned to use for defense and said, Well, I'd offer you a cup of coffee, but it seems like that's not a staple around here anymore. A low chuckle rumbled out of William, and he took a few solid steps into the kitchen. There's no sense in keeping the cupboard stocked when no one's living here. Hunter pushed himself off the edge of the counter and made his way over to the back door. I guess you have a point there. He lifted his cowboy boots from the runner and gave them a shake, allowing the dirt and leaves to tumble to the rug instead of tracking them through the house. He sat on the edge of the bench and looked over at William. Are you always up this early and breaking into houses? William laughed. No, not always. But I wanted to get a head start on today's chores before I settle in with this quarter's budget. Hunter didn't envy his brother's job at the ranch. The last thing he'd want to do was figure out the money situation while making sure everyone received a paycheck. Math and numbers had never been Hunter's strong suit. His parents and former teachers could vouch for that. Hunter stood from the bench and grabbed his jacket. Mornings in North Dakota were a bit chillier than those he'd experienced in Texas. I need to find myself some coffee before I do anything on my to-do list. William followed him out onto the porch of his cabin and closed the door behind him. I'm sure you'll find some at the house. I think I saw a light on when I drove by on my way here. His brother still hadn't told him what he was there for, but Hunter figured it didn't matter too much now. They would spend the morning together over coffee, and hopefully, by the time he got a couple of cups in him, he'd be ready to start the day. Hunter called out to William when he reached his truck. "Are we meeting at the house, then?" William nodded and climbed into his old, black Dodge Ram. Hunter wanted to tell his brother it was about time he traded that old thing off and got something better. Knowing his brother, the keeper of the ranch's finances, he would find a reason to argue over the truck's worth and how it wouldn't make sense to spend unnecessary money. Hunter grinned at the thought as he climbed into his cherry apple red Chevy Silverado. Money couldn't buy happiness, but it bought him a truck. He might not have needed it at the time, but he liked it, and that's all that mattered. At the house, Hunter and William joined Porter at the table over coffee, while Diane carried on with her morning routine. "What are your plans for today, sons?" William rattled off a list of things he needed to look over in the office. Something about the books and making sure a check had been written to JD's Feed and Seed. When William finished talking, Porter took a drink from his cup and set it down in front of him before looking over at Hunter. "I have some calls to make about that horse," Hunter said. Realizing he didn't know where that paper with the phone number on it was, he asked William, "Do you still have that guy's number?" William reached into the front pocket of his flannel shirt and dug out a folded piece of paper. He held it up with a smirk and said, "Are you ready to call it a loss?" Porter flipped a page in the newspaper and shook his head. "If there's anyone who's going to give up on that horse, it won't be Hunter." Hunter appreciated his father's faith in him. It hadn't always been like that between them, but thankfully their relationship had grown stronger through the years. "Well, I won't feel bad for admitting that I bit off more than I can chew with that one," William said. He took a drink of coffee and held up the cup with a slight grin. "But more power to you. That horse is going to give us a run for our money." Hunter wasn't sure what kind of money they would receive if it ended up the horse was abandoned, but he couldn't worry about that right now. He needed to call the owner and then follow up with Elijah Scott. The town vet would have a better idea of what they're looking at, and he could provide a statement in Hunter's favor if it came down to legalities. William slid the paper across the table. Hunter grabbed it and tucked it into his front pocket. "I guess we'll just have to take it one day at a time. I'll give the owner a call and see if I can get any information on him. Maybe then I'll have some answers and I can figure out what I'm doing next." Hunter finished his second cup of coffee and stood. He grabbed his hat from the back of the wooden chair. "I suppose I should probably get out there and get some work done." William scooted his chair back from the table. "I should get going, too. I've got a few things to look over before I head into town and pay the tab at the feed store." Hunter set his cup in the sink and nodded toward his father. "Let me know if there's anything you need from me. Otherwise, I'll see you at breakfast." Porter folded the newspaper and laid it down next to him. "There is one thing I want to talk to you about." Hunter stepped away from the door and walked back to the dining room. If his father wanted to talk to him, he was all ears. He swiped off his hat and pulled out the chair he'd recently pushed in. Once he sat down, he asked, "What's up, Pops?" Porter leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "I know things haven't been easy, and I know it's going to get rough before it gets better for you around here. But I'm glad you're home, son." Hunter took his father's words to heart. "Thanks. I'd say it feels good to be home, but I'm struggling." "Give it time, son," Porter interrupted. "Nothing worth having ever comes easy, but I'm certain that you're going to do just fine around here." Hunter nodded. He admired his father, even through his younger years when they hadn't always seen eye to eye. His father's words might have been just what he needed to hear. "Thanks, Pops." Porter stood from his spot at the table and walked toward Hunter. He patted him on the shoulder and gave it a firm squeeze. "Let me know if there's anything this old man can do to help out with that horse." Hunter clapped his hand over his father's and said, "I think I'll be fine, but I'll keep that in mind." Hunter walked to the door and stopped for a moment, before turning back to face his father. He pressed his cowboy hat into his chest. Emotions were getting the best of him, especially now that he realized his father wasn't getting any younger. 3 years might not have seemed that long, but it had been enough time to change things around the ranch. Chapter 10. Alyssa prepared herself for the day ahead. She'd fueled up on enough coffee to kickstart a horse, but it was necessary after the long night she'd spent tossing and turning. For whatever reason, she couldn't shake the look in Hunter's eyes last night. The thought of him feeling so much regret and being haunted by his decision to leave the ranch didn't sit well with her. She wanted to hate him, but after being so close to him, breathing in the familiar scent of his cologne, she found it nearly impossible to stop old feelings from rushing back. What was she supposed to do now? "Good morning," Diane called out from the kitchen. Between flipping pancakes and stirring the scrambled eggs in the skillet, she had her hands full. Alyssa rounded the corner and stepped into the kitchen, ready to help Diane with one or the other. Diane glanced over her shoulder and tisked, "I know you're not here to work around the house." Alyssa stopped in her tracks and hid a sheepish grin. She wanted to bypass Diane's idea of helping Hunter with the horse. She wanted to focus on other things besides Hunter. She needed a distraction, and there wasn't one better than working around the house. "You just missed him," Diane said. "He was here with William, filling up on coffee with Porter." Alyssa slid her way into the kitchen, doing her best to politely ignore Diane. Diane's suggestion yesterday wasn't a good one. Diane turned to face Alyssa. Alyssa smiled sheepishly as Diane studied her from across the room. Diane held up the spatula and smiled. "I know what you're doing, and it's not going to work." Alyssa placed a hand on her chest, feigning innocence. "What am I doing?" Diane tisked again and flipped 2 pancakes at once. "You two have a lot of catching up to do, and you and I both know that horse is going to need a lot of training." "That Hunter can handle," Alyssa interjected. "I'm okay with staying out of his way." Diane shot a look over her shoulder, and Alyssa shrugged. She wasn't interested in getting too close to Hunter. Last night had been a painful reminder of what used to be, and what might have been. "Here you go." Diane stacked pancakes onto 2 plates and surrounded them with scrambled eggs and bacon. She handed the plates and the maple syrup to Alyssa, leaving her with no choice but to take them. "Go ahead and take a plate to Hunter. Enjoy eating breakfast with him." Diane winked with a smile and shooed her out of the kitchen before Alyssa even had a chance to list off all the reasons this was a bad idea. Alyssa circled back to the kitchen and promised Diane she wasn't stalling. She walked to the fridge and grabbed the carrots she'd purchased the night before. With a smile, she held them up as evidence before quickly stashing them into the side pocket of her jacket. Diane returned her smile and said, "Good idea not to forget those." Upon reaching the barn, she took a deep breath, releasing it slowly, before pushing her way through the door. She didn't know what his reaction would be when he saw her, but she had a pretty good idea he wouldn't be too happy about it. She balanced the plates cautiously as she followed the sound of Hunter's voice. She rounded the corner and nearly slammed right into him. A look of surprise crossed his face as he fumbled with the phone in his hand and tried his best to right her balance. "What are you doing?" Alyssa took a step back, prepared for the reaction he'd given her. "Well, good morning to you, too." He pocketed his phone and flashed an apologetic smile. "Good morning," he said, in a softer tone this time. "Sorry, I was just getting ready to call the owner of this horse." Alyssa held up the plate of food she'd brought for him. "Would you like to eat breakfast first? Before it gets cold." His annoyed expression eased at the sight of food. Alyssa offered the plate to him and searched for a place to sit and eat. She decided the makeshift table would work, and Hunter followed her lead. He set his plate down across from hers and grabbed 2 folding chairs from the small stall-turned-office. She waited as Hunter unfolded the chairs and placed them at the table. "Thank you." "You're welcome." For whatever reason unknown to Alyssa, he seemed a little too frustrated. Was he frustrated with her? Maybe. "What are you planning to say to the owner if he answers?" She hated that there was a possibility the owner had abandoned the horse, but the odds weren't looking good. Hunter scooped a forkful of scrambled eggs into his mouth and shrugged. "I'm not sure yet. I guess I'll ask him straight up if he abandoned the horse or not." Alyssa took a couple of bites, pondering how well that conversation would play out. If she had to guess, it wouldn't end well. They finished eating their breakfast in silence, mainly because Hunter wasn't much for talking, and Alyssa didn't want to annoy him. There had been a shift from how they ended things the night before. It was palpable in the space between them. She thought about the conversation they'd had. She didn't think they'd ended the night on bad terms, but then again, she'd been wrong before. "I plan to have Elijah come out and take a look either way," Hunter said, breaking the silent tension between them. He finished the last of his breakfast and motioned to her plate. "Are you done?" Alyssa quickly nodded and stacked her plate on top of his. She stood in a rush as she grabbed them from Hunter. "I'll take them back to the house." Hunter shook his head and set the dirty plates down next to them on the table. "No, I can take them later when I head that way. I want you here as a witness when I make this call." Alyssa slid back into the chair and rested her arms on the table. "Do you think the conversation will go that way?" Hunter dug the phone out of his pocket. "Never know. I've never heard of this guy before, and William says he rushed off no sooner than the horse was out of the trailer." Alyssa had heard that too. She couldn't wrap her head around what kind of owner would drop and go, especially one who cared about their horse. She imagined the guy would have looked around, making sure the place felt right, or at least that's what she would have done anyway. She waited in silence as Hunter dialed the guy's number. After a second, Hunter clicked the speakerphone button and held the phone out in front of them. "The number you wish to call is no longer in service. If you feel you've reached this record—" Hunter clicked the button and ended the call. "Well, that explains that." Alyssa studied the number on the paper in front of them. Maybe William wrote it down wrong? She picked up the paper and looked closely at each digit. Maybe this is a 3 instead of an 8. Hunter leaned in as she held the paper and pointed. It might have been wishful thinking, but she wanted him to try calling that number instead. Ringing on the other end of the line relieved Alyssa's worry. That's all it was, a mix-up in the digits. A woman answered, and Hunter shot a look at Alyssa. With a raised brow, he asked, "Hi, is this the Keith residence?" Alyssa held up her hands and crossed her fingers, hopeful they'd reached the owner. "No, I'm sorry. You've reached the wrong number." "Okay, sorry about that," Hunter said. Defeat and disappointment crossed his face as he hung up. He let out a heavy sigh and looked at Alyssa. She slowly dropped her hands and folded them in front of her. "So much for wishful thinking." Alyssa's heart sank. Something didn't feel right. She studied the number, silently praying something would jump out at her, but the rest of the numbers were written clearly and couldn't be mistaken. Now what? She wanted to find a resolution to their worries. Even more, she wanted to remain optimistic, but the more time passed, the less chance they had of finding the owner. Chapter 11. Hunter scrubbed a hand over his face. Frustration boiled inside of him at the reality of their situation. On to Plan B. Alyssa sat quietly across from him. He hadn't meant to snip at her earlier. He had let his frustrations get the best of him when it came to finding out information. He was in the dark regarding this horse, and he didn't like it. "I'm going to call Elijah and see if he can come out," Hunter said. He stood, sliding the chair back away from the table. "I'll be right back." He made his way outside, away from the whinnying and banging of empty pails coming from the horse's stall. Once he was far enough away, he dialed the vet's number and waited for him to answer. Thankfully, Elijah answered on the third ring. Hunter gave the vet a rundown of the situation. He was unsure what his next steps were, but he hoped the vet would offer some advice. Cases of horse abandonment weren't common around Pine Creek, but if anyone knew what to do, Hunter had faith in Elijah. After a few minutes, Elijah agreed to come to the ranch as soon as he finished up with his current client. Instead of giving Hunter an exact time, he gave him a rough estimate, anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. Hunter thanked him and ended the call. He shoved his phone back in his pocket and turned back toward the barn. He could work with half an hour to an hour. That would give him time to finish up with morning chores and feeding the horses. His train of thought derailed when he heard a loud bang followed by a shriek. He didn't have time to think before running straight into the barn. Alyssa leaned against the stall door, a look of panic in her eyes. Hunter rushed to her side, careful not to further spook the horse. "Are you all right? What happened?" Hunter reached out to Alyssa and pulled her away from the stall door. He looked her up and down, assessing her for any sign of injury. "I'm fine, Hunter. The horse just reared when I offered him a carrot." "I thought I told you to stay away from him, Liz." "I'm capable of handling a horse on my own." She narrowed her eyes at him, but he didn't care. "Not this one," Hunter said. She might have thought she could do anything she wanted with this horse, but that wasn't the case. "He's unpredictable. I don't need anyone getting hurt while I figure him out." Alyssa took a step back, shrugging out of the hold he had on each arm. "I told you I'm fine." Hunter did his best to hide his frustration. He'd told her not to go near the horse. Thankfully, nothing serious had happened, and she wasn't hurt. He took a step toward the stall door and looked in at the horse. The progress he'd made last night was officially wasted. "Easy, boy. It's all right. No one's gonna hurt you." "I wasn't hurting him." Alyssa crossed her arms over her chest. "I know what I'm doing when it comes to horses, in case you forgot." Hunter hadn't forgotten. Not at all. He could recall the days they'd spent together working alongside one another with each horse at the ranch. "It's not that I think you can't handle it. It's just that—" "You think I'm not good enough," Alyssa cut him off. He turned to face her. "Not at all." Alyssa uncrossed her arms and took a step back. "I knew this was a bad idea. I shouldn't have agreed to help you." Hunter opened his mouth, but quickly closed it. The last thing he wanted was for her to regret coming to the barn. Everything just happened too fast, and he'd thought she'd gotten hurt. He raised a brow. She said she'd agreed to help him. What did that mean? "Who asked you to help me?" If his brothers had put her up to it, then that only confirmed they didn't trust him to take responsibility for the horse. "Help me with the horse?" Alyssa shrugged. Her hesitance told him everything he needed to know. "I don't need help with the horse, Liz." "Trust me," Alyssa said. "It wasn't my idea. Diane's the one who suggested it." Hunter took a step back and thought about what she said. "My mom." Alyssa pointed at the stack of plates on the table where they'd finished eating breakfast together. "Who do you think sent me here?" Hunter swiped his cowboy hat off and ran a hand through his hair. He hadn't given it a thought when she came in there with the food. He figured she was being nice and offering him a chance to catch breakfast. He took a step toward her, hoping to settle the friction between them. "I should have known," he said with a light chuckle. Alyssa kept her stance. By the look on her face, she wasn't willing to let this go so easily. I thought maybe my brothers had something to do with it. I'm sorry." Why was he even bringing his brothers into this? And his mother? Of course it made sense that she would try to get the two of them working together again, but none of that mattered right now. What mattered was the fact that Alyssa could have been seriously injured. He didn't want to think about what might have happened if she'd been any closer to the horse. "I'm sorry." Hunter apologized once again. He clenched his hat at his side. He didn't want to have this argument with Alyssa. It was silly. "I just thought you got hurt. It scared me." Alyssa relaxed her arms, dropping them to her side. "It scared me too." "I'm glad nothing happened," Hunter admitted. "I don't want anyone to get hurt by a horse I'm fighting to keep. I would never forgive myself." Alyssa nodded, but remained quiet. What she was thinking, Hunter couldn't tell. "Elijah will be here soon," Hunter said. He hooked a thumb over his shoulder. "I've got to try and get this horse back on our good side before he shows up." "Is there anything I can do?" Hunter paused. There were a few things he could use help with, but how did he go about asking when he just told her that he didn't need help? The clashing of plates pulled him out of his thoughts. Alyssa gathered the plates and said, "I'll take these back to the house." She turned on her heel and headed for the exit. Hunter swallowed his pride and called out to her, "Liz, wait." She stopped near the door and turned to face him. A look of uncertainty filled her eyes. He didn't like how he'd treated her. He hadn't been upset with her. If anything, he was annoyed with himself and the situation he'd gotten himself into. "If you want to help, that's fine." "Are you sure?" Alyssa hadn't moved a foot since he called out to her. "I'm sure I can find something to do around the house without Diane seeing me." Hunter grinned. "Good luck with that. She sees everything." Alyssa offered a soft shrug. "It's up to you." He grabbed gloves from the table and held them out to her. "If you'd like to help me with the horse, it's probably best to wear these." Alyssa set the plates down and walked toward him. She accepted the worn gloves and slid her hands into them. He trusted her when it came to horses. If there was anyone on the ranch who could help settle a horse alongside him, he would choose Alyssa, time and time again. "Do you still have the carrots?" He smiled when she pulled the package from her pocket. "Good. Let's get started." They didn't have much time to waste. The vet would be there soon, and Hunter wanted a head start toward getting on the horse's good side again. He wanted Elijah to look the horse over, checking him for malnourishment and other hidden signs of neglect. The horse's temperament with people already told him a few things about his recent history, but Hunter needed to know more. Hunter steadied himself against the stall door and motioned for Alyssa to join him. She handed him a few carrots, but he wanted her to be the one offering them. Once she was nestled close to his side, Hunter gently coaxed the horse over to them, while Alyssa held out a few carrots in the palm of her hand. It was all about patience, and if Hunter were to be honest, today might have been the wrong day for that. But if they didn't start now, they wouldn't get anywhere, and the horse would be forever afraid of them without learning to trust them. Chapter 12. Alyssa wanted to tell Hunter that she could sense his impatience, and if she could, then the horse could as well. But instead of telling him something he already knew, she continued doing what she was doing. The horse approached the stall door, his eyes focused on Alyssa and what she had to offer. He had to love carrots. She didn't know a horse that didn't like them. "Easy boy," she whispered. She smiled at Hunter when the horse took a carrot and chomped on it. Hunter returned her smile with a nod. "That's it. Good boy." Alyssa slowly retracted her hand and reached into her pocket to retrieve another handful of carrots. She was careful not to make any sudden moves. She wouldn't make the same mistake twice. "He really likes carrots," she whispered. Hunter carefully extended his arm over the stall door and brushed a hand down the horse's neck. If Alyssa didn't know any better, she'd like to believe they were making good progress in a short amount of time. "Go ahead and step back," Hunter said. He took a slow step back, and Alyssa followed his lead. "I'm going to open the door and step in there with him." Alyssa's eyes widened. "I don't know if that's a good idea." The horse's halter was secured in place, something Hunter could hang on to while hooking up, but that didn't calm her worries. Instead of questioning his next move, she stepped to the side and prepared to jump in and help if things went awry. Hunter eased himself into the stall, keeping his back to the stall's exit. Alyssa stood behind him, ready for the horse to react. She held her breath as Hunter reached out and grabbed the halter with one hand and gently stroked the horse with the other. Alyssa slowly released her grip on the stall door and opened it to assist Hunter's exit with the horse. "Easy now." Hunter coaxed the horse with each step. "That's it. Almost there." Relief flooded through Alyssa once Hunter secured the horse in the examination area. The area would give the vet more room to examine the horse without putting himself in danger of getting pinned. The horse had done a complete 180 from the last time she'd seen him. Hunter seemed to relax as well, which was a good sign. She reached into her pocket and offered the horse a few more carrots while they waited for the vet to arrive. "I've spent a good bit of time with him since I got home," Hunter admitted. He ran a hand down the horse's neck in slow, steady strokes. He kept his voice low as he told Alyssa about the first night in the stables. "I thought the progress we'd made had been forfeited." "Because of me?" She didn't think she had been the cause of the horse backstepping, but then again she'd spooked him. Her confidence in handling horses had gotten the best of her. If it would have diminished the progress Hunter had recently made, she wasn't sure he would trust her around the horse again. "It's fine," Hunter said. "I hadn't expected things to go so smoothly once I saw his reaction yesterday. I actually prayed about it last night." "Maybe we should pray a little more." Hunter glanced over his shoulder at her. "It wouldn't hurt." Alyssa had given up on praying long ago. To know that Hunter was still a believer, would that change things between them? It was difficult for her to have faith in something when everything seemed to crumble around her when she lost loved ones. "Knock, knock." Alyssa turned around and was thankful to see the vet walking toward them. Elijah Scott was well known for the care he provided to large livestock animals. He might have been the only vet in town, and there was no doubt he had a busy schedule, but he always kept his word. "Hey, Eli," Hunter called out. Alyssa took a step back, giving the two of them plenty of room without crowding the horse. "He's still a bit skittish." Elijah slowly approached the horse, looking up and down while keeping a safe distance. Alyssa watched in awe as the vet confidently made his way onto the horse's good side. "Hey, boy." Alyssa expected the horse to rear up and pull against the restraints, but instead he seemed content with the vet's presence. She exchanged a quick look with Hunter, who seemed surprised as well. "I believe this is Riker," Elijah said. He gently caressed the horse's mane while he pulled a handful of oats from his pocket and offered them to the horse. "Riker?" Hunter questioned as he took a step back. Alyssa took a few steps toward Hunter, making sure to stay out of the way as she walked along the wall. "You know this horse?" Elijah ran his hand over the horse's neck and trailed along the ridges in the horse's back. "I believe he belonged to Peter Browning before he passed away not too long ago." Alyssa had known Peter fairly well. When her grandfather wasn't working on the ranch, he would take her into town to meet up with Peter over coffee. He'd been around the same age as her grandfather, if not a few years older. It pained her to hear about his death. She'd had no idea he was gone. Any idea how someone might have gotten a hold of Riker? She was the one asking questions now, curiosity mixed with concern as she studied the horse. Hard to say. Elijah continued with his exam. I know his family was in town making arrangements. They might have sold him to someone without much knowledge of horses, or at least that's my guess from what Hunter told me on the phone. William said the guy did a drop and run, Hunter confirmed. I find it hard to believe that anyone would be in such a hurry they wouldn't check things out first, no matter if the stable has a good reputation or not. Alyssa nodded. At least they were on the same page when it came to that. She wouldn't expect a horse lover to act in such a way that left others questioning their intentions. He seems to be fine, Elijah said after a moment of silence. He listened to the horse's heart and checked on each of the hooves. Alyssa stood in complete awe as she watched him work. If the horse truly was who Elijah thought he was, that explained his trusting demeanor with the man. There was no way she would be able to lift the horse's leg, let alone examine one hoof. A little malnourished, but that's to be expected with the change in owners, not to mention the amount of stress he might have gone through over the last few months since losing his owner. I'm sure he's trying to figure things out. Everything the vet said made sense to Alyssa. Losing someone you cared about wreaked havoc. Her world had been turned upside down numerous times throughout her life. She could only imagine what the horse was going through. Did William get a good look at the guy who dropped him off? Elijah turned to face Hunter and Alyssa, looking at either of them for an answer. Alyssa shook her head and waited for Hunter to recall whether William knew the guy. Pine Creek was a small town. Everyone was well known around town. If someone was new in town, they weren't new for long. Like I said, William said the guy basically dropped the horse off and left no sooner than he was out of the trailer, Hunter said. I tried reaching him on the phone, but the number he left with William is no longer in service. Elijah furrowed his brow and finished examining the horse in silence. Do you see a lot of abandoned horses around here? Alyssa asked, wanting to know if maybe something had recently changed. Maybe people were buying horses and later changing their minds after realizing how much work went into taking care of them. Elijah straightened and focused his attention on Alyssa. Not many, but I've seen a few here and there over the years. It's nothing common by any means, at least not here. Alyssa should have felt comforted by that answer, but something told her it might be a lot more common than he was claiming. Otherwise, they wouldn't be having this conversation, and Riker would be home where he belonged, wherever that might be. Chapter 13. Hunter finished up with evening chores before heading to the house. Alyssa had left shortly after Elijah, and Hunter had spent that time getting to know Riker. If the horse was who the vet said he was, then they really didn't have any worries with regard to diseases and interacting with the other horses. Elijah suggested taking their time with the horse, but he didn't give any advice on what Hunter should do next as far as tracking down the owner. A part of Hunter already knew the answer anyway. He would keep the horse an undetermined amount of time. He wouldn't turn a horse away, especially after finding out the poor guy lost his owner and was shuffled around for who knows how long. "Hey, look who finally decided to show up," Beckett called out. He slapped Hunter on the shoulder and matched him step for step toward the house. "I was just coming to find you." Hunter liked Beckett. He was true blue when it came to loyalty, though he'd like to think of each of his brothers as loyal. "What's up? Everything okay?" "Yeah, everything's good. Adam and I just finished herding cattle from the southeast pasture to the west." Beckett stopped walking, but Hunter kept trucking along. He was tired and in need of food. It had been a long day. He didn't mind small talk, but they could continue their conversation on the way to the house. Beckett jogged to catch up to him. "What are your thoughts on trail rides?" Hunter stopped walking and turned to face his brother. Trail rides? You know, saddling up and taking the horses through the wooded mountains. I know what trail rides are, Hunter said with a grunt, but what do they have to do with me? Beckett shrugged and moved along, leaving Hunter no choice but to follow him. So much for not stopping and wasting time. Hopefully the food would still be warm when they made it to the house. We were thinking about clearing out some of the woods on the north side of the property and making trails that follow the river. Who's we? Hunter didn't mind the thought of extra work. He'd be all for clearing the woods. What he wanted to know was if his father was on board with the idea. And what for? It's been the talk around here for a while now, Beckett said, keeping pace with Hunter. Over the last month or so, we've been brainstorming ways to bring in extra revenue around here. Revenue's always good, Hunter said. A knot of regret formed in his stomach. It had been a little over 2 months since he'd sent money to his parents. Of course, his father told him numerous times that sending money was unnecessary, but Hunter insisted. So, what about these trail rides? Should I be expecting news about a dude ranch anytime soon? Beckett let out a curt laugh and slapped Hunter on the shoulder. I'm glad you asked. Plans are being drawn up as we speak. William's been crunching numbers over the last 3 weeks, and Pops is looking to hire some extra help around here. Things were already in motion. Hunter relaxed a bit, knowing the ranch hadn't taken a massive hit with his loss of income. A dude ranch would take quite a bit of work to set up, but it wasn't anything the Carlson brothers couldn't handle. The north side of the property? Hunter's mind flashed to Alyssa's house, the house she'd shared with her grandfather over the last decade or so. What would that mean for her? Yeah, I believe Pops mentioned the spare acreage we have on the northwest side, Beckett said with a shrug. I don't think there's anything set in stone quite yet. We'll still have our cabins and the tree farm, and Alyssa's place. Relief filled Hunter. The thought of Alyssa losing her house didn't sit well with him. Not that he ever thought his family would put her out like that. They loved her. She'd become a part of their family the day she moved in with Dale Morgan, their longtime ranch hand. Speaking of Alyssa, Hunter held up a hand. Save it. Beckett swiped Hunter's cowboy hat off and tousled his hair. Come on, little bro. You can't tell me that you two don't love each other anymore. Beckett's words cut deep. His brother, of all people, should know what losing love felt like. It wasn't something to joke around about, and it certainly wasn't a subject Hunter wanted to talk about right now. Hunter bent to retrieve his hat from the ground and brushed it off. To be honest, I figured she'd skip town once you left, Beckett said with a quick shrug. His brother was a little too straightforward when it came to speaking what was on his mind. But then again, Pops bought her house, so she didn't have to worry about anything. Hunter stopped mid-stride and looked over at his brother. He did what? Beckett's mouth opened, but he quickly closed it. You didn't know? Can't say that I did. There were a lot of things Hunter apparently didn't know, not that he cared. It wasn't any of his business what his father decided to do. To be fair, Hunter might have done the same thing. He didn't like seeing people struggle to make ends meet. He shook away the incriminating thoughts as fast as they'd come. He couldn't feel guilty about everything. He'd made the choices he had for a reason. It just sucked that they had to interfere with his relationship with Alyssa. Beckett climbed the front porch steps and waited for Hunter to join him on the landing. If anyone asks, I didn't say a word about trail rides or the up-and-coming dude ranch. Hunter furrowed a brow. I don't see why it matters. I'd eventually find out, right? I think Pops wanted to be the one who told you. Beckett swiped his hat off and held it close. He opened the door and motioned for Hunter to enter the house first. Hunter hung his hat on the hook by the door and kicked off his boots. His gaze landed on his mother, and he wanted to ask her what she was thinking when she sent Alyssa out to the stables this morning. She gave him a wink, as she shooed him on his way. "Look who's still here," Owen announced from across the dining room table. Hunter shot him a look that told his brother not to mess with him. Owen held his hands up in front of him and said, "Easy, Hunt. I'm just kidding around." Hunter shrugged off his brother's remark as he found his way to the bathroom sink to scrub his hands before finding a vacant chair. Thankfully, Mark wasn't anywhere to be seen. There was something about that guy Hunter didn't like. "But I do have to say we're all shocked to see you're still here," Owen said, taking one last jab at Hunter. "I think Alyssa is too." His brother nodded toward Alyssa, who was sitting 3 chairs down on Hunter's left. If she was fazed by his brother's comments, Hunter couldn't tell. She seemed preoccupied with stirring sugar into her tea. "What'd you find out about the horse?" William asked as he rounded the corner into the dining room. He squeezed behind the other 4 brothers on his way to the opposite end of the table. "You ever get a hold of the owner?" "The number's no longer in service." Hunter explained the mishap, wishing things could have been different. He glanced at Alyssa and back to his brother. "So we went with Plan B." "And what's Plan B?" Porter asked, sliding into the chair at the head of the table. "Elijah came out and examined him," Hunter explained. He took a drink of ice water and continued. "He says it's Riker. He belonged to Peter Browning." Porter folded his hands in front of him. "Well, I'll be. Peter's been gone for a few months now. Surely you'd think his family made sure to place his animals in good hands." Alyssa piped up from the other end of the table. "The good news is, Elijah gave the horse a clean bill of health. He told us to take it slow around him, not to rush anything with the other horses, and we should be fine." Porter unfolded his hands and reached for his tea. "That's good news, I suppose. But what about the guy who dropped him off? Anyone have any idea who it is?" Hunter looked to William and back to his father. "No, but we're not going to worry about him. We've already decided to look after the horse and get him on the right track." Hunter hadn't given it a second thought to talk things over with his father first, but Porter seemed pleased with the idea. He glanced over at Alyssa. Hunter wasn't sure about working alongside her, but unlike with the horse, he didn't have a solid plan A or B. He wanted things to go back to the way they once had been between them, but he wasn't holding on to much hope. Chapter 14. Alyssa was relieved to hear the Carlson family was on board with Hunter's plan to keep the horse, though she hated to admit that she was feeling unsettled with their decision, not because she thought it would end up a huge mistake, but what if she got attached to Riker and the owner showed up? It would be yet another thing she cared about being yanked from her life. She couldn't think about that right now, though. She needed to focus on getting ready to meet with Diane and the others at Sunrise Cafe. Diane had invited her to join them for coffee and pancakes, promising a fun morning filled with laughter and friendship. Alyssa loved the idea of getting out of the house and away from the ranch for a little while. Somehow, over the last few months, she'd found herself caught up in the loss of her grandfather and feeling all alone while trying to do her best to complete day-to-day tasks. She grabbed her keys from the counter, then took one last look around the house before stepping out and closing the door behind her. New beginnings were bittersweet, but she was longing to find something to distract her unsettled fears, even if it was just for the morning. Alyssa stopped by the barn and offered a quick hello to Hunter. She wanted to make sure he knew she wouldn't be around for a few hours, just in case he ended up looking for her. She paused before stepping out of the car. Would he look for her? She wasn't sure if he would or not. Brushing that thought away, she slid out of the driver's seat and headed toward the barn. Hunter mentioned last night, before they went separate ways, that he was planning on starting bright and early with Riker. The progress they'd made gave them hope for vast improvement. Alyssa prayed they were right, and Riker wouldn't regress. There was nothing more heartbreaking than accomplishing 2 steps forward, only to find themselves going 1 step back. She smiled as her grandfather's words echoed softly in her mind. Think of progress as a lovely dance, Liz. 2 steps forward and 1 step back proves that you're moving. Just go with the flow and, eventually, you won't care about the missteps. Good morning, Hunter called out from the tack room as Alyssa entered the barn. She smiled at his greeting. It was bright, early, and seemed like a good morning so far. Are you ready to get started with rye? Alyssa glanced down at his hands, holding onto a set of reins. Are you going to take him out with those? Hunter held them up. I figured 1 step at a time. I'd like to lunge him a bit this morning. She looked over at the stall where Riker poked his head out. Hunter knew what he was doing with horses. She had to trust he was right about this, too. It's not his first time with reins, Liz. Hunter's confidence relaxed her. Do you want to join us? Alyssa had looked forward to meeting Diane for coffee, but what if something happened between Hunter and Riker while she was gone? Lunging will be good for him, Hunter assured her. It'll burn off some of his energy while teaching him obedience. Alyssa nodded. She'd lunged horses in the past with Hunter. She knew all about it. It was a great tactic for new horses, and it was safe. But that didn't mean accidents couldn't happen. Why do you look worried? Hunter set the reins on the table next to him and stepped closer to her. Should she tell him that she was worried about him and Riker? About what could go wrong? He reached out and touched her, which sent a pleasant tingle through her arm. Hey, are you having second thoughts about working with me? No, not at all. Alyssa glanced down at his hand resting on her arm. He looked down at the same time and quickly dropped it, taking away the charge she felt from his touch. I'm actually heading to the cafe. I'm meeting your mom and some others there for coffee and a bite to eat. Hunter picked up the reins from the table and nodded. All right, maybe we can work together when you get back. Yes, I'd like that. Hunter smiled and waved his free hand. I'll see you later then. Have fun catching up on all the latest gossip. Alyssa's cheeks warmed. Gossip was the last thing on her mind right now. She no longer had to wonder if he wanted her around. Except now she had a bigger concern. Spending more time with him while trying not to let him break her heart again. 20 minutes later, she pulled into a vacant spot in front of the little cafe and headed inside. A warmth filled her as she realized it had been months since she was surrounded by anyone in a place other than the grocery store. The loss of her grandfather and hearing condolences from others made it difficult for her to go about the day-to-day life she'd once enjoyed without painful memories of all that she lost. There she is, Diane called out as the bell above the door announced Alyssa's arrival. Alyssa offered a smile and friendly wave to the group of women as she walked over to join them. Familiar faces greeted her lovingly, making her feel right at home. I was just telling them about the horse you and Hunter are working with at the ranch. I think that's wonderful, Kathy, the town's busybody, said. She patted Alyssa's arm with a smile. I know it's been a difficult time for you. Something a little horse therapy might help with. The other women at the table agreed in unison. Alyssa couldn't agree more. Horses provided a sense of understanding and belonging she longed for, and now with Hunter back at the ranch. So, I hear that Melissa is looking for someone to fill in part-time, Ruby piped in, taking the focus off of Alyssa. She could thank the women later for that welcome change in subject. Who knew where the conversation might have gone if Kathy was given more time? Her assistant up and left without so much as a notice. Poof! Gone! That's terrible, Kathy chimed in. It's difficult to find good help nowadays, with everything changing and the economy the way it is. Kathy brought her cup to her lips and took a drink. She set her cup back down on the table in front of her and directed her attention to Diane. "Which, I have to ask, Diane, how's the ranch holding up?" The waitress approached the table and asked Alyssa what she would like to drink. Alyssa was pleased with the subtle distraction, while Diane filled them in on the goings-on of the ranch. "Coffee, please," Alyssa said with a smile. "With a splash of creamer." "I'm sure you're over the moon about Hunter coming back home," Ruby said to Diane. Unlike Kathy, Ruby's words weren't filled with ill intention. Kathy seemed pleasant enough, but she was always looking for the latest scoop to spread around town. Not that there was much to talk about, much less hide. Pine Creek was a sweet little town with a solid, hallmark feel to it. "When I heard he was back, I was so happy for you. I know what it's like to not have your kids near you." There was sadness in Ruby's voice, and Alyssa wanted to hug her. She couldn't imagine having a conflicted relationship with her mother as Ruby had with her daughter. Alyssa's thoughts traveled to those of her own parents. She missed her mother dearly and would give anything to have her back in her life. She couldn't help but think about what might have been if her mother was still alive and well. Would her father still be in her life? "Having all 6 of my boys under one roof can be quite chaotic, but I wouldn't trade it for the world," Diane said, taking a drink of her coffee before asking, "So, what kind of help is Melissa looking for?" Ruby switched focus, and her eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, anyone who's great with children and wouldn't mind sitting in the room with a bunch of 4-year-olds for a few hours a day." Diane glanced at Alyssa. She knew where this was going. She loved kids, and kids loved her, but she wanted to spend her time at the ranch, working with Riker. Training horses was something she always wanted to do, and now that she had the opportunity, she couldn't pass it up. Ruby caught on to the silent exchange between Alyssa and Diane. "Is that something you'd like to do, Alyssa?" Before Alyssa could answer, she quickly added, "It would only be temporary until she found a full-time replacement. I think you'd be the perfect person for the job." Alyssa wondered if maybe Ruby was right. It wouldn't hurt to get out and about, away from the ranch for a few hours a day. It would give her a chance to work with children and help the community at the same time. Things she always loved and looked forward to while living in a small town. "Can I think about it and let you know?" Alyssa asked, hopeful that this might help keep her some distance from Hunter, at least lessen the amount of time they spent together. The less time she spent with him, the less chance her heart would betray her and forget he was the one who'd broken it when he left for the rodeo. Ruby scribbled something down on a piece of paper and slid it across the table to Alyssa. "You can just give her a call and let her know. I'm sure she'd love to have you join her classroom." Alyssa folded the paper and slid it into her pocket, while the women at the table carried on conversations about upcoming church events, festivals, and other happenings around town. Diane mentioned talk of a dude ranch underway on the north side of the property, and though Alyssa's gut flopped at the mention of it, along with the inevitable demolition to make room for it, the other women were thrilled with the idea. Chapter 15. Hunter checked off a few morning tasks before heading to the main house for coffee. Sure, he'd thought about venturing into town and picking up a can of coffee for his cabin, but decided against it. For what it was worth, he'd rather spend that time catching up with his parents anyway. It gave them a good hour of time together in the mornings, and Hunter wouldn't take another minute for granted. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," his father called out from the dining room as Hunter hung his hat on a nearby hook before rounding the corner. "How's everything on the north side this morning?" "Pretty good. I've got a few things checked off my to-do list," Hunter said. Then he quickly added, "Figured it was time for coffee before I tackled the rest." "Help yourself." His father shifted in his chair, motioning toward the kitchen. "Your ma just made a fresh pot, almost like she knew you'd be coming any minute." His father's lips curved into a hearty grin as Hunter made his way to the coffee pot nestled in its own spot on the counter by the kitchen sink. "I hear Alyssa's been asked to fill in at the preschool part-time." Hunter wasn't sure what to say in response to his father's newfound information, so he pretended as though he hadn't heard what he'd said and made his way back to the table. "Can't say I'm surprised," his father said, continuing with the one-sided conversation, oblivious to Hunter's lack of response. "She's got a heart of gold for sure, and she loves kids, too." Silence fell around them for an awkward beat as his father studied him from across the table. Hunter didn't know what his father was fishing for, but he wasn't giving him the satisfaction. There was a lot of work that needed to be done around the ranch. The last thing Hunter had on his mind was Alyssa and what she chose to do in her spare time, but he'd be lying if he dared mention any of that. His father knew him better than he knew himself. He'd read right through it and call his bluff. "You think she'll take the offer?" Hunter took a long drag of coffee before setting his cup down in front of him. It hadn't given him enough time to think of something to change the subject. His thoughts immediately went to Alyssa, and not seeing her every day. Maybe that's how she wanted it. "Have you talked to her, son?" Hunter met his father's gaze and let out a half laugh. "Yeah, I've talked to her. It'd be kind of difficult to work together without communication." "I meant aside from the weather or talking about the horse," his father chuckled. "No one cares about any of that. I'm talking about whether or not you've apologized." Hunter swallowed past the lump in his throat. Here he thought he'd have a conversation about the aforementioned Dude Ranch and other groundbreaking news. Instead, his father decided to ask him 20 questions he didn't quite know how to answer. No, not yet. What was he supposed to say? "We haven't had that much time together." His father guffawed at that. "There's no such thing as not enough time. Each passing minute is a minute you could be spending making things right." Hunter tipped back his cup, realizing it was empty a moment too late. So much for the distraction. His father might have been right, but it wasn't that easy. "You still love her, son?" Hunter set the empty cup down and thought about his father's question. "Yeah, I think I do." His father offered a stern shake of his head. "No, none of that. There's no thinking about it. You either do or you don't. There's no in-between." Did he love her? Of course. He'd never stopped. He'd buried everything in the back of his mind to focus on chasing his dreams. But he'd always thought he'd get another chance later on down the road. Now, reflecting on that and what his father was asking, his decision to leave had been a whole slew of reckless and foolish mistakes, with the biggest mistake being his thinking he deserved another chance with Alyssa after everything he'd put her through. "I know you just got back, but there are some old wounds that need healing." His father interrupted his thoughts. "But I think the sooner you come to terms with it, the better it'll be for the both of you. Right now, it's the elephant sitting in the room that no one wants to talk about." Hunter nodded. His father was right, always wise with words, something Hunter admired. His father was true blue, and someday he could only hope to be half the man his father was. "Why don't you grab coffee to go and take one for Alyssa?" his father suggested with a wink. "There's important things that need to be taken care of that sitting around won't do. We can catch up later, after dinner." Hunter slid the chair back from his table and stood. His father met him halfway and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "Just remember, son, lessons are to be learned and mistakes are to be forgiven, but true love doesn't come easy." Hunter grunted agreement as his father patted him on the back. With that sage advice, he grabbed 2 cups of coffee to go, along with his hat, and headed for the barn. Soon, Alyssa would be spending her spare time away from the ranch. And who knew when he'd get a chance to truly apologize for breaking her heart? It was now or never. He silently prayed for courage while he sought forgiveness. Chapter 16. Alyssa couldn't believe she'd made it to the barn before Hunter. She took advantage of her alone time by spending a few quiet moments with Riker. At least now the horse seemed to warm up to her without having to bribe him with carrots, but she kept a few in her pocket, just in case. "Hey, boy," she greeted him. She gently rubbed a hand over his nose, thankful for the horse's willingness to trust her, thankful for the progress they'd made. "You're going to be just fine, aren't you, bud?" Riker seemed to enjoy her attention. He leaned in and nudged her the minute she stopped stroking his nose. She let out a soft laugh and continued giving him what he wanted. If it kept him calm while they waited for Hunter, she had no problem with it. She released a contented sigh and leaned against the stall door, still careful not to make sudden moves. Alyssa was filled with excitement to tell Hunter about the job offer she'd received. She wasn't sure whether she would take it or not, but it would give her the distraction she needed, along with an opportunity to figure out things on her own without her grandfather by her side. "That's it," she coached, finding a sense of her own comfort while soothing the horse. "Good boy." Shuffling feet on the concrete sounded behind them, causing Riker to stir. She whispered reassuring words as she glanced over her shoulder. She expected to find Hunter approaching them, but instead it was the newly hired ranch hand, Mark. "Good morning, Liz." His loud voice echoed in the open area surrounding them, disrupting the quiet peacefulness of the early morning. "I was hoping I'd find you here." Alyssa kept her eye on him while praying Riker wouldn't react to the sudden shift in her mood. She tried her best to keep calm, but there was something about this man she didn't like or trust. Instead of letting on her uneasiness, she said, "Hunter should be here any minute." A mischievous grin pulled at the ranch hand's lips, making her stomach flop. What on earth was he even doing here? She never saw him near the barn this early in the morning. "I just wanted to fill you in on something I overheard," he said, then quickly added, "I thought you'd want to know." Alyssa studied him for a minute, wondering what he might have heard and whether she could believe him. Of course, if it had anything to do with Hunter, his family, or the ranch itself, she wanted to know. He stepped toward her, closing the distance between them another uncomfortable foot. She stood her ground, trying to hide her uneasiness with the situation. She felt trapped, with nowhere to go. "They're planning to bulldoze that house of yours," he said. "I heard him talking about it the other day. The north side of the property will be cleared out. I suppose they'll keep the Wrangler cabins. They'd almost have to, wouldn't they?" Alyssa's heart dropped. Would the Carlson family do that? They'd paid off the mortgage shortly before she lost her grandfather, but she hadn't been the only one who lost someone. The entire family lost a good ranch hand, one who lived by and cherished the land. It didn't make sense. "Like I said," Mark stated, taking a step back at the sound of someone approaching. Alyssa silently prayed it was Hunter. "I just thought you'd want to know. You can do whatever you want with the information." Before Alyssa could argue that he'd heard wrong, Mark turned and walked away, almost colliding with Hunter as he rounded the corner. "Whoa, easy," Hunter said, holding 2 cups out in front of him. He stopped in his tracks, glancing back over his shoulder. He looked over at Alyssa. She wanted to forget all about it, to pretend like it never happened, and she'd never heard a word he said. What was that all about? She couldn't not tell Hunter what Mark had said, but she knew if she mentioned it, Hunter wouldn't let it go. But then again, Hunter would be the one to tell her it was baloney and the man was full of it. His family would never take away the house she lived in, not when they'd saved her from becoming homeless in the first place. "Liz, Did something happen?" Hunter set the cups down on a makeshift table and walked toward her. She shook her head. Hunter reached out, placing a hand on her arm. The slightest touch from him sent a shot of awareness through her body. "I swear, if that man did something, anything, he didn't." Hunter straightened in front of her. She could see the fury in his eyes and knew he was thinking the worst. Then what was he doing in here? Was he looking for something? Alyssa needed to tell him. Hunter wasn't the type to let things go until he found a resolution. He wanted me to know what he'd heard, something about the north side being cleared out, along with my house, which adds up to what Diane had mentioned at the coffee shop, but it doesn't make sense at all because if they bulldoze my house... Hunter took a hold of her hand, waking a million butterflies in her stomach. They wouldn't do that. You can't believe anything that man says. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. And to be honest, I'm not even sure how he still has a job here. But I'd understand if they wanted to. She bit her bottom lip to keep it from quivering. Her emotions ran rampant at the thought of losing her grandfather's house. She wouldn't have anywhere else to go. She barely had a month's worth of rent in her savings account. Your parents deserve everything, and if demolishing my house means they're able to profit in the long run, I can't blame them. Liz, stop. Hunter pulled her close to him. The warmth of his breath blanketed her face as she looked up at him. Her heart beat rapidly against her ribs as she stared into his eyes. That's never going to happen, and you know it. My parents would never choose money over family. But I'm not family, Alyssa whispered, her insecurities getting the best of her. She was alone in this big world, and though she had a place to call home and people she loved like family, she'd learned that everything could change in the blink of an eye. People she'd loved her entire life had proved that to her. That's not true. Hunter shook his head. You've been a part of this family since the day you moved in with Dale. Alyssa fought back the tears that threatened to escape. She hated crying. Crying made her feel weak. After everything she'd been through in life, she was stronger for it. Hunter traced a thumb along her cheek, and she fought the urge to melt into his touch. Staring into his eyes and finding a mix of concern and sincerity, time seemed to stand still. It was just the two of them, and no one else. His gaze lowered to her lips, kicking her heart into overdrive. She didn't want him to kiss her. The last thing she needed was a reason to fall head over heels in love with him again. The heartbreak wasn't worth taking another chance. "Hunter?" she whispered, his name brushing past her lips. She took a step back, willing to break whatever trance they'd found themselves in. Hunter's gaze met hers. A sense of longing and frustration mixed like storm clouds in his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but quickly shut it and straightened away from her. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything." His brows furrowed as he studied her. A pained expression crossed his face, almost like he was holding something back. Alyssa released a slow breath, knowing she should never have said anything. She knew Hunter better than most, and that alone worried her. Without giving her a chance to ask what was on his mind, he turned and left. Alyssa's heart sank as she released another tense breath. Thoughts swarmed through her mind. Everything had happened so fast, from everything Mark had said to telling Hunter, and then seeing the look in Hunter's eyes as he leaned in close. He'd awakened every nerve ending in her body with just one look. There was no doubt they still shared feelings for one another. Feelings rarely die just because a person decides to walk away. She'd done her best to bury them, to remember the way he'd left her, and wished the love she once felt would stay buried now more than ever. If he left her once, he could do it again. Chapter 17. Hunter took everything that man said with a grain of salt, but that didn't mean he wouldn't question it. The uncertainty he'd witnessed in Alyssa after hearing what that man had said didn't sit well with him. He debated on tracking the ranch hand down and having a word with him, but thought twice before heading back to the main house. His father was still sitting at the dining room table when Hunter swiped his hat off and hung it on a nearby hook. A surprised look crossed his father's face as Hunter rounded the corner and pulled up a chair at the table next to him. "Done already?" His father let out a light chuckle, but slowly let it die as he examined Hunter's reaction. "I take it things didn't go so well?" Hunter shook his head and scrubbed a hand through his hair. "This isn't about Alyssa." His father raised a brow and leaned back in the chair. He kept his gaze on Hunter, apparently waiting for him to fill him in. Without a plan in mind, Hunter decided to wing it. There was no sense in holding back now. "How long has Mark been working here?" His father straightened, keeping a concerned gaze locked on Hunter. His brows furrowed as he thought about it for a second. "A few months? Why?" Hunter hated confronting his father over decisions made on the ranch. It wasn't his business who his father decided to hire. Any help was needed, and the last thing Hunter wanted was for the ranch to lose yet another hand. But he couldn't handle what Mark's words had done. He'd seen the uncertainty in Alyssa's eyes. He'd heard the insecurity in her voice. She didn't deserve to hear rumors about her place at the ranch. She belonged there, whether she wanted to believe it or not. His father leaned forward, resting his folded arms on the table. "Are you going to tell me what this is all about?" "He told Alyssa we're planning to demolish her house," Hunter said through gritted teeth, "and I think she believes him." His father unfolded his arms and dropped them to his sides. He shook his head, while Hunter waited for him to rectify the rumor. "That's not true at all. Not in the slightest. That's what I told her, but for whatever reason, she's taking that man's word over mine." He felt foolish for saying it like that, but it was true. "There's something about him that I don't like, and this gives me one more reason not to like him." His father nodded, but seemed to dismiss it just the same. "He's a good worker. He's been reliable when we've needed him. He's been true to his word and hasn't given me a reason to think otherwise." Hunter looked out the dining room window, watching as two other ranch hands walked by the house. If his father trusted Mark, it wasn't his place to question that. But that wouldn't stop Hunter from keeping an eye on the man, especially when it came to Alyssa. It was hard telling what the man's intentions were, but Hunter was bound to find out. "I'll have a word with him," his father said. "I don't need any problems around here. We've made it this far with the ranch. I won't let anyone with ill intentions stick around for too long." His father's reassurance seemed to settle his frustration, but Hunter still planned to keep an eye on things, just in case something went wrong. Hopefully, all the worry and upheaval were for nothing, and he could eventually focus on the one thing that mattered most to him, making things right with Alyssa, before he lost his chance. "I'm sure it was all a misunderstanding." His father's words broke the silence between them. "You know how it goes around here. Rumors spread like wildfire, and the next thing you know, things are blazing mad and people are in an uproar." Hunter nodded. He hadn't been gone long enough to forget what small-town life was like. Though living on the ranch was like living in their own little world, things still managed to be one and the same. "You should get back out to the barn. I'm sure Alyssa's worried about where you took off to." His father slid the chair back and stood. He clapped a hand on Hunter's shoulder. "I'll find Mark and have a word with him. You won't have to worry about anything." Hunter nodded and stood from the table for the second time that morning. The thought of approaching the ranch hand with his father crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. His father didn't need him by his side. There was a strong chance that it would only make matters worse. He lifted his hat from the hook and followed his father onto the front porch. They stood there for a minute, taking in the hustle and bustle of the early morning hours of ranch life. A couple of his brothers were off in the distance, mending fences, while the others were saddling their horses and preparing to round up the cattle. Motion to their left caught Hunter's attention. He focused his eyes on the spot and pointed. "He's over there. Must have finally decided to get back to work in the calving barn." His father's gaze shifted to the area Hunter pointed out. "Wish me luck. I don't think I'll need it. Shouldn't take too long to get to the bottom of it." Hunter shifted his weight as he leaned against the railing. He watched his father walk off toward the barn and waited a few minutes before leaving the porch. He prayed Alyssa hadn't left as he walked down the gravel driveway. There was a lot of work he wanted to get started with Riker, but first, he needed to talk to Alyssa. To his surprise, she was in the same spot she'd been standing in when he'd left in search of answers. "Hey," he called out. He walked into the stables and offered a friendly wave. "Are you doing okay?" Alyssa turned to face him. "Yeah, Riker's good company." Hunter smiled, but that smile faded when he glanced down at the makeshift table and realized neither of them had the chance to enjoy the coffee he'd brought with him earlier. He pointed to the cups and asked, "Want me to grab fresh coffee? I'm sure those are cold by now." "No, it's okay. I think I'm good for the day." "All right, I guess you know where to find some if you change your mind." He tried his best to keep things light between them. After everything that had gone down this morning, he didn't want to add fuel to the fire. "What do you think about Riker?" He approached Alyssa's side at the stall door and gently stroked the horse's nose. "Aside from being good company." A soft smile tugged at the corners of Alyssa's lips. He found it hard to look away once his eyes locked on her lips. The same lips he'd kissed 1,000 times during the months they'd spent together. Months before he decided to chase after his dreams. Years before his dreams turned to dust around him. "I talked with Pops about Mark," he said, recalling the brief conversation. "He went to have a word with him right before I came here." Alyssa focused on Riker. She ran a hand through the horse's mane, allowing silence to drift between them. Hunter shifted his weight and leaned against the stall door. "I don't want you to think that you don't belong here, Liz." Alyssa closed her eyes. He couldn't tell if she was holding back tears or just wishing he hadn't brought it back up. When she finally opened her eyes, she looked up at him. A look of uncertainty crossed her soft features, and it felt like someone had punched him in the gut. He reached out and placed a hand on her arm. "I know things haven't been easy. I can't imagine what it's like losing those you love, but you'll always have family here. People who really do care about you." Alyssa blinked back tears, and he struggled against the urge to wrap her in his arms. He was to blame for some of the pain she'd experienced the past few years. He didn't know how to make it right, but he would do his best. "Liz." He released her arm and rested his hand on the side of her face. He trailed his thumb along her cheek, drying the tears that had managed to escape despite her effort to keep them hidden. "I'm sorry that I hurt you. That was never my intention. I know it's hard to trust me now, but you have to believe me when I say it kills me to know I lost you." Alyssa's gaze met his. Tears glistened in the morning sunlight shining through the wooden slats. "You never lost me. I've been here. The whole time you've been gone." A knife dug into his heart and shifted deeper with every word she said. He'd been selfish to think he deserved another chance with her. After everything he'd put her through, how could he think she'd stick around and wait for him to come to his senses, for him to realize what he'd given up? "I know, and I took that for granted. Admitting it out loud released some of the heaviness he felt in his chest. "And for that, I'm sorry too. For being selfish and only thinking about myself and what I wanted." Her face melted into the palm of his hand. He embraced the pain he'd brought on by the choices he'd made in the past. He would do whatever it took to make her realize he still cared about her, that he still loved her. "You weren't being selfish." She looked him in the eye. "You only did what a lot of us wish we could. There's nothing wrong with that." He pushed off the stall door and straightened in front of her, then traced a thumb along her cheek as their gaze met. Sincerity, love, and longing. Those were the things he found when he stared into her eyes. Everything they'd once shared resurfaced in the moment they were now embracing, together. He leaned in, wanting nothing more than to kiss her and make everything in their past disappear. The years they'd spent away from each other to wash away as he wrapped her in his arms and pulled her close. Finding it incredibly difficult not to focus on her lips, he rested his forehead against hers and leaned in closer. "I've missed this. I've missed you." She nodded with a blink. "I've missed you too." He let go of everything holding him back from kissing her and went for it. It was now or never, and never was no longer an option. Brushing a loose strand of hair from her cheek, he let his touch linger, and her subtle intake of breath sent a ripple of awareness through his body. He searched her face for a sign, a recognition that she wanted this as much as him. Her lips parted slightly as he closed the gap between them, but before his lips met hers, a warm nose, followed by an unwelcome but amusing snort, interrupted the intimacy of the moment. Chapter 18. Alyssa couldn't focus on anything other than the kiss they'd almost shared. Everything she'd fought so hard against seemed to dissipate in the heat of the moment. She couldn't hold back the love she felt for Hunter, no matter how much she wanted to. Everything felt right. More than right. Like she'd somehow been given another chance to have the life she'd always dreamed of. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment when she realized she'd been staring off in the distance while Hunter lunged Riker in the paddock. How had one vulnerable moment caused her to lose control like a love-struck teenage girl? Her heart skipped a beat when she noticed Hunter staring over at her with a look of amusement in his eyes. Right there was the answer to her question. No matter how heartbroken she'd been, no matter how many tears she'd cried the day he left, none of it seemed to matter in the moment they'd shared together. "You want to give it a try?" Hunter called out. He lifted the lunging rope, leaving slack between him and the horse. "He's got plenty of energy left to burn out before I switch gears." Alyssa smiled with a nod as she climbed down from the fence. She walked with confidence to the center of the paddock, while remembering the times she'd spent training horses alongside Hunter. She'd miss this if she decided to take the job offer with Melissa. How would working with children compare to working with horses? She reached out for the rope and firmly gripped it with one hand. Riker seemed to enjoy his time out of the stall. She only prayed he wouldn't change his mind halfway through lunging. "He's a natural," Hunter said with a smile. He stood beside her, encouraging her as she tried her best to focus on the horse. "There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Browning spent time working with him. He isn't a bad horse at all, even if William says otherwise." Alyssa let out a soft laugh, focusing on Riker's every move. The horse moved with grace and determination, completing circles around them. William was just frustrated. I'm sure he'll change his mind the next time he sees him. "What do you think about putting a saddle on him?" Hunter's question pulled her attention away from Riker. She glanced over her shoulder and studied him for a minute. I'm not sure about that. What if Riker wasn't ready for that? They'd just started lunging him. What if placing a saddle on him pushed him over the edge and they lost his trust? We can take it slow. Hunter's words were solely related to the horse, but Alyssa couldn't help but wonder if he were referring to their situation as well. But if you don't think he's ready, we can try another time. Alyssa glanced over at Riker and back to Hunter. She wasn't the one to judge whether the horse was ready or not. They wouldn't know until they tried. Until she tried. She shook her head at the thought. This wasn't about them. It was strictly business, and they needed to stay focused on getting the horse back on track. But soon she wouldn't be spending much time around the ranch. She would be meeting Melissa at the coffee shop around noon today, and if everything went well, she would be spending her mornings keeping up with a dozen energy-filled munchkins. We can try, Alyssa said. I have a little time before I have to get ready for the interview. Pops told me that you were looking to fill in at the preschool. A smile pulled at Hunter's lips as she relaxed her grip on the rope. I'll be right back. Alyssa focused on Riker, stealing a few subtle glances toward Hunter as he collected the saddle from the fence railing. His flannel shirt pulled taut against his firm muscles as he hoisted the saddle onto his shoulder and carried it over. Not wanting to get caught checking him out, she quickly averted her attention back to the horse. Hunter stood beside her, slowly coaxing the horse into the saddle, while Alyssa watched in awe. Riker didn't seem to mind one bit as Hunter secured it in place. She gently stroked a hand down the horse's nose. Good boy, Rike. How about that? Hunter raised a brow and patted the horse's side. Alyssa couldn't help but smile as she relaxed next to Riker. She hadn't expected it to go as smoothly as it did. That was impressive. I had a feeling he'd be okay with it. Hunter stepped back from the horse and turned to face her. Now that he's saddled, do you want to ride him first? You go ahead, Alyssa insisted. She'd been riding horses for as long as she could remember, but she wasn't comfortable accepting Hunter's offer to go first with Riker. I'll watch. I only have a few minutes before I need to take off. With that, Hunter climbed into the saddle. Alyssa held her breath, waiting for Riker to rear and throw Hunter to the ground, but it never happened. To her surprise, Riker adjusted well to having Hunter in the saddle. He actually looked more relaxed and in his element than he had over the last few days. Alyssa watched the two of them ride around the paddock, as she said she would, keeping a close eye on the time. She wanted to make a good first impression, and being late for an interview wouldn't do her any favors. Riker trotted by her, sending a slight breeze through her hair. She smiled at Hunter, impressed with how well things were going. She glanced down at her phone, checking the time. The minutes had gone by faster than she would have liked them to. It was nearing the time she'd planned to head home and get ready for her interview. I need to get going, Alyssa called out. Hunter slowed Riker to an easy trot before heading toward her. She reached out and patted the horse's side. He definitely enjoyed that. I enjoyed it too. Hunter climbed out of the saddle and planted both feet firmly on the ground in front of her. Maybe we can go riding when you get back from your interview. The smell of his cologne filled the space between them, leaving her questioning whether she really needed to go or not. Maybe. She took a step back, pulling herself and her thoughts together. She turned and headed for the gate before he had a chance to stop her. She spun on her heel and closed the gate behind her. Wish me luck. You don't need luck, Hunter said with a smile. They're going to love you. Within record timing, Alyssa made it home and was ready with a few minutes to spare. She hadn't stopped replaying Hunter's words in her mind as she made the drive into town. With his words still on repeat, she parked and climbed out of the car. She tried her best to calm her nerves. The interview could go one of two ways. The job was something she could do. She loved kids, and kids loved her, but she wouldn't be interviewed by the kids. She could only pray that Melissa liked her enough to offer her the job. Inhaling a deep breath and releasing it slowly, she opened the door and walked into the building. Chapter 19. Content with the progress they'd made for the day, Hunter wrapped up the session with Riker and led the horse to the barn. As he secured the latch on the stall door, Riker nudged the empty pail hanging nearby. Hunter grunted a laugh as he ran a gentle hand through the horse's mane. "Is that your way of telling me that you're hungry?" As though the horse knew exactly what Hunter meant, he shifted his weight and nodded his head, pulling away from Hunter's reach in a way Hunter imagined a toddler would do if they didn't get their way. "All right, settle down," Hunter said with a slight grin. "No need to throw a tizzy." He grabbed the metal bucket and filled it with a natural blend of oats and other grains they'd recently picked up at the feed store. He made a mental note to make another trip into town sooner rather than later. He'd hate to see how Riker would react to having to wait longer than a few minutes for food if they were to run out. "Here you go." No sooner had he hung the pail than the horse helped himself. "Are you happy now?" As if eating was all the horse cared about, Riker paid no mind to Hunter as he chomped through the feed. Hunter patted the horse's neck and said, "You're welcome, by the way." Hunter left the horse to his feast and readjusted his hat before heading out of the barn. He wanted to follow up with his father, see how his conversation had gone with Mark, and maybe, if he was lucky, he'd finally have a chance to talk about the Dude Ranch plans. With Alyssa taking a job off the ranch, Hunter would have time to focus on other things. If he could lend a hand to his father, he would do so without being asked. The midday sun shone warm and bright through the overgrown trees surrounding the property. Hunter adjusted his hat to block the glare in his eyes as he searched the property for any sign of his father. More than likely, his father was in the office talking business with William, so that's where Hunter decided to venture first. Climbing into his truck, he rested his hat on the seat next to him and turned the key in the ignition. The truck roared to life, and Hunter gave it a minute before switching gears and heading toward the gray steel building nestled between the main house and the ranch's oversized shop. Sure enough, as luck would have it, he found his father right where he'd imagined. Hunter walked into the office and pulled the door shut behind him before hanging his hat on a hook by the door. His father and William were busy studying the computer screen in front of them as Hunter pulled up a chair on the opposite side of the desk. "Working hard or hardly working?" One thing he missed about being home was the chance to shoot the breeze with his family. They were all hard workers, barely taking time away from the ranch to tend to their own needs. It was something Hunter greatly admired and cherished just the same. His father straightened beside William and angled his gaze to meet Hunter's. "Well, I could ask you the same darn thing." William raised his arms over his head and crossed them behind his neck. He leaned back in the black leather chair that had seen better days. Much like his brother's truck, Hunter assumed the chair wouldn't be replaced anytime soon. "We were just talking about the latest bid we've received for this year's project." William caught a look from Porter. Hunter held his hands up and let out a light chuckle. "No need to tell me if it's top secret. I'll get on with my day and let you two get back to work." "There's nothing top secret around here," Porter said, stalling Hunter from leaving the office. "I've been meaning to talk to you about everything sooner rather than later, but you know how things get around here. I've got my hands full with keeping everyone in line." "How's that working out for you, Pops?" Hunter knew his father could handle his own, and then some. "Speaking of which, how was the talk with Mark?" His father grumbled something under his breath and gave a quick shake of his head. "He wasn't much for talking, but I made it known that I won't tolerate any nonsense when it comes to the ranch." "I must have missed something." William looked between Hunter and their father. "Something happened with Mark?" Hunter opened his mouth, ready to rattle off the laundry list of things he didn't like about the guy, but his father didn't allow him to speak a single word. "He's on my radar, but I think it all boils down to a slight misunderstanding," his father said in a low and even tone. "He seemed to have taken something he'd overheard out of context and ran with it. I'm sure it won't happen again." Hunter bit his tongue. He knew full well his father couldn't expect that to happen from a guy like Mark, but he wasn't going to be the one to call him out on it. There wasn't enough time in the day to sit around and argue about the he said, she said, let alone stir things up between the two of them when he was working on repairing things with Alyssa and his brothers. "Well, for what it's worth, I'll keep an eye on him too." William leaned forward and placed his arms on the desk in front of him. "We don't need anyone causing problems around here any more than we need an extra mouth to feed." Hunter's father slapped William on the shoulder. "You make it sound like the ranch will go belly up first thing tomorrow morning. After looking at those numbers, I'd say the ranch is doing just fine, if I do say so myself." William dodged another swat from their father as Hunter leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "That's good to hear. So, tell me about this not-so-secret project you all have been working on and crunching numbers for." Hunter looked from William to his father, waiting for either one to spill the beans. But instead, they were interrupted by the sound of sirens, wailing in cadence, with flashing red and blue lights right outside as a line of fire trucks rushed up the gravel drive toward the billowing cloud of smoke on the north side of the ranch. Panic thrummed in Hunter's veins as everything seemed to unfold around him in slow motion. Dark gray clouds of smoke filled the once bright blue sky, leaving no doubt in Hunter's mind the location of the fire. "Let's go!" he hollered over his shoulder, frantically waving for his father and brother to follow his lead. Climbing into his truck, Hunter didn't wait for everyone to securely position themselves in their seat before stomping on the gas and heading straight into action. Hunter guided the truck along the gravel, leading him toward the source of the fire. He prayed for a miracle, hoping like crazy they would find only a few trees caught on fire. His father gripped the handle, hanging on the edge of his seat as the truck dodged potholes and maneuvered over uneven ground. He steered the truck along the edge of the tree line, doing his best to keep an eye on the road in front of him while trying to make out as much as he could of the scene directly in front of them. "Slow it down, son," his father warned from the passenger side of the truck. He pointed at a vacant spot near the last fire truck. "Park there. That'll leave us plenty of room to get out of the way if need be." Hunter shifted his truck into park and hopped out without closing the door behind him. He needed to get to the front of the line and see what was going on. Shoving his way through the crowd while avoiding tripping on hoses haphazardly strewn everywhere, Hunter stopped in his tracks when he took in the sight before him. His heart leapt into his throat, and the only thing he could think about was Alyssa as he raced toward the house. It didn't matter that it was fully engulfed in uncontrollable flames. He had to make sure she was okay. "Alyssa!" His shouts were drowned out by the commotion surrounding him. Beckett grabbed his arm, and Hunter jerked away, refusing to allow his brother to hold him back as he homed in on the house in front of them. "Alyssa!" "Hunter! Hunter, listen to me!" Beckett shouted as he yanked Hunter backward. "She isn't here! We've already cleared the house!" Hunter took a step back and swiped a hand through his hair. The house was fully engulfed in flames. What if Alyssa had been home? What if he never would have seen her again? What if she hadn't? He shook his head. He couldn't think about any of that right now. Instead, he thanked the good Lord and silently prayed for Alyssa in the same breath. He could only imagine how devastated she was going to be when she came back to the ranch to find the house she loved the most, along with her belongings, had gone up in flames. Chapter 20. I know it's only a few hours a day, Melissa said with a smile as she folded her hands on the desk in front of her. Alyssa was impressed with the area, and even more so with Melissa's upbeat personality. It was obvious by now how much Melissa loved the children, and Alyssa knew deep in her heart that she could match that love as well. "But it's yours if you want it." Melissa's words trailed off, causing Alyssa to refocus on their conversation. She'd gotten so lost in her thoughts, envisioning what the well-decorated classroom would look like, full of 3- and 4-year-olds, that she'd almost forgotten Melissa was sitting across from her, anticipating a response. "I'd love to accept the offer," Alyssa said proudly. She wasn't looking for much, just enough time away from the ranch to get a feel for what outside life was really like. There truly was no better way than to work within the community and spend meaningful time with children. "When would you like me to start?" "As soon as you're able to." Melissa opened a folder and slid a piece of paper from the side pocket. She handed it to Alyssa and smiled. "Here's our current schedule. Preschool starts at 8, and everyone's usually picked up by noon on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays." Alyssa glanced down at the paper and quickly skimmed the schedule. Each day listed various activities, mirroring routine and structure for the few hours they would have the children, from basic coloring and counting to playtime and reading. "I can start tomorrow, unless you'd like me to wait until Monday." Alyssa couldn't hold back her excitement. "Monday would be perfect." Melissa smiled and closed the folder in front of her. "That way I can tell the kids about you, and they'll be excited to meet you bright and early Monday morning." Alyssa nodded with a smile and slid her chair back from the desk. "I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much." Melissa matched her enthusiasm with a wide grin. She stood and extended her hand in front of her. "My pleasure. I'm looking forward to having help again, and I think you'll be perfect for it." Alyssa shook Melissa's hand before folding the paper and stuffing it into her purse. She thanked Melissa once again as she headed for the door. She couldn't wait to get back to the ranch and share the good news. Alyssa formulated a plan as she walked down the hallway toward the exit. She could easily work in the mornings with Melissa, work with Hunter in the afternoons, and finish up her day's work with Diane at the house. Everything was looking up. She felt a wave of relief wash over her as she walked out of the building and headed for her car. The position was only temporary, like Melissa had told her, but it was something Alyssa looked forward to. Even though it wouldn't be much, she could use the money toward repaying Porter and Diane for paying off her grandfather's mortgage. A few minutes later, Alyssa was on her way back to the ranch with a hopeful heart. She thanked God for the opportunities she'd been given and apologized for not being a constant believer when things were tough. It comforted her, knowing deep down God would always be there, and her mother and grandfather were watching over her. Guiding her car along the stretch of highway leading back to the ranch, dark clouds of smoke billowed in the distance, crowding the sky above the ranch's property. Alyssa's heart sank at the sight and prayed the ranch was safe. Wanting her old car to go faster, she pressed down on the accelerator, willing it to get her to the ranch in one piece while praying for the safety of everyone at the ranch. Fire trucks lined the driveway leading to her house, causing her heart to sink once more. It wasn't the ranch at stake, but the house she'd made a home with her grandfather was fully engulfed in flickering orange and yellow flames. "Alyssa!" Hunter's voice called out from the center of the commotion as Alyssa climbed out of her car. She stood speechless as she took in the sight before her. Hot tears streamed down her face as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. "Alyssa!" Hunter shouted as he neared her, pulling her focus away from the wicked flames responsible for taking everything away from her. In an instant, Hunter's arms wrapped around her middle and pulled her close to him. The heat from the flames, mixed with the shouts from the firefighters encouraging everyone to stay back, shook Alyssa to the core. "It's okay. Everything's going to be okay." "No, it's not." Alyssa choked over the emotion nodding in her throat. How could he say everything was going to be okay when everything she owned had gone up in flames? Pictures, her grandfather's belongings, and memories they'd made, gone, in the blink of an eye. "I'm sorry, Liz." Hunter's arms squeezed tighter as he pressed her against him, cradling her from the nightmare unfolding in front of them. "I'm just glad you're okay. Things can be replaced, but not you." She wanted to find comfort in Hunter's words, but it was difficult to find solace in knowing everything inside the house wasn't replaceable. Pictures, memories, things her grandfather shared with her from his time served in the military. Those things could never be replaced. It felt like she was losing her grandfather all over again. A piece of him taken from her once again. "They're not sure how it started," Beckett said as he approached them. "I'm sorry this happened, Liz. We're just thankful you weren't here when it started." Alyssa heard the words they were saying, but her mind focused on how the fire could have started. The house was old, but her grandfather had updated the wiring long before his passing. She couldn't think of a reason for such a nightmare to happen when everything had been looking up. It didn't make sense. "Where's Mark?" Hunter asked Beckett. Alyssa heard the accusation in his tone and looked up at him. "Has anyone seen him?" Beckett shook his head and glanced around the property. Alyssa looked around too, unsure of what Mark had to do with any of this. "Do you think he's to blame for this?" Beckett asked, turning his attention back to Hunter and Alyssa. "I wouldn't think he'd be capable of doing something like this without any of us knowing." "I wouldn't put it past him," Hunter said, and Alyssa cringed. She recalled the conversation she'd had with Mark about her house. Would he be the one to take it away from her? "Someone needs to find him and ask him about it." Beckett placed a hand on Hunter's shoulder. "You stay with Alyssa. I'll see what I can find out." Alyssa watched as Beckett walked away in search of the ranch hand. Everything was happening too fast, and she struggled to make sense of it. She didn't know Mark well enough to rule him out, but she couldn't see how someone could do something like this. Not here. Not in Pine Creek. It's a total loss," a firefighter called out. His words pierced through Alyssa's heart, and a knot formed in her stomach. What was she going to do now? Where was she going to live? "Do you know what started it?" Hunter asked, before Alyssa had a chance to. "Any sign of foul play?" The firefighter shrugged. "Hard to say right now, but our chief is looking into it just to be sure. The fire started in the kitchen, though. Someone mentioned it could have been a candle." Alyssa's heart sank. The candle she'd lit that morning while drinking coffee. She'd forgotten to blow it out before leaving for the barn. It hadn't even crossed her mind when she returned home before her interview. "Oh, no." "What's wrong, Liz?" Hunter asked, turning her to face him. "Was it a candle?" Alyssa slowly nodded as she wiped away the tears streaming down her face. How could she be so forgetful? It was all her fault. "It's okay," Hunter assured her. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her in close to him. Alyssa turned her head. She watched as the flames dissipated and the house she once lived in turned into a smoldering frame of burnt wood and ashes. "Everything's going to be okay." Deep down, she wanted to believe Hunter. But right now, it felt nearly impossible. Chapter 21. Hunter spent a good hour sifting through the ashes before calling it a loss. He couldn't imagine what was going through Alyssa's mind. Thankfully, she'd agreed to go with Porter to the main house, while Hunter hung back with his brothers. "At least we know Mark didn't have anything to do with it," Beckett called out. He continued shoving remnants of what used to be a cherished home full of love and years of memories. Dumping a shovelful of ash and debris, he shook his head and said, "I can't believe all of this was caused by a candle." Hunter couldn't believe it either, but the proof was right there in front of them. The fire chief ruled out foul play within a matter of hours and narrowed it down to the candle in the kitchen, which matched what Alyssa recalled as well. "What's she going to do now?" Devin asked, leaning against the shovel's handle and taking a quick break. "I guess we have a spare cabin she could move into temporarily until we hire help for the dude ranch." Hunter grunted and raked another round of debris onto his shovel. Walking over to the dumpster, he said, "She can stay with me. I've got a spare room she can stay in." His brothers exchanged a quick glance, oblivious to Hunter's watchful eye. He narrowed his eyes. "What?" They held up their hands and shook their heads, turning their attention back to the task at hand. Hunter shot a questioning look at Beckett. "I'm not saying anything," Beckett said, scooping and dumping debris to avoid Hunter's glare. Owen walked up and stood beside the others. With a Cheshire grin on his face, he crossed his arms over the shovel's handle. "I'll say it," Owen shrugged. "Do you really think that's a good idea?" Hunter grumbled under his breath as he hoisted another load of debris and ash mix into the dumpster. Leave it to his brothers to judge him when all he wanted to do was take a little initiative and ease Alyssa's burden. The last thing she needed to worry about was where she would sleep at night. "The two of you have been getting along fairly well, though, right?" Beckett questioned. Hunter tossed him a look that told him he already knew the answer. Beckett grinned and offered a slight shrug. "Well then, I guess it's up to you. If that's something you're comfortable with." "It is," Hunter interrupted. "Unless you guys have a better idea." Devin and Owen exchanged a quick look and shrugged. They looked over at Beckett, who offered the same response. Adam, the peacemaker of the bunch, piped in with his 2 cents when everyone turned their attention toward him. "I think we should be focusing on something a little more important than whether Alyssa will be staying with Hunter." The twin brothers, Beckett and Devin, nodded in unison, while Owen asked, "And what might that be?" "We should be figuring out a way to rebuild her house," Adam said without hesitation. "We've got plenty of work ahead of us with the building of the dude ranch, but what's one more cabin added to the lot?" Everyone turned to face William now, who was busy working alongside them. He stopped working and raised a brow. "Why is everyone looking at me?" "You're in charge of the finances," Devin said. He looked to his brothers, who stood in agreement. "It makes sense that you'd be the one to okay it." William stopped working and held up gloved hands. "Whoa now, wait a minute. I'm just the middleman. Pops has the final say for what goes on around here. You know that as well as I do." The brothers talked amongst themselves, finally agreeing that William had a point. Hunter liked the idea of rebuilding a house for Alyssa, but he had a feeling they were working with a maxed budget when it came to the upcoming project. "Let's not get the buggy ahead of the horse," Hunter said with a laugh. "My cabin will be just fine until we figure out something else." As though his brothers didn't want to settle on that, they looked at him with disbelief. He knew it was silly to get ahead of themselves before he had a chance to talk things over with Alyssa. Would she agree to move in with him and take residence in the spare bedroom? He wasn't 100% sure she'd like the idea, but he had a feeling she wouldn't like the thought of them rebuilding a house for her either. "I'll talk to Pops once we're done here," Hunter said, interrupting the awkward silence surrounding him. "He might have a better idea, not to mention Alyssa. I'm sure she'll want to have a say too." With that, the brothers continued working together and clearing as much as they could before calling it a day. Hunter wanted to be the one to talk things over with Alyssa. He wanted to make sure she was doing okay first. He'd have a chance to ask her to move in with him later on when things had settled down. After a few hours, Hunter was ready to call it. He wanted nothing more than a hot shower and a good home-cooked meal. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't in a hurry to see Alyssa. "I'll catch up with you all at the house," Hunter called out, placing his shovel on his shoulder. He waved with his free hand and headed for his cabin. Thoughts of what it would be like having Alyssa stay with him crossed his mind as he walked into his cabin. To be fair, he'd had thoughts of living with her for years. Thoughts of marrying her and raising kids together might have come second to the rodeo, but they existed nonetheless. He shrugged out of his clothes and cranked the water to the hottest setting before climbing into the shower. He wouldn't pressure Alyssa to do anything she wasn't comfortable doing, but at the same time, he prayed she wouldn't turn him down. Drying off after a quick shower, Hunter wrapped the towel around his middle and secured it tightly before ambling to his bedroom. He pulled out a pair of flannel pajamas and tossed them onto the end of his bed, wondering what his family would think when he showed up in the informal attire. He didn't care either way. He had one thing on his mind. Well, technically two: filling his stomach and seeing Alyssa. What he chose to wear wasn't part of that equation. A light knock sounded at the door before the sound of footfalls echoed across the hardwood floors of the kitchen. Hang on a minute," Hunter grumbled under his breath as he hurried to throw clothes on. If his brothers didn't learn to wait a few minutes after knocking, he was going to share a few choice words with them. "Hey." Hunter turned, clinging to the towel around his middle at the sound of the familiar voice behind him. "Liz, he stammered, looking down at the towel, thankful he was at least halfway covered. "I wasn't expecting anyone to show up." He kicked himself for stammering over his words like an idiot. It wasn't every day that Alyssa walked in on him right after a shower, something he would have to be mindful of if she accepted his offer to move in. "Everything, okay?" Once again, he mentally kicked himself. Of course it wasn't okay. She'd just lost everything she owned. Stupid. Aside from looking emotionally drained, he witnessed slight amusement cross her face as she stared back at him. "I'm sorry." She backed out of the doorway and turned to leave. "I'll let you get dressed, and then we can talk." Hunter's heart pounded in his chest, something that was taking him some time to get used to again when it came to Alyssa. His heart hadn't beat like this since the rodeo. And before that, he was head over heels in love with the girl who just walked in on him half naked. Chapter 22. Seeing Hunter in just a towel had Alyssa's heart skipping beats like crazy. Her mind was already in a tailspin after seeing what remained of the house she'd lived in. Coming to Hunter's cabin had been a spur-of-the-moment decision after realizing she didn't have anywhere else to go, and she could only handle so much doting from Porter and Diane before it wreaked havoc on her emotions. Her eyes hurt from crying, and seeing Hunter hadn't done them any favors. He was certainly a sight for sore eyes, or so the saying went. She quickly made her way to the living room and sat down on the far end of the leather couch. She would wait for him to get dressed and meet her there, while willing herself not to run out the door. "Did you eat?" Hunter walked into the living room, making a beeline straight to the couch beside her. She shook her head. She could have stayed at the main house and eaten supper with the rest of the Carlson family, but she escaped in search of comfort and silence. "We can head over there in a little bit. I'm sure Ma will keep supper warm for us." Alyssa smiled at the thought. Diane was a blessing in disguise, comforting Alyssa the best she could with her loving embrace. Porter tried his best to comfort her too. She thanked God for Hunter's family. She wouldn't know what to do without them. "I'm sorry I just showed up," she started, but stopped in search of what to say next. Did she admit she felt lost with nowhere to go? That seemed silly to admit after leaving the house that had become a second home to her. "I just needed... I don't know." Hunter reached out and placed a hand on hers. The subtle touch was enough to awaken everything inside of her. With just a touch, Hunter made her heart beat wildly and fill her with calmness at the same time. "It's okay. You don't have to explain why you're here. I'm glad you are." Alyssa's eyes stung with tears as she looked over at Hunter. It was difficult to comprehend how they'd picked up right where they'd left off, but she wasn't going to complain. In fact, she felt comforted knowing that 3 years hadn't changed much between them. There was still a chance she could get her happily ever after all. She shook the thoughts away. It was foolish to think about everything all at once. Her emotions were all over the place. The last thing she wanted was to let her guard down and let her thoughts carry her away from reality. She still wasn't sure if Hunter was sticking around or if he would head back to the rodeo once he got a call. "I was talking to my brothers earlier," Hunter said, pulling her away from her thoughts. "I mentioned having a spare bedroom here in my cabin." A look of mixed emotions crossed Hunter's face as he mentioned it. Alyssa wasn't certain where he was going, but she had a good idea. "You want me to stay in the spare room?" She didn't mean for it to come out like that, but her voice was choked with emotion and uncertainty. Judging by the look on Hunter's face, her response had shot him down. She quickly added, "Are you sure?" Hunter ran a hand through his hair and let out an uneasy laugh. "I guess I wouldn't have brought it up if I wasn't sure about it." Alyssa leaned back and rested her head against the oversized cushion, fighting against the tears threatening to escape once again. How had she become so lucky to have people care about her when everything went wrong in her life? She sat up and turned to face Hunter, crossing her legs underneath her. "I don't know what to say." Hunter shrugged. "Don't say anything. I just didn't want you to worry about where you were going to sleep at night. I want to make sure you're taken care of without the added stress." Her eyes filled with tears while listening to Hunter. After everything she'd been through, she could still count on Hunter to be there for her. In that moment, it seemed foolish to think she was afraid of Hunter leaving again. "I know there's spare rooms at the main house," Hunter said. "I'm sure my parents would love to have you stay there if you don't want to be my roommate." Alyssa saw the flash of a grin before Hunter's expression turned serious. "But honestly, I wouldn't mind the company. Maybe then it would push me to stock the fridge with groceries and buy some coffee while I'm at it." She smiled at that. The cabin was nice and roomy. If she did take him up on his offer, she wouldn't have to worry about being crowded or getting too close. There was plenty of space to keep a safe distance if needed. "I don't have much," Hunter said with a shrug, then quickly added, "but it's better than nothing. I'll see if Pops can help us out with a few things to help you get back on your feet." Alyssa fiddled with the hem of her shirt. She'd just accepted a job, and now had nothing to wear but the clothes she was wearing. A knot formed in her stomach at the thought of starting over. It scared her to depend on others, and it didn't help that was the main reason for getting a second job. She wanted to repay the Carlsons for everything they'd already given her. She hated the thought of asking them for more. "Hey." Hunter reached out and wrapped his calloused hand around hers. "It'll be okay. I promise." She slowly nodded, accepting his reassurance. I accepted the job at the preschool, but now I'm not sure it's such a great idea. Hunter studied her for a minute. Concern filled his eyes as she looked up at him. That's great news. You don't have to worry about anything. I'll take care of you. Alyssa pointed at the outfit she was wearing. I lost everything, Hunt. This is the only outfit I have, and I can't see myself wearing it every day. Hunter shifted next to her. She wanted to tell him not to worry about it, that she would figure out a way to get clothes and everything else she needed. But deep down, she knew better than to think he would let her struggle. It wasn't in his nature, or his family's for that matter, to not help when help was needed. Let's head to the main house and grab something to eat, Hunter suggested. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze before climbing to his feet and tugging her along with him. We'll figure everything out, one thing at a time. Alyssa followed his lead to the door. She leaned against the doorframe and slid into her boots, relieved she had Hunter by her side. I can't believe I ruined everything. You didn't ruin everything. Hunter took a hold of her arm and turned her to face him. Accidents happen. It could have happened to anyone, Liz. I'm sure everyone's wondering how I could have managed to leave a candle burning, Alyssa said. She felt guilty enough as it was, without the interfering thoughts of what others might be thinking. I don't even know why or how. Liz, it's okay. Hunter's tone was smooth but stern. Maybe he was right, but it would take her a while to forgive herself for being so careless. I'm just thanking God that you weren't at home when the fire started. Alyssa wasn't comforted by the thought of not being home. If she had been home, maybe she could have done something to stop the fire before it spread throughout the house and took everything with it. Hunter opened the door and ushered her onto the front porch. The sun was setting beyond the mountains, and its rays cast a beautiful shade of pastels across the west side of the ranch. Maybe Hunter was right. She needed to thank God she hadn't been home. She was more than thankful to see such a beautiful sunset, something she would never take for granted again. Hop in. Hunter opened the passenger side door for her and reached out a hand to help her climb inside. She slid into the passenger seat and buckled in. Once the seatbelt clicked, she smiled when Hunter closed the door. He climbed into the driver's seat next to her, leaving plenty of space between them. She thought about unhooking her seatbelt and sliding in close to him, but decided against it. Her heart sighed when he shifted the truck into drive and rested a hand on her leg. It was the subtle things that she missed the most. She was happy to have Hunter back in her life, no matter how scared she felt about losing him again. She would enjoy the moments they spent together, while trying her best to avoid another heartbreak. Chapter 23. Hunter pulled the truck into a vacant spot near the house and climbed out. The ride had been silent, but he knew the wheels were turning inside Alyssa's mind. He truly didn't want her to worry about anything, but he tried to imagine what it would be like if he was in her spot right now. He had a feeling she would do whatever she could to help him out, and that alone justified everything he was willing to do for her. "Watch your step," he said, as he reached for her hand and helped her out of the truck. "I don't know about you, but I could eat a horse right about now." Alyssa stepped out of the truck and shook her head with a subtle laugh. "I don't think I'm that hungry, but I could go for whatever Diane has to offer." Hunter walked alongside Alyssa as they climbed the front porch steps. He kept his hand in hers as they entered the house. An awkward silence fell around them as he hung his hat on a nearby hook. His family was seated around the table, their attention turning to them as they walked into the dining room. "I'm so happy the two of you have decided to join us." Diane stood from her spot at the table. She slid back her chair and shuffled to the kitchen. Within a few minutes, she had 2 plates full of food. Hunter's mouth watered in anticipation of a home-cooked meal. "We've kept it warm in hopes you'd be joining us." Diane offered a quick wink when her gaze landed on their interlocked hands. Alyssa was the first to let go as she accepted the plate of food from his mother. He thanked his mother as he took his plate of food and found a spot next to Alyssa at the table. Mark sat across from them with a concerned look on his face. Hunter hated to admit he thought the worst of the guy, and hated it even more that he originally blamed him for the fire, only to be wrong about everything. "I'm really sorry about your house, Liz," Mark said sincerely. Hunter shifted in his chair and placed a hand on Alyssa's leg, a subtle reminder that he was there for her. "I know how much that house meant to you." Alyssa poked at her food with a fork and slowly looked up at Mark. "Thank you." Hunter watched as everyone continued eating in silence, wishing someone would say something to rid the awkwardness surrounding them. "I want to thank everyone, really, for being there. It means a lot to me to have everyone beside me." "Wouldn't expect anything different," Porter said with a soft grunt. "You're a part of this family, and we'll do whatever we can to help you get back on your feet." "Speaking of which," Diane said, sliding back into her chair at the end of the table, "you're more than welcome to stay in one of the spare rooms upstairs. I've set out a pair of pajamas for you to wear tonight, so you won't get cold." Hunter exchanged a look with Alyssa. Devin cleared his throat, a failed attempt to hide a chuckle. Diane looked over at him. "What's so funny, Dev?" Devin shook his head and reached for his drink. "Nothing. I just have something stuck in my throat." "I see." Diane turned her attention back to Alyssa. "The offer's there if you'd like to take it. Anything you want or need, you just say the word." Alyssa smiled beside Hunter. He wasn't going to be the one who told his family Alyssa's plan to stay with him. She could tell them if she wanted them to know. Judging by the look on Devin's face, he was ready to spill the beans. "Thank you for the offer," Alyssa said, "but I'm going to stay with Hunter at the cabin." Before his brothers could make a smart remark, Hunter added, "I have a spare room she can stay in." Diane smiled widely with a fond look in her eye. "That's really sweet of you, dear." "Now that's settled," Porter chimed in as he dug into the pocket of his jeans. He pulled out a plastic card and passed it to Alyssa. "I want you to take this card and use it to buy whatever you need. Clothes, food, whatever you want." Hunter felt Alyssa tense as she took hold of the card. She slowly shook her head, and Hunter knew she was going to refuse his father's offer. Not that it would do any good. Hunter planned to take her shopping tomorrow when he ran into town for feed and a few other supplies. "I can't accept this, Porter." Alyssa's words were soft, but Porter heard them loud and clear. He gave his head a quick shake and refused to accept no for an answer. "You've done so much for me already. I can't have you taking care of me like this." "And I regret nothing," Porter said sternly. He turned his attention to Hunter and asked, "Will you make sure she gets everything she needs while in town tomorrow?" Hunter nodded his head. "Sure will. I've got a few things to pick up at the feed store, so she can just ride with me." He felt Alyssa relax beside him. He offered a gentle squeeze of her hand, knowing how hard it was for her to accept anyone's help. Later, when they were alone at the cabin, he would talk things over with her and assure her that she didn't have to worry about a thing as long as she was part of the Carlson family. "When you're done eating, I'll have you come with me so you can grab a few things," Diane said to Alyssa. "I'll make sure and send you some coffee and a little bit of food in case you want to enjoy some time at the cabin without rushing." Alyssa and Hunter both thanked Diane. Coffee was the first thing on Hunter's list to grab while in town tomorrow. It would be nice to have a fresh pot of coffee first thing in the morning. He looked forward to the spare time he would get to spend with Alyssa. Once Alyssa finished eating, she followed his mother out of the dining room toward the stairs that would lead them upstairs. When they were out of earshot, his brothers and father turned their attention to Hunter. "We've discussed our plan to build a cabin for Alyssa with Pops," William said. "I think he's on board with it, and I've already checked the budget." Hunter looked over at his father, who leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. "I'm all for it," his father said with a nod. "She's been a part of this family for years, and it's the least we can do. I know she's worried about paying us back for everything we've already done, but I don't want her to worry about it. We'll get things rolling as soon as we have the materials lined up. Your brothers have offered their spare time to work on it." Hunter felt immensely proud of his brother's willingness to chip in and lend a hand. "I'm willing to put in some work, too. Just tell me when, and I'll be there. Riker's doing well, and I'm sure I can find a few hours away from working with him." His father nodded his approval. "Alyssa said she starts Monday at her new job. I think it would be wise to wait until then to start. We'll get the materials ordered and start as soon as they arrive. We'll keep it a secret between us for now. Let it be a surprise when the time comes." Hunter liked that idea, but keeping it a secret would be a little difficult when her property was so close to the ranch. They would pass by on the way to Hunter's cabin, so who knew how long it would take for Alyssa to catch on. "I just want to make sure she gets plenty of clothes and other necessities," his father said matter-of-factly. "No sense in having her wear your mother's clothes when we can afford to buy her some of her own." Hunter nodded and glanced at his brothers. They seemed pleased with the idea of helping Alyssa, which was something Hunter wouldn't take for granted. His brothers might have been upset with him for leaving the ranch, but all of that didn't seem to matter much anymore. Everyone quieted down when the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway behind them, and both Alyssa and Diane entered the dining room. Alyssa carried a bag full of clothes as his mother led her into the kitchen. Hunter watched as his mother stuffed another bag full of coffee and a few items from the fridge they could cook for breakfast in the morning. When Alyssa carried the bags into the dining room, she set them down on the table next to Hunter. He looked up at her and smiled. "Are you ready to head for home?" Home. It was taking a while to sink in that he'd be sharing his place with her, but he was looking forward to it. He couldn't ignore the thought that came to his mind as he looked up at her. He could imagine what life would be like if he made her his wife someday. Chapter 24. Alyssa was grateful for the clothes Diane let her borrow. She was even more thankful for the credit card Porter had given her. She didn't know how she would ever repay them, but it was at the top of her list of things to do when she earned enough money. She slid into the comfy flannel pajamas Diane had sent her home with. They were a bit baggy, but she yanked the drawstring and tied them. All in all, they fit her almost perfectly. Hunter let out a low whistle as Alyssa walked out of the bathroom and into the living room. She'd put away the extras Diane had sent her with before she changed into pajamas. "I'm ignoring the fact that you're wearing Ma's pajamas, but I have to admit they look good on you," Hunter teased as she sat down next to him on the couch. He reached out for her hand, but she gently slapped it. "Get out of here." Hunter tipped his head back and laughed. "I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me." A part of Alyssa's heart melted at his words. If only they were true. She wouldn't mind being stuck with him for the rest of her life, if that meant he wouldn't leave for the next rodeo when given the chance. She kept that thought to herself, though. It had been a long day. She was too tired to think about what the future might hold for them, and she certainly didn't want to talk about it for fear of her emotions getting in the way. "Uh-oh," Hunter said as he brushed a loose strand of hair away from the side of her face. "You don't look so happy about that." She tried her best to fake a smile, but failed. "I'm just tired, is all." Hunter reached for her hand and tugged her close to him. She leaned in and rested her head against his chest. The warmth of his embrace comforted her, and the sound of his beating heart silenced her racing thoughts. "If you want, I can show you the room you'll be staying in," Hunter said a few minutes later, pulling her out of her sleepy haze. "There's nothing wrong with calling it a night and getting some sleep before our big day tomorrow." Alyssa shook her head. She was right where she wanted to be, safe in Hunter's arms, in the warmth of his cabin. "I'm fine right where I am." Hunter reached behind them and grabbed the throw blanket off the back of the couch. He draped it over her, tucking it around her shoulders. He slid to the edge of the couch, and Alyssa repositioned herself while looking up at him. "I'm going to start a fire," Hunter said, as he stood from the couch and made his way over to the fireplace. She watched him gather a few pieces of wood from a pile nearby. He smiled over at her as he strategically placed each piece of wood into the fireplace. "This will keep us warm for the night. It's a lot chillier here than it is in Texas." Alyssa listened intently as he talked about the weather in Texas. She couldn't help but wonder what life had been like for him while on the road, chasing one rodeo after another. "What was it like?" Her voice was groggy with sleep as she fought to stay awake. He slid in beside her on the couch, positioning her right in the crook of his arm. She rested her head on his chest, listening to the rhythmic thrum of his heart and the booming echo of his voice as he talked. "In Texas?" "Everywhere." She'd tried imagining what it was like for him, all the while craving a sense of freedom for herself. She didn't know life outside of the ranch. There were only a handful of memories she could recall of the time she'd spent with her mother before everything turned upside down and inside out. It was fast-paced most of the time. Hunter shifted in his spot and wrapped his arm around her, pulling her closer. But it wasn't anything to write home about. There were a lot of lonely nights, lack of sleep from tossing and turning most nights, sore muscles and no one to cuddle with, made for long nights. Alyssa thought about tonight, sitting on the couch with Hunter's arms around her. The warmth they shared brought a sense of peace over her. As much as she craved independence, she couldn't imagine what life would be like without having a secure place to call home. This was the closest she'd ever come to having to worry about it. Her grandfather had taken good care of her, making sure she never went without. "I did a lot of thinking, though," Hunter admitted. "I had a lot of downtime between rodeos, and I always thought about what was going on at the ranch, what you were up to, and if everyone had forgotten about me." Alyssa pressed away from Hunter, leaning on her arm, and looked up at him. "You really think we'd forget about you?" "I feared the worst." Hunter shrugged and offered a sheepish grin. She didn't know what to say to that. He was being honest, though, so she tried her best to understand. "But now I know better. I'm trying to prove that I've changed. Life on the road changed me. Well, my injury changed me." It was the first time he'd mentioned his injury. Alyssa had never wanted to bring it up, for fear of pushing him away. She looked up at him, resting her chin against his chest. "I can tell you've changed." Hunter grunted and swiped a hand through his hair. "I hope that's a good thing." "I think it is. You seem more grounded." Alyssa sat up, pushing away from Hunter as she repositioned herself next to him. He dropped his arm from around her shoulder, and his hand found a new resting spot on her leg. "Like you're right where you've needed to be all along." Hunter's gaze met hers. "Maybe you're right. It's taken me a long time to figure that out." "I'm glad you're home." Alyssa reached for his hand. It had been years since she last talked to Hunter. It felt good being able to open up to him once again. They'd shared so much about themselves when she'd first arrived in Pine Creek, and she liked to think she knew him better than he knew himself. Me too. Hunter offered her a warm smile, and it melted her heart. She had seen the turmoil and uncertainty he'd felt when he first arrived home. Looking at him now, she saw a newfound confidence and contentment. Are you planning on returning to the rodeo? A knot formed in the pit of her stomach as she asked the question. She hadn't wanted to talk about it, but it was something she wanted to get out of the way. Hunter dropped his gaze from hers as he looked down at his lap. Alyssa's heart dropped with it. The slightest hesitation sent her heart in a frenzy. She'd known better than to get attached again. She'd told herself to keep her distance. This was the moment of truth, and she couldn't say she hadn't seen it coming. His eyes darted to their interlocked hands. Honestly? Hunter asked, looking up at her. Alyssa nodded, encouraging him to say it. To say that he never planned to stick around, that all of this was just a glimpse of history repeating itself. Her heart was breaking at the thought of him leaving again. There's no way I can. Alyssa released a shaky breath, keeping her emotions in check. But you'd like to? Hunter shrugged and released her hand. Things aren't that easy. Nothing is black and white when it comes to what I want and... What do you mean? Alyssa folded her legs underneath her and rested her hands in front of her. What do you want? Hunter shifted in his spot next to her. He turned to face her, a look of concern in his eyes. She couldn't take the suspense of not knowing what he was thinking, what he was wanting. The doctor said if I compete one more time, I'd risk it all, Hunter said with an even tone. I wasn't okay with that at first. I thought it was just a concussion. I know several people who've had concussions, and they're still doing what they love. Alyssa remained silent. Anything she wanted to say would come out as an emotional mess. It was best to let Hunter do all the talking. But then he told me how serious it was, Hunter said with a shrug. I had to come to terms with it, but I'm not really okay with it. I even told him how easy it would be for me to get injured around the ranch, just doing day-to-day stuff. I asked him what I'm supposed to do with myself if I can't do what I love. Alyssa's heart ached. She wouldn't know what to do if she couldn't do what she loved. She'd never received an ultimatum like Hunter had been given. She felt guilty for thinking all about herself and what she wanted in life when Hunter had been forced to do something other than what he loved. But like I said, I've come to terms with it, Hunter stated matter-of-factly. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and now that I'm home, I'm ready to settle down and be a part of the ranch. I've missed out on a lot since I've been gone. Alyssa nodded in agreement. Aside from what happened in her life, the Carlson family and the ranch had gone through quite a bit as well. They all could have used an extra hand or two through the years. She could have used Hunter's support to get through her grief after losing her grandfather. Not to mention, his parents missed him and constantly worried about him while tending to the ranch. So, to answer your question, Hunter said, pulling her from her thoughts. She looked at him, giving him her undivided attention. I want what I skipped out on. I want to keep working with horses and training them. I want to do what I've always loved before my rodeo days. I want to settle down and fall in love with the most beautiful woman I've ever met, make her my wife someday, and fill this cabin with happy children who will love the ranch as much as I do. Do you really mean that? I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. Alyssa's heart beat wildly in her chest. That was not the answer she was expecting Hunter Carlson to give her, but she would gladly accept that any day of the week. He wanted to settle down and get married and have a family. She swooned at the thought of her dreams coming true. What would it be like to be married to Hunter? To have a family of her own to cherish while instilling the love her mother had given her? Chapter 25. Hunter made his way around the kitchen, preparing a pot of coffee and trying his best to keep the noise down as he dug through cupboards in search of a skillet. They'd stayed up most of the night, talking about what life had been like while he was gone. A shot of whiskey wouldn't have burned as badly as facing his regret and realizing how much he'd missed out on not being here for Alyssa and his family. Thankfully, Alyssa seemed to understand him. Heck, she understood him better than he understood himself sometimes. He lightly chuckled at the thought of the night before. Never in a million years would he have imagined admitting to wanting to settle down and have a family of his own. What had gotten into him? Not that he was complaining. He liked the new version of himself better than the rodeo-chasing fool he'd been. He walked over to the fridge and grabbed a carton of eggs, along with the milk, and shuffled back over to the kitchen counter where he placed everything he'd need to cook an amazing breakfast for two. He planned on making breakfast and having coffee together before heading into town. He was excited to get the day started with Alyssa. Hunter was busy scrambling the eggs when he heard padded footsteps behind him. He glanced over his shoulder, surprised to find Alyssa smiling from ear to ear with sleep-filled eyes. "Good morning. How'd you sleep?" "Good, but that mattress is a little hard." Alyssa rubbed her eyes and yawned. He laughed and turned his attention back to the task in front of him. "Not that I'm complaining. Thanks again for letting me stay here." Hunter looked over at Alyssa as she made her way over to him. She stood beside him, searching through the cupboards. "Coffee cups?" he asked, then pointed toward the cupboard she was looking for. "Far right, second shelf." "Thanks." She shot him a smile. "Do you need a cup?" "Of course," Hunter said as he set the skillet on the open flame. "Coffee has been calling my name all morning." He watched as Alyssa poured coffee into 2 cups and handed one to him. He gratefully accepted it and took a sip. Perfect way to start a morning. Alyssa wrapped her hands around her cup and took a sip. "I agree." He could get used to starting his mornings like this, waking up and sharing coffee over breakfast with a woman he loves. Love. His thoughts shifted to the words his father had told him. Every minute passing was a minute Hunter could use to make sure Alyssa knew how he truly felt about her. Even though they'd talked plenty about everything last night, and he'd been honest with her, it seemed like Alyssa was still afraid of him leaving. "What are you thinking about?" Alyssa's question tore him from his thoughts. He wasn't sure what he could say, or even do at this point, to prove he wasn't leaving. He was thankful for the second chance he'd been given, but it didn't make things as easy as he'd hoped. "Just about how much I'm enjoying this." He waved the spatula between them. "Having you here with me and making up for lost time." A smile pulled at Alyssa's lips. It took everything he had not to drop what he was doing, wrap her in his arms, and kiss those soft pink lips of hers. "It's pretty great, isn't it?" "We can look for a new mattress while we're in town," Hunter said, shifting gears and focusing on something different to keep himself in line. They'd come close to kissing once, but thanks to Riker, it hadn't happened. Since then, Hunter hadn't found the courage to try again. "We don't need to do that," Alyssa said, waving it off like a hard mattress was no big deal. But it was. Hunter wanted her to sleep comfortably, and if a new mattress would guarantee a good night's sleep, that's what she would get. "I appreciate everything you and your family have given me, really." Hunter stirred the scrambled eggs and flipped the bacon. He wasn't going to take no for an answer, no matter how often Alyssa refused. It was the least he could do. He nodded toward a cupboard above the sink. Can you grab a couple plates? It's almost time to eat." Alyssa dug out 2 plates and set them on the counter. He watched as she made herself at home, ambling around the kitchen and setting the table. He imagined what life would be like for the 2 of them once they were married. They finished coffee over breakfast before taking turns showering and getting ready for their trip into town. Now that they were in Hunter's truck and heading to town, he couldn't stop thinking about what his father had said. Was it too soon to tell her he loved her? Even though she had to already know that, right? But what if she didn't? Maybe that was why she wasn't convinced he was sticking around. Maybe he needed to put a little more effort into it and leave no room for doubt. He guided the truck into town, turning onto Main Street and glancing from store to store. The little shops lining the street weren't much more than Ma and Pa stores, but they provided plenty when it came to what the townspeople needed. Anything Hunter ever needed, he found right there on Main Street. And, of course, there was the feed store as well. He couldn't forget to swing by there on their way out of town. Riker wouldn't be too happy without something to graze on. "Where should we go first?" he asked, glancing over at her as they drove down the street. "We can go wherever you like." He spotted the jewelry store in his peripheral vision, and the thought of stopping there crossed his mind. He glanced over at Alyssa. She looked torn between choices. "Want to shop for clothes first?" He pointed to the clothing store on the corner of Main and Cedar. Alyssa tapped a finger against her lip, deep in thought. "I could use a new pair of jeans myself." Alyssa looked over at him. "Do you mind if we stop by the thrift store instead?" Hunter's heart sank as he realized what she wasn't saying. "Liz, you don't have to worry about the price. Pops gave the go-ahead to grab whatever you needed. He doesn't care how much it costs. We just want to take care of you." Alyssa ran her teeth over her bottom lip, a sign that she was nervous and overthinking. He reached for her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. He knew she didn't like relying on others, and he could relate. He understood why she was hesitant. "Liz," he said softly. He pulled the truck into a vacant spot in front of the clothing store and shifted into park. She turned to face him, her eyes filled with unshed tears glistening in the mid-spring sunshine. "Everything's going to be okay. I wish you'd believe me when I tell you that." Alyssa gave a soft shrug and looked down at her hands. She'd been nervously fiddling around the entire ride, leaving an awkward silence between them. It wasn't like he'd tried to notice, but he wasn't used to silence, especially not between them. "I just don't want anyone to think I'm taking advantage of them," Alyssa finally said. She looked out the window on her right, and Hunter reached up and gently redirected her attention back to him. He furrowed his brow, unsure of what he could say to make her understand that was the furthest thing from what any one person in his family would think. "I'm okay with shopping at the thrift store. I enjoy it, and it wouldn't cost much at this store." She pointed out the window, and Hunter shook his head. "It's not about the money, Liz, and you know that. But if that's where you truly want to shop, then that's where we'll go. I'm fine with taking you anywhere you'd like to go, as long as you get what you need." She slowly nodded, swiping away a fallen tear from her cheek. Hunter traced his thumb across her cheek and smiled. With his fingers in her hair, he pulled her closer. The familiar scent of honeysuckle and lavender rushed through his senses. He kissed her forehead and looked down at her, meeting her gaze with his own. "Are you sure that's where you want to go?" Alyssa glanced at the store sitting in front of them. "I've never been here. We can check it out, if you want to." Hunter smiled. He was thankful that she was willing to look around. He had no problem with taking her to the thrift store. He'd stopped there all the time before leaving Pine Creek. One man's junk was another man's treasure, or so the saying went, though it seemed to be the truth when he thought about it. "All right, let's go," Hunter said, offering her a playful nudge and a smile. "I have a feeling you're going to find everything you're looking for. One-stop shopping, as they like to say." Alyssa glanced over at him and playfully rolled her eyes. You should be an advertiser for their storefront. He shot her a wink. That doesn't sound like too bad of an idea. He hurried around the front of the truck and opened the door. He held out his hand and proudly smiled when she accepted it, intertwining her fingers with his as they headed for the door and walked inside. Chapter 26. Alyssa took her time looking through the selection of clothing the store had to offer. Impressed with the selection, she tried on a few spring dresses that would be perfect for the job she'd accepted. She glanced above the clothing rack in search of Hunter. She found him browsing the denim jeans with a couple of pairs thrown over his shoulder. He smiled at her, causing her knees to become weak. What would he think about the dresses she'd picked out? "Can I help you find anything?" A petite blonde with blue eyes asked as she approached Alyssa's side. The woman looked down at the dresses Alyssa carried in her hand. "Oh, I just love those. We got them in not too long ago. They seem to be everyone's favorite. Would you like to try them on?" "Yes, please." Alyssa grabbed one more from the rack that she'd been eyeing before following the woman to the dressing room. "I think they'd be perfect to wear for my new job." The woman unlocked the fitting room door and held it open for Alyssa. "Oh yeah? Where will you be working?" Alyssa entered the small room with 3 mirrors. She hung the dresses she'd picked out on a hook and said, "I accepted a position at the preschool. I'll be working with Melissa." A wide smile crossed the woman's face, and her eyes lit up. "How lovely! You'll see my little girl, Bella. She just started pre-K and absolutely adores Melissa. I'm sure you're going to love it there, too." Alyssa loved the idea of meeting the woman's daughter. The thought made her even more excited to get started on her first day. "I'm looking forward to meeting the children. I can't wait." The woman smiled, though it seemed the smile hadn't really left her face the entire time they'd been standing there. "My name's Addison, but everyone just calls me Addie. It's nice to meet you." She extended her hand, and Alyssa accepted it with a quick shake. "I suppose I'll just let you be so you can try on these amazing dresses. I'm sure they're going to look wonderful on you." "I agree." Hunter's deep voice caused Alyssa to look away from Addison. Her cheeks heated at the thought of trying them on and showing them off to Hunter. "Go ahead and try them on. I'll wait right here." He nodded his head toward the fitting room, and Alyssa headed in. She shut the door behind her, but cracked it open just far enough to poke her head out. "No peeking, cowboy." Hunter tipped his hat and offered her a wink. "I can't make any promises." Heat flooded her cheeks as she shut the door. The banter they shared made her feel like a lovesick teenager all over again. Would she ever get used to the way he made her feel? The way he caused butterflies to awaken every time he looked at her. It seemed like 3 years hadn't passed between them. They'd picked up right where they left off, leaving her hopeful and head over heels all over again. She focused on the dresses she'd picked out. Though each was a different color and pattern, she could see the similarities in each one, as they shared the same brand name. She couldn't remember the last time she'd purchased anything new with a brand name. Even when she was little, her parents had introduced her to hand-me-downs and shopping at thrift stores. She never knew the difference until she was on her own and realized the difference in price tags of commonly known brands at the local stores. A knot of guilt formed in the pit of her stomach once again. She couldn't help but think about the amount of money she'd be spending today on clothes she might have been able to find at the thrift store. She knew Hunter and Porter wanted what was best for her, and she should politely accept it without question. But that wasn't who she was. She thought about everyone and everything in her life. Her heart empathized with the struggles some faced, while knowing her own life could be worse. She would be forever grateful for everything the Carlson family provided her with. A soft knock sounded on the door, and Hunter called out, "How's it going in there? Are you going to let me see them?" Alyssa's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't tried a single dress on. She'd spent the last 5 minutes thinking about life, what she was thankful for, and the lessons she'd learned along the way. "Liz?" "Yes, in a minute," she called out, sliding the dress over her head and glancing in the mirror. She loved the floral pattern, a gentle mix of pastel pinks, purples, and soft mint, perfect colors for springtime in Pine Creek. A few moments later, she stepped out of the fitting room and found Hunter patiently waiting. A slight grin pulled at his lips as she spun around in the dress. She felt beautiful for the first time in a long time, and judging by the look on Hunter's face, he agreed. "You look stunning." He let a slow whistle escape his lips as he shifted his cowboy hat. "Not that you don't look stunning every day, but you make that dress look good." Alyssa's cheeks warmed at the compliment. She combed a hand through her hair, letting it fall evenly over her shoulders. "Does it look better than your mom's pajamas?" Hunter cocked his head to the side, apparently giving it some thought. "It's close, but I have to admit I like seeing you in pretty much anything." He shot her another wink, and warmth spread throughout her body in waves. "Especially that dress." "Why, thank you," she said with a quick curtsy. "That's awfully kind of you, cowboy." Hunter nodded his head, seemingly pleased with making her feel special. "Any time." He pointed to the fitting room where the other dresses waited their turn. "How about you try on the others so I can tell you how amazing you look in each one?" Alyssa's heart skipped a happy beat as she turned back to the fitting room and shut the door behind her. Who knew that an unexpected shopping trip would make her day, if not her entire year? After everything that had recently happened, she needed a day like today more than any other time in her life. She hurried through the last few dresses, showing them off to both Hunter and Addison. Addison was impressed with how good they looked on Alyssa, making it a point to say it for every dress Alyssa tried on. Addison stood right beside Hunter, offering heartfelt compliments that made Alyssa's heart swell with confidence. "I'm so happy you love them." Addison carried the dresses to the checkout counter. "Is there anything else I can help you find while you're here? We have a wide selection of footwear and accessories that you might like." Hunter placed a couple of pairs of jeans on the counter and turned to face Alyssa. "Go ahead and pick out whatever you find that you like." "No, that's okay," Alyssa said, glancing back at Addison. She slid the pile of clothing closer to the register and smiled. "I think I found everything I was looking for. Thank you." "Okay, let's go ahead and get you checked out then." Addison scanned each item, ringing up the total on the register. Hunter handed over the credit card Porter had given them to use. Alyssa tried her best to push aside her troubling thoughts and instead replaced them with thoughts of certainty and love. She'd found exactly what she was looking for, and not just at the clothing store, but at Pine Creek as a whole. Chapter 27. Spending the weekend with Alyssa solidified Hunter's plan to propose. Everything was looking up and working out between them. If she didn't believe he wasn't leaving, he would prove it by proposing. He wanted nothing more than to spend the rest of his life with her, while working alongside his family at the ranch. Plans were being made for rebuilding her house, along with starting the production of the Dude Ranch. Between helping with the house and clearing the trees, Hunter and his brothers had their work cut out for them. "Have a good first day with the kiddos." Hunter placed his empty cup in the sink and turned to face Alyssa. He could tell she was nervous, but he knew she would be fine. He closed the distance between them and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close to him. She looked up at him, parting her lips in a heavy sigh. "You'll be fine. They'll love you." He kissed her forehead, and she nodded. He thought about saying the 3 words he'd been meaning to say. It was better now than later. At least he could get her reaction before he dived in too deep with purchasing a ring. She inhaled a deep breath and released it slowly. He smiled down at her. She was absolutely stunning in the dress she'd picked out, not to mention her hair falling in curled waves around her shoulders. "Okay, I can do this." "Yes, you can. You've got this," Hunter assured her. "Like I said, they'll love you. Not as much as I love you, though." She blinked at him, and his heart stilled in his chest. It was the first time he'd said he loved her since returning home, the moment he'd put off for fear of rejection. It was the moment of truth. Was it too soon to say he loved her? Had he imagined how close they'd gotten? "You love me?" Maybe her question didn't need an answer, but he'd give her one anyway. "Yes, I love you. Always have and always will." His heart couldn't take rejection. He needed to hear her say it back. Finding out now that she didn't love him was better than later, right? Hunter silently told himself to keep it together as he stared into her eyes. After a moment of silence, he choked out, "Do you love me?" Alyssa's eyes welled with tears as a smile pulled at her lips. "Yes." She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him in close. He rested his forehead against hers and stared longingly into her eyes. "I love you, Hunter. Always have and always will." His heart thumped in relief. Thankfully, he hadn't misread their time together. He'd tried so hard to prove how much he cared, how much he loved her, and how much he needed a second chance with her. A fresh start to show her and everyone else that he was no longer the careless, selfish guy they'd once known. "You better get going, or you'll be late," Hunter said. He should have released her from his arms, but instead, he wrapped them tighter around her middle and leaned in, closing what little distance they had between them. "I love you, Liz." "I love you too." The breath she released was warm on his lips as he leaned into her. She met his lips with hers, and their kiss was everything he'd imagined it would be. It was almost as though time hadn't passed between them, and they were right back to the day they first realized they were in love. He smiled down at her as she slowly released her hold on him and stepped back. She checked the time on her phone. "Okay, I'm going to be late if I don't hurry." Hunter watched her scramble around the kitchen, collecting her things from the counter and rushing to the door. He wanted to chase after her and plant one more kiss on her lips before she left. Instead, he walked her onto the front porch and said, "Have a good day. Love you." "Thanks." She quickly pecked him on the cheek before heading to her car. Before she climbed into the driver's seat, she called out, "I love you too!" Hunter leaned against the porch railing, watching Alyssa back out of the drive and head off down the gravel road. He thanked God for giving him the time he needed with Alyssa and giving him a second chance to make things right again. He waited a few minutes after Alyssa left to head back inside. He'd taken a shower earlier that morning before making them coffee and breakfast, knowing he would head into town soon after seeing Alyssa off on her first day of work. Now all he needed to do was gather his things and head into town himself. He grabbed his wallet and truck keys before walking back to the door where his boots were waiting for him. He slid into them and walked out onto the front porch, shutting the door behind him. Hunter hadn't told anyone about his plans to propose to Alyssa, not even his father, for fear of being rejected and making a fool of himself. But now, the thought of talking things over with his father seemed to be the only thing on his mind. He climbed into his truck and headed for the main house. He could only hope that his father would give him the reassurance he needed to know that he was making the right move. Or maybe his father would tell him it was too soon and he would be making a huge mistake. Either way, Hunter looked forward to telling his father. He parked the truck in a vacant spot, checking for any sign of his 5 brothers. They were more than likely completing morning chores and wouldn't be at the main house until lunchtime. This gave Hunter the advantage of having a private conversation with his parents. Climbing out of the truck, he made a mental note to check on Riker before heading into town. He needed to complete a few chores himself before he got lost in the anticipation of buying Alyssa's ring. "Well, look who decided to finally show up," his father called out from the porch as Hunter walked up. How are things going on the home front?" Hunter grinned as he walked onto the porch and took a chair next to his father. "They're going great. Better than I expected them to. Alyssa left a little while ago. She seemed a little nervous, but I told her she'd be fine." His father gave a nod and took a drink from his mug of coffee. He held it up and asked, "Would you like some coffee? There's plenty to go around." Hunter thought about taking his father up on the offer, but decided against it. The last thing he needed was an added jolt to his already high-strung nerves. "No thanks, but maybe some other time." His father chuckled and shook his head. "No sense in fibbing me, son. I know you've got your own coffee now and someone to share it with." Hunter laughed at that. He'd enjoyed coffee with his parents, but he couldn't argue about enjoying coffee with Alyssa a little more. "About that," Hunter started. His father set the mug down on the table between them and waited for him to continue. "I'm thinking about proposing to Alyssa. I thought I'd see what you think about it." His father raised a brow. "Well, you don't need my permission, son. My thoughts about Alyssa haven't changed one bit through the years. I can tell the two of you have something special going on. To be honest, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." "You don't think I'd be making a mistake?" Hunter hated it when doubt and unrelenting fear crept in. It was hard to shake the feeling once it settled in. His father cleared his throat. "I think the question is, do you think you'd be making a mistake?" "Not at all," Hunter answered without hesitation. "But I'm afraid she'll turn me down because she thinks I'm going to leave again." His father hemmed and hawed with the thought before asking, "Are you planning on leaving again?" "Not at all," Hunter stated matter-of-factly. "I've already told you and her that I'm here to stay." "Well then, you'll just have to go with it." His father lifted his mug, took a drink, and rested it in his lap. "Alyssa can only believe what she sees. She's been down that road too many times in the past. She's seen everyone she loves leave her in one way or another. She needs someone to show her that not everyone leaves." "I'll be that someone," Hunter promised. Not only would he give his word time and time again, but he would also follow through with it. "My rodeo chasing days are over. It's time for me to settle down and focus on what truly matters." His father smiled proudly at him, silently reassuring Hunter that he was making the right decision. He'd spent enough time avoiding what he knew he needed all along. It was time to man up and do the right thing. "Speaking of the rodeo," his father set his mug down on the table between them and stood from his chair. Hunter watched as his father made his way to the door and stepped inside. He returned a few minutes later with an envelope in his hand. "This arrived the other day for you, but I haven't had time to give it to you." Hunter studied the envelope his father handed to him. "What is it?" His father shrugged. "Open it and find out. I'm curious to know, too." Hunter slid a finger underneath the flap and tore it open. He pulled out a piece of paper and unfolded it. A check fluttered out, falling onto his lap. He examined the contents of the envelope, wary with indecision. "Well, what is it?" His father leaned over the chair to get a better look. "A check?" Hunter paid no mind to the check. The flyer attached to the letter from his doctor stole his focus. "A letter from my doctor? He'd like to schedule an appointment to re-examine me and see if there's a chance I can return to the circuit after all." "Well, I'll be." His father shifted beside him. He pointed to the check in Hunter's lap. "What's that for?" Hunter turned his attention to the check. He picked it up and looked it over. "Looks like a reimbursement of some kind." He took a closer look, studying the check and trying to figure out what it was for. The memo was blank, and the letter didn't mention anything about it, but the check was from the association Hunter was affiliated with. It was a decent amount, enough to purchase a ring, and then some. But what strings were attached to it? Hunter would have to call and find out before he cashed it in and collected the funds. What's that behind the letter? Does it mention anything?" Hunter flipped to the attached flyer and looked it over. He didn't see anything other than an invitation to the next rodeo circuit in Texas, a guaranteed payout of $20,000 to the winning champion. He handed it to his father and looked at the check again. Could be reimbursement for the annual fees. It made sense they would issue a refund for the time he'd been counted out. Maybe they'd prorated it somehow and decided to cut him a check. "What are you going to do now, son?" Hunter knew what he was going to do. He wasn't going to pay attention to the flyer calling his name. He'd already made his decision to stay put in Pine Creek. It didn't matter if his doctor wanted to see him or if there was another circuit ready to accept him. He would call the association and question the amount of the check, but other than that, he was going to ignore the flyer. But first, he needed to check on Riker and head to the jewelry store. Chapter 28. Alyssa entered the building and headed straight for the classroom. She ran a nervous hand down her dress and took a deep breath before slowly releasing it. She heard the children inside, laughing and carrying on about their morning activity. She peeked through the window, careful to stay out of sight until she was ready to make her entrance. For whatever reason, walking into a classroom full of kids seemed to frighten her more than an out-of-control horse. Her thoughts drifted back to the ranch. She hoped Hunter made time for Riker this morning and hadn't forgotten. Of course, she could have easily been the first to check on him, but she'd woken later than she'd planned, and now she regretted it as wasted seconds ticked by. "Good morning," a friendly voice called out behind her. "Don't be nervous. I know it looks like a rowdy bunch, but they're harmless." Alyssa turned around and was surprised to find an older woman approaching her. She smiled sheepishly, feeling called out for her uneasiness. She ran a hand down the front of her dress again, hoping to appear less nervous than she felt. "Melissa has told them all about you," the woman said confidently. "They're excited to have you join them." Alyssa's nerves eased with the woman's gentle assurance. "I'm excited to meet them. Her words trailed off, and the woman nodded as though she understood. "It's been many years since I've been in your shoes, but I remember my first day here. Now I can't imagine working anywhere else. The kids here in Pine Creek love to learn, and love to read even more." The charming woman winked with a smile, and Alyssa felt relieved. When the woman extended a hand in front of her, Alyssa politely accepted it. "My name's Mrs. Langley, but you can just call me Charlotte." "Nice to meet you, Charlotte." Alyssa gently shook the woman's hand. The woman was old enough to be Alyssa's grandmother, and that alone comforted her. "I'm sure you already know my name, but I'm Alyssa Morgan." The woman's eyes lit up. "Dale Morgan's granddaughter, right?" "Yes, ma'am," Alyssa said proudly. "Did you know him?" "Ah, yes, very well," Charlotte said with a fond smile. "Your grandfather was a good friend of mine. He always made sure to check on me during snowstorms. Such a kind man he was. Never one to turn anyone away." The woman's words resonated deeply with Alyssa. She knew all too well of her grandfather's ways. He never asked questions and always did what he could to make any rough situation a little better. "I suppose we should get in there," Charlotte said, as she gently nudged Alyssa. "I'm sure they're ready for their morning snack and a reading from their old favorite." Alyssa hadn't even noticed the container of cookies in the woman's hands. She'd been distracted by the woman's kind words of her grandfather and the memories they recalled. "Are you in charge of reading to them?" "I volunteer a couple days a week," Charlotte said with a proud smile. "Now that I'm retired, I find I have a little too much free time on my hands. One can only do so much alone before going stir-crazy." Alyssa smiled at that and offered to hold the door open as Charlotte ambled into the classroom in front of her. The kids' eyes lit up at the sight of Charlotte and Alyssa. but maybe that was in response to what Charlotte carried in her hands. "Good morning, children," Charlotte called out to them as she walked to the front of the room. Alyssa followed closely behind the older woman, careful not to trip or walk too quickly. "Look who I found in the hallway. Do you remember what her name is?" The children turned their attention to Alyssa. Melissa stood beside her desk, giving subtle clues to remind them. "Ah?" she started, before one child interrupted. I know," a small blonde girl called out. She smiled at Alyssa and said, "My mom met her the other day." Alyssa looked closely at the name tag on the girl's shirt. Bella, of course. "It's nice to meet you, Bella." The little girl leaned back with a surprised look on her face. "You know my name?" "Yep," Alyssa admitted, thankful to have met Addison and to have a leg up on introductions. With 10 children in the room, Alyssa had a feeling it would take her a while to get everyone's names down. "She told me that you would be here." "Can I have a cookie?" a little boy asked, walking toward Charlotte, who still had the container of cookies in her hands. "Of course you can," Charlotte said. She placed the container on Melissa's desk and handed a cookie to each child who wanted one. "Are you ready to read today's book?" Maybe it had something to do with the way they seemed to adore Charlotte, but the children's excitement to read melted Alyssa's heart. Melissa approached Alyssa's side. "I'm so glad you're here. I forgot to mention Charlotte. She's a volunteer who enjoys reading to the children every now and then." She nodded to the circle formed around Charlotte as she pulled a children's book from her bag and settled into a comfy chair. As you can see, they look forward to her special visits, especially when she brings goodies to snack on. I don't blame them. Alyssa watched as the children listened intently to the story Charlotte was reading to them. She's really sweet to volunteer her time with them. Melissa nodded in agreement. "Come on, let's go sit down and enjoy a snack while Charlotte's reading." Alyssa hung her purse on a nearby hook and grabbed a cookie, then followed Melissa's lead as they joined the circle of children. So far, so good. Nothing could beat a first day at a new job when this one supplied an abundance of sweetness all in one sitting. The rest of the morning went smoothly, and before Alyssa knew it, it was time to prepare the children for home. Parents arrived shortly before noon and seemed pleased to hear every detail about Charlotte's reading adventure and the cookies she'd provided. Several parents introduced themselves, and Alyssa made sure to say hello to Addison when she spotted her in the crowd. "Mom!" Bella tugged on Addison's hand. "I met Alyssa!" The girl pointed at Alyssa. Addison looked up from her daughter and smiled. "I told you she'd be here." To Alyssa, she asked, "How was your first day?" "Nothing like I expected," Alyssa admitted, realizing she'd been nervous for nothing. "It was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to coming back." Addison glanced at her watch, then back to Alyssa. "I hate to rush off, but we have a special birthday to prepare for." Alyssa's eyes widened as Bella jumped up and down beside her mother. "Tomorrow's my birthday. I'm gonna be 4. The little girl held up 4 fingers and danced around her mother. She looked up at Alyssa and said, "I'm bringing treats Wednesday." Alyssa gasped in surprise. "Are you? Oh, that sounds wonderful." "Yep." Bella tugged at her mother's hand. "Can we go now?" "Yes, honey." Addison repositioned the strap of her purse on her shoulder and turned to face Alyssa before leaving. "It was nice to see you again. We'll see you in a couple of days?" "Of course," Alyssa stated. She waved at Bella and said, "I'll see you Wednesday. Have fun making treats with Mom." Bella nodded and took hold of her mother's hand before leaving the classroom. Alyssa's heart was full as she watched the children leave with their parents. She couldn't wait to come back in 2 days and do it all over again. She made her way over to Charlotte before leaving. She wanted to say goodbye and tell the woman how nice it was to meet her. Charlotte was stuffing books into her bag, along with an empty container that once held a dozen cookies. She smiled at Alyssa as she approached her. I hope you enjoyed your first day, sweetie. She reached out and patted Alyssa on the arm. I most certainly did, Alyssa said. Thank you for the pep talk this morning. It meant a lot to me. Charlotte's eyes lit up. Any time, dear. Everyone needs reassurance every now and then. Charlotte offered Alyssa a heartwarming hug and then turned to leave. Alyssa said goodbye to Melissa, grabbed her purse, and left a few minutes later. Arriving back at the ranch, Alyssa thought about finding Hunter. She wanted to tell him about her first day, but instead of tracking him down, she decided to stop by the barn and have a quick visit with Riker. She hadn't seen him in a couple of days, so she knew he'd be expecting to see her. Hey, boy, she called out as she entered the barn. Riker hung his head over the stall door, watching her as she approached him. You didn't think I forgot about you, did you? The horse neighed and shifted his weight to get closer to Alyssa. She leaned on the stall door, impressed with the progress Riker had made. From the first day at the ranch until now, he was a different horse, a complete 180 from the first time she'd seen him. She stroked the horse's nose, scratching him behind the ears and taking time to connect with him. Have you had any carrots lately? Alyssa made a mental note to grab another bag of carrots from the main house when she went to visit Diane. A piece of paper sitting on the makeshift table caught her attention as she stroked the horse's mane. It looked to be a flyer of some kind, but it was too far to read what it said. Alyssa pushed away from Riker's stall door and walked over to the paper. She glanced down at it in disbelief. The only person at the ranch who would entertain the idea of a rodeo was the same one who promised her that he was done with them. She read the flyer, noting it was associated with a rodeo in Texas, a clear indication that it was for Hunter. Was he planning on leaving and just didn't want to tell her? Why would he say he couldn't compete in rodeos anymore if that wasn't the case? One look at the flyer, and everything she'd feared came to light. She was going to lose Hunter all over again. Her heart broke as her dreams of what could have been shattered around her. Chapter 29. Hunter pulled into an empty parking spot in front of Ruby's and shifted his truck into park. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed his cowboy hat from the dashboard and slid it on top of his head before climbing out. Ruby had known him since he was little. He couldn't help but wonder what she would say when he entered the jewelry store in search of the perfect ring for Alyssa. He knew it wouldn't take long for the news to get around town, and because Ruby was his mother's best friend, he knew his mother would be the first to find out. His only hope was for Alyssa not to catch wind of it. He already planned to propose soon due to the possibility, since small-town news traveled faster than a blazing wildfire. The bell above the door announced his arrival as he stepped into the quaint shop. He removed his hat and rested it at his side. Ruby was standing behind the counter and cleaning a piece of jewelry when he approached her. She looked up at him. It took her a moment to realize it was him, but the moment it dawned on her, a delighted expression crossed her face. "Hunter Carlson, is that really you?" she asked, rounding the counter and wrapping her arms around him. She reached up and gently patted his cheek. "Your mom said you were back in town, but I haven't seen you around." Hunter rested a hand on the woman's shoulder. She was a lot shorter than he was. If he had to guess, she stood roughly at 5 feet. "I've been busy with a new horse at the ranch." "Oh, I've heard that one's a troublesome soul." Ruby dropped her arms to her side and took a step back. "But I'm sure if there's anyone who can handle a horse like that, you're the one for the job." "Yes, ma'am," Hunter said with a nod. "He's doing a lot better now. It took a bit of time getting used to one another. Eli says he belonged to Peter Browning at one time." "Oh, Lord rest that man's soul." Ruby placed her hands over her heart. If only he knew what happened to those poor animals when he passed away. "He's in good hands now," Hunter assured her. "I won't let anything happen to him from here on out." Ruby patted his arm and smiled. "You're such a good man, always willing to do the right thing. Your mom has said a lot about you. She's happy you've decided to come back home." Hunter nodded and glanced out the window. It wouldn't take much for Alyssa to drive by and see his truck parked out front. He needed to make it quick if he didn't want to be seen. "Anyway, it's good to have you back in Pine Creek." Ruby shuffled around the counter and settled onto a stool behind the register. "But I know you didn't stop by to catch up with little ol' me." Hunter offered a half-hearted smile. He should have made his rounds when he first arrived, knowing there would be people who couldn't wait to see him. "Well, honestly, I was hoping you'd be able to help me." Ruby stood from the stool and leaned against the counter. "And what might that be? I'll see what I can do." "I'm looking for an engagement ring," Hunter said. He looked down at the display case in front of him. If there was a ring meant for Alyssa, he was sure to find it here. "It can't be too big or too small. It has to be just right," Ruby said with a wink. "I understand. Let's take a look and see what we can find." Ruby motioned for him to join her at the other end of the counter. A large assortment of diamond rings was strategically placed from the smallest diamond to the largest. Even though the largest diamond caught Hunter's eye, he knew it wouldn't be a perfect fit for Alyssa. She'd mentioned a time or two that she wasn't the type to wear big, flashy jewelry. He recalled the time he'd given her his class ring. She'd said that she didn't like bulky rings either, because they got caught in everything, and she didn't want to ruin something that meant a lot. So, with that, he had no choice but to keep browsing the selection in search of the best size. "How about this one right here?" Ruby grabbed a ring from the display and held it out for Hunter to examine. "I think this would be perfect for Alyssa." Hunter paused his assessment and looked at Ruby. She pretended to zip her lips with an imaginary key and said, "It's okay, your secret is safe with me." Hunter returned his focus back to the ring Ruby had picked out. He couldn't help but notice it was the perfectly sized diamond and would fit Alyssa to a T. "I think it's perfect. I'll take it." Ruby nodded her approval as he handed the ring back to her. "I'll get it sized and ready for you to pick up later today, if that works for you." "Sounds good." Hunter reached into his back pocket for his wallet. He'd called the association he'd competed in the rodeos with and confirmed the check he'd received was in fact a reimbursement, along with the final payout from his last ride. "How much do I owe you?" Ruby rang up the order and rattled off the total for the day's visit. He handed her cash and paid for the ring in full. It felt good to know he was one step closer to making Alyssa his wife. Now, he just needed to find the right time to propose. "Thank you. Would you mind writing down a phone number where I can reach you?" Ruby asked, accepting his cash and placing it in the drawer before sliding a piece of paper and a pen in front of him. "I'll let you know when it's ready for you to pick up." "Thank you." He turned and headed for the door. As he slid his hat on, Ruby called out, "Hunter!" He turned to face her. "Welcome home, and congratulations!" Hunter could only hope the congratulations hadn't been spoken too soon. Arriving back at the ranch, he checked the volume on his phone. He didn't want to miss the call from Ruby. The sooner he could get the ring, the better. He climbed out of his truck and headed into the barn. With his nerves all over the place, he needed to spend a moment or two with Riker. As expected, the horse greeted him with subtle whinnying as Hunter entered the barn. "Hold your horses, I'm coming." He walked over to Riker's stall and held out a hand of fresh oats. Riker gladly accepted them, and Hunter laughed. "All better now?" Riker had gotten used to the extra attention he'd received when he first arrived at the ranch. Lately, Hunter had become preoccupied with other things, like helping with Alyssa's house, moving her into his, and planning a proposal. He hadn't meant to limit his time with Riker, but he'd make it a point to spend more time with the horse going forward. His eyes caught a glimpse of the flyer at his feet. He bent to retrieve it from the floor, trying to recall where he'd left it. He thought he'd put it on the table after ending the call with his doctor and the association, but maybe the wind had caused it to end up on the ground where he'd found it. "Everything's looking up, boy." Hunter folded the flyer and stuffed it into his back pocket. "It won't be long, and everyone will believe that I'm not going anywhere." The horse nudged his hand, looking for more grains. Hunter chuckled and dug another handful from the bucket hanging near the stall. "You know you can reach the bucket, right?" he asked, holding his hand out and allowing the horse to graze. Hunter spent a few extra minutes with Riker before heading to the main house. He wanted to follow up with his father and let him know that he had found the perfect ring for Alyssa. If luck was on his side, Ruby would call long before supper time, and he could run into town without anyone noticing he'd left. But just in case anyone asked, he could easily tell them he'd forgotten something in town, and they wouldn't think too much about it. Chapter 30. Alyssa worked around the house while Diane fiddled with an afternoon project. Porter and the rest of the Carlson brothers were busy drawing up plans for the Dude Ranch and talking amongst themselves at the dining room table. She tried her best to keep the flyer out of her mind, but its willingness to hover in her thoughts won the battle. Should she ask Diane if the offer to stay in the main house was still available? Or would that give Diane the impression that things weren't working out between Alyssa and Hunter? She didn't need to cause a big scene, but she wasn't sure she wanted to stay another night in Hunter's cabin either. "What has you so deep in thought?" Alyssa jumped at the sound of Diane's voice behind her. She quickly turned, hoping her acting skills were up to par. "Oh, nothing really. Just tired is all." "Your first day must have been a busy one," Diane asked, sitting down next to Alyssa on the couch. "I hope it was a good one, at least." Alyssa's day had been great until she got back to the ranch. After seeing the rodeo flyer, she'd rather forget the day altogether. "It was. Melissa's nice, and I met Charlotte Langley." Diane rested her hand over her chest and sighed. "Charlotte is one of a kind, bless her heart. I don't think that woman will ever officially retire completely. She's such a busy bee, and she just loves those children like her own." Alyssa couldn't help but agree with everything Diane said about the older woman. She'd seen the love she had to give firsthand. It had only been one day, but Alyssa realized she could love the children as much. They made it easy. To be honest, Alyssa figured it was the closest she'd ever get to love without heartache. "Are you sure everything's okay?" Diane asked. She reached out and placed a hand over Alyssa's. A look of concern washed over her face as she studied Alyssa. "You seem like something's bothering you. Would you like to talk about it? Did something happen between you and Hunter?" Alyssa cringed at the mention of Hunter. She wanted to tell Diane it wasn't anything serious, but wouldn't that be considered a lie? Maybe it wouldn't seem like a big deal to some, but to Alyssa, it meant the difference between feeling whole and feeling broken. She thought everything would work out this time. She thought Hunter was serious about staying in Pine Creek. "Oh, no," Diane said with a heavy sigh. "What happened? Do I need to have a talk with him?" Alyssa shook her head. "It's okay. It's probably all a misunderstanding." Why did it feel so wrong to brush it off? What was she supposed to believe when she'd seen that flyer? "Tell you what," Diane said, sliding to the edge of the couch. She patted Alyssa's leg and said, "If you need some time to think about it, you're more than welcome to stay here. Maybe the two of you just need some time apart." Alyssa wished that was all it was, but she never needed time away from Hunter. They had been the best of friends before falling in love. He'd been her rock when she needed something solid to lean on. Hunter had been the one who'd gotten her through her teenage years, telling her that she was worthy of love, even though her father left her behind. It all seemed a little too ironic for the man she confided in to break her heart, not only once, but twice. "I'm going to finish up in the kitchen." Diane stood from the couch. "The boys will be here any minute. Would you like me to get you anything?" Alyssa politely refused Diane's offer. She needed some time to think about how she was going to approach Hunter. She could easily put it off, pretend she'd never seen the flyer, but she needed to know. Diane shuffled out of the living room and headed straight for the kitchen. Alyssa silently prayed for courage to confront Hunter. She also prayed for comfort and guidance as she potentially faced yet another loss in her life. Even if he wasn't leaving that very moment, he probably would eventually, and it would take everything she had not to fall apart. Why had she allowed herself to fall so easily? Everything she doubted and feared was coming to fruition like some torturous nightmare. She allowed herself to get attached, and now she had to face the consequences. She rested her face in her hands and released a slow breath. Her heart ached at the mere thought of losing him, losing the life she'd always dreamed of. Her only option after calling things off between them was to look for another place to live. It seemed to be the perfect time to move on. She no longer had a house to call her own, and she couldn't stick around the ranch for a second time. It would be too difficult. The door opened, and the Carlson brothers herded into the house one by one. Did she confront Hunter now, or wait until after supper? She preferred sooner rather than later. Get it done and over with, so she could decide what to do. Hunter walked in and locked eyes with her. She fought the urge to run away, to hide like she'd done before. Instead, she stood from the couch and walked over to him. "Hey, how was your first day?" He reached out for her, but she took a step back. He furrowed his brow and scratched a hand through his hair. "I take it things didn't go so well?" Alyssa inhaled a deep breath and released it slowly. Her heart beat wildly in her chest as a knot formed in her stomach. "It went well. The kids seem to like me already, but I can't compete with Charlotte. She brought them cookies and read them a few stories." "That does sound fun." A soft smile pulled at his lips as he reached out for her again. She felt a mix of emotions, wanting him to wrap his arms around her, but at the same time, she wasn't sure it was a good idea. When she took another step back, frustration creased his brow, and he asked, "Liz, what's going on? Did something happen?" Hunter looked behind him and back to her. His brothers were in the other room, oblivious to his disappearance as they carried on without him. She knew what she needed to do, but she couldn't move. She couldn't tell him what she'd seen and how she'd felt. Hunter took her hand in his and led her to the back porch. The sun was setting just behind the mountains on the west side of the property. Alyssa had thought the cabin had one of the best views, but Porter and Diane's house topped what she'd seen the other night. Everything was calm and peaceful around them as they stood on the back porch. Alyssa could only wish for that same calmness to wash over her, but instead, a storm brewed and threatened to turn her world upside down in one swift motion. "Tell me what's wrong," Hunter demanded, leading her to a rocking chair and motioning for her to sit down. She slid into the chair as he took the one next to her. "Something's bothering you, and I want to know what it is." Alyssa looked out over the property, focusing on the sunset. She looked over at him as he gently squeezed her hand. She looked down at their interlocked hands and knew it was now or never. "I think I'm going to stay here at the main house tonight." "What?" Hunter leaned forward. "Why? What's going on?" Alyssa hated this. Why couldn't they just have the second chance they'd been given? Why did something always have to mess things up? "I think we should take some time and figure out if this is really what we want," Alyssa said, struggling to find the right words to say. She needed to be upfront and honest with him. "What we really want?" Hunter shifted in the chair and shook his head. "What does that even mean? I thought things were good between us. This," he said, lifting her hand in his, "is what I want. I don't understand. What happened to make you change your mind about us?" Alyssa fought back the tears threatening to escape. She couldn't cry. She was tired of crying. She was so much stronger than that. Hunter reached up and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Liz, please tell me what's going on. What's this all about?" She heard the desperation in his voice. She wanted it all to be a misunderstanding, but she couldn't stand the thought of being naive. She'd watched people leave when she believed they never would. "I saw the flyer, Hunter." She looked him in the eye, watching for any sign that she was wrong, that the flyer didn't mean he was planning to leave, that somehow the flyer had just found its way into the barn and just happened to be within plain sight. Hunter blew out a ragged breath and leaned back in the chair. He ran a hand through his hair as she waited for him to say something, anything about the flyer. She wanted him to tell her what she needed to hear, but instead, an awkward silence settled between them. Chapter 31. Hunter couldn't believe it. Alyssa had somehow seen the flyer, and now it not only burned a hole in his back pocket, but it was threatening to tear the one thing he wanted most in his life away from him. There was nothing he could say to make her believe he wasn't going back to the rodeo. She doubted his words since the first day he arrived back home. Even though he felt like they'd made progress, and he'd gained some of her trust while trying his best to prove he was there to stay. He leaned forward and pulled the flyer from his back pocket. He unfolded it and held it out for her to see. "This flyer?" Alyssa's eyes widened and filled with tears as she looked at it. "My doctor sent me a letter. He wants me to make an appointment with him," Hunter explained, feeling as though there wasn't anything he could say that would make a difference. Alyssa had her mind made up. She was willing to call it quits before giving him a chance to explain. "But I'm not going to. I called him and let him know that my rodeo chasing days are a thing of the past. I don't want the rodeo life anymore." Alyssa focused on the flyer in his hands. He held it up and ripped it, letting the pieces fall around them. She looked up, locking eyes with him. He could see the hurt and confusion mixing like storm clouds in her eyes as she stared at him. "Liz," he said, reaching out for her hand. She pulled back and quickly swiped at a fallen tear. It pained him to know that he was to blame for this. He should have tossed the flyer into the trash without giving it any thought. Why hadn't he? "You have to believe me." She slowly shook her head. "I don't know what to believe anymore." Hunter let out a heavy sigh and combed a hand through his hair. What could he say to make her believe him? "I'm sorry." Alyssa stood from the chair. "I can't do this again. I can't let myself fall apart knowing I wasn't good enough for you." "Liz, wait. That's not true." He reached out for her, a failed attempt to stop her from walking away. They could talk things over. He could further explain the flyer, the letter, and the phone calls he'd made. "You've always been good enough for me. I'm sorry I left the first time, but I swear I'm here to stay now." Alyssa glanced back at him before she opened the door and walked into the house. He thought about chasing after her, but it wouldn't do any good. Her mind was made up. She believed he was leaving for the rodeo, and right now he wasn't going to be able to change her mind. Hunter sat back down in the chair and placed his head in his hands. There was no way he could go inside and face his family while pretending everything was okay. It was the furthest from okay. But he knew better than to crowd Alyssa when she wanted to be left alone. That would only push her away. After a few minutes of sitting alone, Hunter stood from the chair and grabbed his hat from the railing. He had no choice but to call it a night and head for home. He would have time to think things over, and by tomorrow, he would try again. He placed his hand over his pocket. He'd picked up the ring shortly before coming to the main house. Maybe if he'd gotten it sooner, he wouldn't be praying for a miracle right about now. Or maybe, if he hadn't been so distracted with everything, he would have tossed the flyer in the trash where it belonged. Hunter hated to think that the one thing that had torn them apart years ago was the same exact thing doing it again. He wouldn't allow it to tear them apart. Not this time. After a restless night of sleep, Hunter woke up with a plan. He would wait for Alyssa. While he waited, he distracted himself the best way he knew how. He brushed both Riker and his horse, Finn. "This is it, boys," Hunter said to the horses as he led them outside of the barn. He saddled each and prepared them for what was coming next. He checked his pocket, making sure he still had the ring. "It's now or never, and I just pray she believes me this time. I don't know how else to prove that I love her and I'm not going anywhere." "Do you always talk to the horses?" Mark asked, walking up beside Hunter. Hunter turned to look at the man he'd once had an issue with. He was still careful not to let his guard down, but he was slowly warming up to the man's presence. "Yeah, almost daily." Mark stopped a short distance from Hunter. "Yeah, I'd like to think they understand what we're saying, and to be honest, I like animals a lot better than most people these days." "I hear you there." Hunter let out a light chuckle. He'd spent his entire life around animals, and horses were the closest to understanding him, aside from dogs. "What's up? Is there something you need help with?" Mark ran a hand through his hair and hesitated a moment before extending his hand in front of him. "I'd like to start fresh, have a do-over, so to speak." Hunter glanced down at Mark's calloused hand, evidence the man had done a lot of work with his hands. He could easily ignore Mark and continue what he was doing, but maybe everyone deserved a second chance. Wasn't that what he'd been given when he returned to the ranch? Hunter extended his hand and accepted Mark's offer. "All right, that sounds good to me." Mark smiled with a nod. "I figure as long as we're both here on the ranch and working to rebuild Alyssa's house, we might as well try and get along." "You'll be working on the house?" Hunter hadn't made time to follow up with the plans for Alyssa's house. He'd been preoccupied with juggling everything else. "Started yesterday, actually." Mark hooked a thumb over his shoulder. "Your pops got all the supplies we needed, and they arrived on time." "Perfect," Hunter said, as an idea hit him. "I'll join in tomorrow, first thing after morning chores." "The more the merrier," Mark said. He glanced over his shoulder and turned back to Hunter. "I suppose I should head up there and see if there's anything else I could be doing. It was great talking to you." "Same." Hunter watched the ranch hand walk off in the direction he'd come from. The sound of gravel crunching tore his attention away from Mark and toward Alyssa's car. He held up a hand, wondering if she'd even stop for him. He silently prayed for everything to work out in his favor, for both of their sakes. Her car slowed before coming to a complete stop a few feet from him. He left the horses tied out and walked toward the car. Alyssa hadn't made an effort to get out of the vehicle. Thankfully, though, she rolled the window down so he could talk to her. He leaned down, resting his hands on the door frame. "Do you have plans?" Alyssa's gaze darted from him to the horses standing in the distance, saddled and ready for their ride. "Why? What's going on?" Hunter hitched a thumb over his shoulder. "I figured it's been a while since I've taken Finn for a ride, and I'm sure Riker could use some time out of the barn as well." Alyssa glanced over at the horses and looked back at Hunter. A concerned look crossed her face, but she didn't say anything. "Come on." Hunter straightened away from the car and pointed to the horses. Just for old time's sake? Alyssa hesitated a minute. His heart hammered inside of his chest. He needed her to agree to go with him. Otherwise, his plan would fail. After a minute, Alyssa nodded. Okay. She pointed to an open spot near the barn and said, "Let me park my car and I'll join you." Hunter released a heavy breath and tried to calm his nerves. It was the moment of truth, and he'd waited all morning for the opportunity to prove his love for Alyssa. She parked the car and climbed out. Hunter met her halfway and smiled. There was a look of uncertainty in her eyes, but he couldn't let that stop him now. It was now or never, and he could only hope it wasn't too late to change her mind about them. Chapter 32. Alyssa inhaled a deep breath and released it slowly as she climbed into Riker's saddle. This was the first time she'd ridden him, and according to Hunter, she would be okay. The progress he'd made with Riker confirmed that the horse was well-adjusted and used to being ridden. "Okay," Alyssa said, holding onto the reins. "Where are we going?" Hunter climbed into Finn's saddle and glanced over at her. Her heart skipped a few beats as his gaze locked with hers. She hadn't wanted to agree to ride with him, but she couldn't say no. She hoped it wouldn't end up being a mistake. "Let's head up north and check out the progress being made with the Dude Ranch." Hunter pointed Finn in that direction and motioned for Alyssa to join him. "Mark said the materials arrived yesterday, and they've already started working." Alyssa had been too distracted to pay attention to anything other than her new job and dealing with her emotions when it came to Hunter. If the Carlsons had started working on their project, she wanted to check it out. She guided Riker alongside Hunter and Finn as they passed by the main house and cleared the buildings on the north side of the property. Riker seemed to be enjoying himself as much as she was. It felt good to be back in the saddle. "I think he enjoys spending time with Finn," Hunter said with a grin. "The two of them are going to be inseparable before too long." Alyssa patted Riker, offering praise as they trekked into the wooded area surrounding the ranch. Hunter guided Finn away from Alyssa and Riker, leaving her wondering where he was headed off to. The Dude Ranch was to the left, not the right. If she wasn't mistaken, Hunter was leading them straight to the rubble of her grandfather's house. "Wait!" Alyssa called out, halting Riker. Hunter turned in the saddle and glanced back at her with an amused grin on his face. "Where are you going? The Dude Ranch is supposed to be that way." She pointed directly behind them. "I know," Hunter said, "but we're taking a detour." Her heart sank at the thought of seeing her old house. She hadn't seen it since the day of the fire, and she wasn't sure she could handle seeing it again. "Hunter, wait. I don't—" "It'll be fine." Hunter motioned for her to follow along. "Trust me." Alyssa wanted to trust him. She'd trusted him for years. If there was anyone she trusted more than her grandfather, it was Hunter, along with the rest of his family. Could she handle seeing the house again, with Hunter by her side? Deciding to go along with Hunter, trusting him not to lead her astray, she nudged Riker forward. Once past the clearing, her old house, or what was left of it, came into view. It was disheartening to see what little remained, but her attention wasn't focused on that. Her eyes widened when she saw building materials stacked in the yard that once surrounded the house. "Hunter," she whispered, catching herself from falling off the horse in disbelief. "Where did this come from? What's going on?" Fearful thoughts ricocheted in her mind as she tried to make sense of everything she was seeing. Had Mark been right about the Carlsons? Had they used the fire to their advantage? Is this where the dude ranch would be located after all? Hunter climbed out of his saddle and walked over to her. Nervously, she looked down at him. Is this where the dude ranch will be? Hunter reached out for her hand and motioned for her to climb out of the saddle. She couldn't allow her emotions to take over. Once her feet were firmly planted on the ground, she took everything in. Her mind couldn't wrap around what was happening. No, it's something better than that, Hunter said, a confident look in his eyes. Besides, the dude ranch already has its location pinned on the map. Alyssa looked from Hunter to the materials stacked in front of them. Then what's all this for? When he didn't say anything, she turned to face him, except he was no longer standing beside her. She looked down and met his eyes with her own as he knelt in front of her. She raised a hand to her mouth, trying to rein in the overwhelming emotion. "Hunter," she whispered. "I know you've had a hard time believing me when I said I'm here to stay." Hunter reached into his front pocket. "And I know seeing the rodeo flyer didn't help matters." Alyssa shook her head. Seeing the rodeo flyer definitely did not calm her fears about Hunter leaving the ranch. But what did any of that have to do with her old house? And why was he kneeling in front of her? Her eyes widened as she realized what he'd pulled from his pocket. "I want to stay on the ranch." Hunter flipped open the tiny black box he held in his hand. "I not only want to stay on the ranch, but I want to stay here with you. I want to build a life with you. I don't care about the rodeo anymore, Liz. I only care about us and what our future holds. I want to build this house for us and fill it with children someday. I want you to know that I love you, and I'm not going anywhere." Alyssa couldn't hold back the tears any longer, but she quickly brushed them away. Everything she'd feared about Hunter hadn't been worth worrying over at all. She looked from Hunter to the materials behind them. When had he planned on telling her about rebuilding the house she loved the most? "I love you, Alyssa." Hunter held out the diamond ring, carefully nestled in black velvet. "I mean it when I say I'm not going anywhere. And I meant it when I told you that you're stuck with me. I don't care how many letters or phone calls I receive from the doctor or the rodeo association. I'm here to stay, as long as you'll have me." Alyssa swiped tears from her cheeks as she took everything in. She couldn't wrap her head around anything other than the fact that Hunter was kneeling in front of her, wielding a diamond ring and professing his love to her. For her. After all this time, her dreams of becoming his wife were coming true. She choked back the emotion as Hunter reached for her hand. "Alyssa, I plan on loving you today, tomorrow, and for the rest of my life." He gently squeezed her hand, making every butterfly come alive as she stared into his eyes. "Will you marry me?" "Yes," she answered without hesitation. Deep in her heart, she knew she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. She'd known it since the first day she'd met him. "Yes, I'll marry you." Hunter stood from the ground and pulled the ring from its case. He lifted her hand and slid the ring onto her finger. "I love you, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for us." Alyssa nodded, looking down at the ring on her finger. It was perfect. Everything about this very moment was perfect. Even though she'd feared the worst, Hunter had given her the best. "I love you, Hunter James," she said, finally able to say what she'd always wanted to say. "Today, tomorrow, and for the rest of my life, I can't wait to be your wife." Hunter pulled her into his arms, leaving no space between them. She stared longingly into his eyes, as his lips met hers. She wrapped her arms around his neck, knocking his cowboy hat to the ground and thanking God for bringing Hunter home. Epilogue. It was the next chapter in Hunter's life as he knew it. Days of worrying about making amends and proving himself were over. He no longer had to worry about making things right. They were as right could be, and it felt good. Hunter headed toward the barn, wanting to wrap up a few things and check on Riker before he went to work on the house that would become his and Alyssa's someday soon. He thanked the good Lord for providing him with a second chance at the ranch, not only with Alyssa, but with his family as well. Family meant everything to him. He couldn't wait for the day he could start a family of his own with Alyssa. He knew deep down there was no sense in rushing it, but he could imagine what life would be like with little ones. Hunter parked the truck next to the barn and climbed out. Alyssa would be home any minute, and much like every other day, she would meet him at the barn. He couldn't ask for anything better than working alongside her. "Hey, man," Mark called out from the tack room. "I got a few things checked off your to-do list earlier this morning. I still have a few tasks to do, but I'll get to them as soon as I finish cleaning the stalls. I'd say we're ready for the next horse to arrive." Hunter nodded, pleased with the man's work so far. His father had been right about Mark. It had taken Hunter some time to figure that out, but now that Mark was working in the barn and helping build Hunter's future home, he was starting to like the guy. "According to what I have written down, he should be here any day now," Mark stated, flipping through a few papers. He stopped searching through the pile when he found the calendar. He tapped his finger where he'd written down the owner's information. "Actually, it looks like he'll be arriving today sometime mid-afternoon to late evening." "All right, sounds good," Hunter said. He didn't ask questions regarding the owner because he trusted Mark had gotten all the required information. They'd learned a few things after the stunt Riker's so-called owner pulled. They no longer allowed people to drop and go. If they wanted training completed with their horse, they had a few forms to fill out. Whether in person or over the phone, Hunter didn't care as long as the information was correct and verified. Gravel crunched underneath footsteps behind Hunter. He paid no mind to them as he settled in and focused on the task at hand. He needed to make sure the stall was ready for the incoming horse, along with plenty of feed. "There's my soon-to-be husband." Hunter took a step back and turned to face her. "Alyssa." Her name brushed past his lips in a faint whisper. "I didn't know you were already home." "I just pulled in." Alyssa pointed toward her car where she'd parked on the side of the driveway. "I figured I'd stop and say hi before I headed to the main house. Diane and I will be working on a few things before supper time." Hunter loved the connection Alyssa had with his parents. When they'd shared the news of their engagement, his parents were thrilled with the idea of officially welcoming Alyssa to the family. "Hey, Liz," Mark called out with a quick wave. "Hey, Mark. How are things going?" "Things are going great." Mark carried a shovel to the first stall on the left and leaned it against the wooden frame. "We're getting another addition to the barn later today." Alyssa glanced from Mark to Hunter. "Another horse?" "Yep. He's having some problems learning the ropes," Mark said. "His owner says he's not quite up to par for what she needs him for." Alyssa exchanged a look with Hunter. Hunter offered a quick shrug. He should have followed up on the notes Mark had written down, but he'd been too focused on other things. "Did she say what she needs him for?" Mark pulled off his working gloves and motioned for them to follow him into the tack room, where a makeshift desk held all the pertinent information. "Says here that he's a brand new horse. The owner purchased him after the loss of her champion horse. Sounds like she had high expectations, but he's not meeting them. Barrel racing or something along those lines." Hunter took a step toward the desk and thumbed through the notes Mark had taken. Huh. Sounds like it might be quite the challenge. He handed the notes to Alyssa and gave her a minute to look them over before asking, "What do you think?" "I think it's going to take a miracle." Alyssa handed the papers back to Hunter. "She wants the horse trained within 2 weeks. That doesn't give us very long." They'd have no choice but to put forth the effort, especially if he wanted to keep his reputation alive and well. He wasn't named the best horse trainer in Pine Creek for nothing. "I like a good challenge every now and then." Hunter shot a wink toward Alyssa and smiled. "I think we'll do just fine." Hunter put the papers down and walked out of the tack room. He looked back at Alyssa and asked, "What do you say we take Riker out to the paddock to burn off some energy before the new horse arrives?" Alyssa nodded and followed him to Riker's stall. As they led the horse to the paddock, a burgundy velvet F-250 hauling a Logan coach trailer slowed before turning into the ranch's driveway. Hunter patted Riker's side, keeping him calm and steady beside him as the truck came to a stop in front of them. A blonde woman climbed out of the truck and waved to Hunter and Alyssa. "Looks like our challenger has arrived," Hunter said to Alyssa. "Is that?" Alyssa's words trailed off as the woman walked toward them. "Hunter, I think that's Kate." "Kate who?" Hunter focused on the woman. As she got closer, Hunter recognized her from somewhere, but it didn't take him long to put 2 and 2 together. "Sure is." Hunter quickly scanned the property, looking for any sign of Beckett. Thankfully, his brother was nowhere around. Hunter knew it wouldn't take long before word got around that Kate Jacobson was back in town, and once word reached his brother, Hunter knew Beckett wouldn't handle the news too well. This has been A Pine Creek Homecoming, a sweet cowboy romance, The Cowboys of Pine Creek, Book 1, written by Christina Butrum, narrated by Megan Hudgins.